Fixing Up the Farmhouse, a Havenwood Cowboys romance, Book 2, written by Catelyn Meadows, narrated by Georgia Lee King. Triumphal arch that fill'st the sky, when storms prepare to part, I ask not proud philosophy to teach me what thou art. Still seem as to my childhood's sight a midway station given, for happy spirits to alight betwixt the earth and heaven. Thomas Campbell, To the Rainbow. Chapter 1. I didn't eavesdrop on purpose, but when you're sharing the same house with other people, someone is bound to overhear things they shouldn't. And that someone would be me. "He's having a hard time in such a confined space," Luke said. He and Belle were in the room next to the one my kids and I were sharing at Belle's farmhouse a few miles outside Bridgewater. In a house with 7 bedrooms, Belle had enough room here that we could each live in the same house, yet have our separate space. But change is hard for kids. Heck, it was hard for me. I was glad they didn't ostracize us while we were living here. "What are you getting at?" Belle's voice was soft but insistent. I should have closed the door or walked past Belle's room across from mine so they knew I was close by, but I suspected they were talking about Luke's brother Dawson. Though I'd never met the man, I couldn't help feeling concerned for him too. With the horse kicking his head the way it had, it was a wonder the cowboy was still alive. It'd been several months since the rodeo accident, but he was still having a rough time of it. "What do you think about Dawes coming here for the rest of his recovery?" Luke said. Even if I were in the room, the answer wouldn't be up to me, but I still shook my head. Whether I felt sympathetic for the cowboy who'd been injured during his rodeo last fall or not, my kids and I already took up enough of Belle's farmhouse. She didn't need another person here invading her privacy. Just because that person was male didn't matter in the slightest. "I can't see that it'd be all that relaxing for him," Belle said circumspectly. "Beck's kids are well behaved, but they're still kids. We can ask if it'll bother him. Dawson loves kids." I hesitated. This was probably the time to interrupt. "Luke..." Silence followed Belle's gentle mention of his name. From the steps that filled it, I imagined Belle edging closer to her boyfriend/farmhand. "I know you think it's best because this house is where you healed, and you want to share that with him, but the situation won't be the same, especially since we're fixing things up. Recovering in what is essentially a construction zone is going to be so noisy." "That's it, though," Luke said. "It'll be best for his brain and good for him to have a purpose. He wants to get a job, but moving's still hard. He needs room to do more without being on the clock. He wants to help and see how much he can handle." They talked like a married couple. In fact, their communication was better than Rock's and mine ever was. But Luke and Belle had only been dating since Belle inherited this house 6 months ago. Luke hadn't even sneezed the word marriage, and I couldn't figure out what was holding him back. "I'll think about it," Belle finally said. "And I'm going to talk to Bex. She lives here now. What if she's not comfortable having another man around here?" "Thank you, Belle." "She's got me around." "But you're mine." "So?" "Do I really need to spell it out for you? Dawson is a good-looking guy, Luke. A good-looking, single guy. Bex doesn't need that right now." Luke released a chortle. "He won't be staying here long, I promise. He'll only stay as long as he needs to finish his recovery." "What's wrong with staying at your mom's?" "He doesn't want to be home with Mom and Kyler and Bryce. That house is full enough with the 3 of them. He would feel like he's just taking up space. This way, he can feel like he's contributing, just until he can have a safe space to heal so he can pick up and leave again. Dawes isn't the kind to settle down. Not the settling down kind. Even better. Honestly, they didn't need to worry about anything happening between Luke's brother and me. We were both temporary vagabonds. The chances of seeing each other much at all were slimmer than a ruler turned sideways. I needed to make that much clear. Here we go. I stepped into the room. Luke sat on Belle's bed, and the sound of shuffling and sliding cardboard told me Belle was in her closet. No wonder she'd been raising her voice. She'd been trying to sort through things while talking to him. "Hey," I said, making my presence known. "What's up?" Belle peeked her head out of the closet. Her dark hair was twisted into a fat bun on top of her head. While she acted as calm as ever, Luke shifted uncomfortably. He was handsome with blonde hair and a 5 o'clock shadow. "I heard," I said, not seeing any point in hiding it. Luke and Belle exchanged glances. "Oh," was all Belle said. She pushed to her feet in the open closet door and rested her shoulder against the jamb. The pile at her feet suggested where she was in the sorting process. "This is good, though," Luke said from his spot on the end of her bed. His tousled hair was in need of a haircut, and he had an approachable expression on his face. "Belle wanted your opinion. What would you think of my brother coming to stay for a short while? Being on the road with the circuit, he doesn't really have a place of his own. He's not sure where he wants to settle down, or if he even does. So he asked me to see if I might know of a place he could go that wasn't my mom's house. A place where he can have a chance to heal." "If you're comfortable with it," Belle interrupted before Luke could finish. "Just say the word. This house has room and to spare, but that doesn't mean I have to go offering it to every straggler who comes this way." "I've been thinking about that," I said. The pressure mounted. This was the moment of truth. "We've stayed long enough. The court proceedings are done, and I've got that job at the Mercantile now. I really could—" "Don't even," Belle said. Her mouth pinched and she rested a hand on her hip. "You're not leaving. You don't have to. That's what I'm saying." "I know I don't have to," I said. But it had been on my mind since she offered a place for the kids and me to stay during the proceedings. The conversation I'd had yesterday with Kyle replayed like a marching band on parade. Or maybe more like the fire trucks in the procession, honking and blurping and drowning out all other sounds. My brother had offered me a place to stay, but their house wasn't quite as accommodating as Belle's, and Kyle had said, "You can't stay at Belle's forever." "Bex, you're welcome to stay as long as you need." Belle looked me in the eyes. Her brown eyes were warm and reassuring, and I was grateful to have such a good friend. I wasn't sure what I would have done if she hadn't offered to let the kids and I stay here. It'd been only recently that she decided to keep the farmhouse she'd inherited. Only recently she'd decided to stay in Bridgewater. And her first order of business was giving me a place to stay. If that wasn't what friendship was all about, I didn't know what was. But it had been 6 months. It was time we moved on. "If you're uncomfortable with Dawson coming, we don't have to have him here," Luke added, repeating Belle's sentiment. He went to Belle's side and put his arm around her shoulder. "He's a decent guy, a bit of a tease, but you'll get used to that soon enough, I'll bet." "He could stay in your house," Belle suggested to Luke. Her chin went to his shoulder. Luke lived in a fixed-up shed on the property. "Sharing a bed with me," Luke said, rubbing his chin. "That'll be something to see." "It's more than I have around here," Belle smirked. It was true. Belle had gotten a few more pieces of furniture to replace the things her family had removed from the house after her grandpa's funeral, but there was still so much empty space. In a house with as many design quirks and nooks as this one, that was saying something. "We'll find him something to sleep on. You got that couch." He waggled his eyebrows. "That couch is off limits," Belle said. I got the feeling that I'd somehow drifted to another plane of existence without moving an inch. Luke and Belle gazed at one another in that gooey kind of way that made me suspect they'd momentarily forgotten I was there. I I really don't mind that he's here, I said, bringing them back to reality. As long as you trust him, I can too. He's good with kids? Luke lowered his arm away from Belle. He's the goofball of the family. He'll fit right in with them. Belle nudged him with her elbow. That's comforting. What? It's true. Dawson always was the jokester. Chances are the kids'll love him. Belle muttered something, which Luke replied to with a charmed smile before turning back to me. You sure? She asked. Luke watched expectantly as well. I mulled through possible answers I could give. If I declined, Belle would respect that. I told Kyle I'd found a place, and I had. The apartment had a waiting list, but maybe it was time to move forward with that after all. I could probably make it work. The cost of living for Burley, Idaho, wasn't too high. There was no reason to deny Luke the opportunity to have his brother here. Not when I was ready to move out. Chapter 2. I don't know what we're doing anymore. I don't love you. I think it's time to call it. A punch to the gut couldn't have shocked me more. My mind scrambled to keep up. Did he really say what I thought he just said, especially after what I just caught him doing? I don't love you. This isn't a game to me, I said. Me neither. That's why there's no sense pretending anymore. Pretending? How many times had I done just that? Smiled, pushed through, made up reasons and excuses for Rock's unkindness and negligence. So when I felt like our marriage was falling apart, it actually was? Pretty much. I shook the painful conversation away, but it didn't fade like an Etch-a-Sketch drawing. Dregs of it remained, lingering, the most painful parts replaying with the comebacks I wished I'd said. You still there? Mom's voice on the other end of the phone served to wave away the rest of it. I'm here. With one hand on the steering wheel, I turned onto the street I used to live on. This trek served as a proverbial wound opener, reminding me just how out of whack my life was, something my fractured heart wasn't handling all that well. Your divorce is final, right? You know it is, Mom. I'm just saying, now there's nothing holding you back. Why don't you move here? Come closer to us. Visitation rights still apply, I said. Rock gets the kids every other weekend. That would mean I'd have to make the 2.5-hour drive to and from Boise twice a weekend. He can meet you halfway, Mom said. Plenty of families do that. Except you know he wouldn't. I slowed as I passed Cambry Bennett, outside her house a few doors down from the one Rock and I used to share. Now a sophomore in high school, Cambry had been the perfect babysitter for my kids since she was 12. Not only did her close proximity make dropping the kids off or calling her over extremely easy, but she had a big heart and was extremely sweet and patient with the kids, too. Mom tried to make a point, but this one wouldn't work either. Rock wouldn't be willing to meet halfway. That meant it would be up to me to make the almost 3-hour drive from Boise to Bridgewater every 2 weeks, and I wasn't up to that. I can't stand the thought of you on your own and so far away. I'm not on my own. Kyle's here. My brother worked at the insurance agency in Bridgewater. He and his wife had been a massive help before the divorce. Cody had camped out at Kyle's office on more than one occasion after sports practices until I'd been able to pick him up. In fact, the day I'd picked up Belle from the airport for her grandpa's funeral last fall, Cody had been at Kyle's office. I am glad about that, Mom said. But a girl needs her mom. I pulled into my driveway, but it wasn't mine anymore. This home where Rock and I had lived for the past 8 years. The home where I'd brought my babies home after their births, where I'd cooked and cleaned and worked together with Rock to fix leaks in the plumbing downstairs, where I'd stood by his side during cold winter nights when the basement flooded while he investigated the source of the leaks, where I'd scrubbed crayon off the walls and changed diapers and planted roots, was no longer mine. I could have kept the house. We discussed it as part of the proceedings, but I didn't want to stay in a place with so many skeletons in the closet. Every room I went into had a memory, and I wasn't about to be submerged in them at every turn. So I'd agreed to take alimony and let Rock have the house. Nothing in my life was the way I thought it should be. As a young girl, I dreamed of finding a handsome man to love me and be by my side. Those dreams were never perfect, but the man in them was. In those dreams, he was kind. We'd have our squabbles, sure, but then we'd make up from them and still be a pair, a husband and wife, a couple. Not long into my marriage, I realized dreams could be broken easier than eggshells. They were nothing more than castles built from popsicle sticks and glue by little girls who were naive enough to think the image in their heads would magically transfer to the actual situation because of sheer will. Because of no stronger reason than they wanted them. But rules of gravity, laws of physics, and whatever binds reality to us apply. And those laws are stronger than dreams. They're stronger than sheer wanting something to work out, stronger than thinking things are one way, only to find the crushing reality that you made a mistake, and there is no backspace. There is no game over, no reset. Life was life, and it was real and flawed and a letdown. This is just how things are, I told Mom. We're situated at Belle's for now. But you can't stay there forever. You need a place of your own. I know, I said, closing my eyes. Boy, did I know it. But we're good there. Things are good. I've got a job at the mercantile in town now, and it's easier for us if we live closer to that. I'm about to pick the kids up now, actually. You think about it, Mom said, and give those 3 cuties a big hug for me. I will, and I will think about it, I said, meaning every word. If she only knew how much I'd been thinking about moving to Boise to be closer to her. Not only that, but to get out of Bridgewater and get a fresh start. I thought I'd understood Belle's reluctance to return when her grandpa had died, but that meager comprehension didn't hold a candle to the full-blown immersion I experienced now. It wasn't for the same reasons Belle had fought against, though. Sure, she'd been concerned about the way people reacted and treated her. Some people in this town were nosy, and many said things they probably shouldn't have. That didn't bother me. What really bothered me was me, and I'd be me whether I was in Bridgewater, Boise, or Bentonville. I'd been so stupid. I hadn't been myself, not like people around here probably saw me. Had they seen Rock's disregard grow while I'd been so blind to it? I kept holding on. Kept forgiving because that was what God wanted me to do. I kept smiling, looking for the good because it was the only way to keep the snorkel at my lips rather than letting the deluge of water engulf me. I lost the battle, though, which was why I was parked here, staring at the house, preparing to approach the door and pick up my children, who, since the divorce was finalized 4 weeks ago, had been sentenced to spending every other weekend at their old house with a father who I wasn't sure wanted them around. I cut the ignition, stopped myself from checking my makeup in the rearview mirror, and sauntered to the front door. Another weird thing. I'd rarely used the front door in all my years there. We'd always used the side door, then entered right into the kitchen. But I was now a guest. This was what guests did. The kids' voices permeated through the door. My heart constricted momentarily until I caught the tenor of emotion. These were happy sounds. My kids were happy visiting their dad. Shouldn't they be? I knocked. The noise ceased for only moments until a stampede to the door ensued. I fixed my smile into place and bent to greet the faces I loved best. Cody smiled, Paisley jumped on her toes and shouted, "Mommy, Mommy!" And Sophia clapped her hands against the hardwood floor from her seated position between the living room and the kitchen. Rock's mom, Diane, was there too, and the sight was so unexpected I was startled. Her car hadn't been parked outside. "Diane?" I'd never been able to bring myself to call her Mom. "Hi," she said, standing. Her short hair was dyed brown, belying the wrinkles near her eyes and mouth. Diane was as nice as mother-in-laws got, but I could never quite get close to her. I could tell she disapproved of me. Everything I did she would have done in the opposite way. That disapproval had not only reared its head when she'd found out I was leaving her son, it bucked. Never mind that he'd gaslighted and treated me contemptuously on a good day. Never mind that I was sick of being used, cast aside, and that I didn't want his terrible influence on my kids. Sure, they still had to be around Rock, but at least it would be a dip here and there rather than a marinade. What was she doing here? Did that mean Rock wasn't here, and he'd had his mom watch the kids? "You're here!" Cody said, throwing himself at me in a hug as tight as his arms could manage. "I kept wondering when you'd come." He was a handsome 7-year-old, looking more like my brother than either Rock or me, with brown hair, freckles across his nose, and kind brown eyes. Paisley's curls were the color of wheat and amber, and Sophia's little tufts of hair, swirling just enough, told me her hair would probably be the same as her sister's. I came just as soon as I could. I hugged him back and crouched to be on their level. I couldn't understand the relief coursing through me. It wasn't as though I expected Rock to hurt them, but the fear lingered anyway. Fear for their safety. Fear that they might not want to see me as much as I wanted to see them. What a miserable thing this was to do to a child. Make them divide themselves between their parents. I didn't want this little gush of pride that Cody had missed and wanted me to come. I peered around the house. "Where's Rock?" "He had plans with a friend and asked if I'd stay with the kids while he was gone." Diane bent for her bag near the door. A friend, huh? I had a wild guess who that friend was. "How long has he been gone?" Diane sniffed and didn't answer. She straightened with her bag in hand, clearly ready to leave. She cast her gaze to the hall. Laughing, Sophia rounded the corner on unsteady feet, her little hands raised toward me. I scooped her up and cuddled her close, my heart feeling suddenly fuller than before. "Look at my beautiful painting, Mommy," Paisley said, interrupting my conversation with Diane. She took my hand and tugged me to the dining table, where a stack of papers was splayed. Each paper was smeared with different colors that all took on the same shade of green because she'd mixed every watercolor on her palette. She held up her fingers, which were also covered in paint. She'd taken to experimenting then. Small puddles of murky water spilled on the table, and she clapped, so pleased to show me her creation. "I love this so much," I told her. "Should we wash your hands?" "Yeah," she said. Diane cleared her throat. "Now that you're here, I'll clear off." "How have you been?" I asked. No need to be uncivil. I tipped the water cup and rinsed the paintbrush in the sink, which was full of dishes. No longer having her stool at the ready, I balanced Paisley on my bent leg propped up against the counter and got her hands clean. Murky water ran across the stacks of plates and bowls covered with caked-on food. "Fine," Diane said. "Paul's working at a dairy in Burley, and I help run out his lunch on the weekends." "Nice," I said. She didn't ask how I was. She simply turned for the door. "Thank you for watching the kids," I said. "Happy to do it," she said without facing me. "Bye now." "Bye, Grandma," Cody called out, and Paisley hurried to hug her. Misgivings settled inside me, but I brushed it aside. Rock could be with whomever he liked now, but couldn't he arrange his business with his new girlfriend on days other than when he had his kids? Chapter 3. "Where's your dad?" I asked once Diane was gone. "Don't know," Cody said. He already had his bag in hand and was waiting by the door as though he were ready to leave. "Can we go now?" "Let's go," I said, bending for Paisley and Sophia's bags. "We had a sleepover, and Popsicle slept on my pillow," Paisley said, hugging the pillow that was as big as she was and joining Cody by the door. I smiled at the mention of her imaginary friend. Did Popsicle have fun spending time with Daddy? I asked, adjusting the bag so I could carry Sophia out as well. She'd just taken her first steps, but wasn't up for getting to the car on her own yet. Yeah, she did, and I did too. Now that we were outside, I shut and locked the door and helped the kids to the van. The door slid open, revealing a heap of wrappers, neglected board books, toys, and just one of Cody's soccer cleats. I really needed to get things cleaned out. What about you? I asked Cody, sitting Sophia in her car seat as he climbed into the back so the girls could have the bucket seats. It was easier to buckle them in that way. Dad spent all his time with that Tara lady. They were kissing on the couch. Gross. Then he left with her when Grandma came over. The sick feeling I had intensified. Diane hadn't answered how long Rock had been gone. When did Grandma come? Yesterday, Cody said. I didn't want to show the kids any sign of alarm or frustration, so with Sophia secured, I slid her door closed and went around to buckle Paisley. Good thing Cody was mature and responsible by nature, but still, did Rock think he could pass the kids off every weekend he had with them? I pressed my lips together and shot him a look. Thanks for keeping such a good eye on your sisters. I'm helpful, Cody said, but I didn't miss the dejection in his voice. Yes, you are. I waited until the kids were safely back at the farmhouse before excusing myself outside and far enough away from the goats, llamas, horses, and chickens to scream at the sky. The Quakies beyond Belle's farm took the noise well enough. I'd grown to love the company of trees for that reason. I pounded my fist against their flaking trunks a few times too, and then once my ire settled enough, I made a phone call. Good, you answered. What do you want? Rock grumbled. I'm busy. Sure he was. I still didn't know how to act around him now that our life had divided. Now that he'd betrayed my trust and basically admitted the past 8 years we shared together were lies. I'd known we weren't perfect, but I'd lived under the delusion that he loved me. The conversation that had led to my decision to leave hounded my brain all over again. I just picked up our kids. Your mom was watching them. And? I pinched the bridge of my nose, working to keep my temper in check. I just lost it on the trees. I refused to lose it with him. It was your weekend with them. You don't see them any other time for 2 weeks, and when you finally have them, you take off? They'll get over it. I couldn't comprehend this. Every minute I wasn't with my kids was noticeable. How could he disregard them so easily? Paige and Soph may forget, but Cody's old enough to remember. He's hurt, Rock. Cody hadn't said as much, but I'd been able to read it, in his tone and the sadness in his eyes. And if you're not careful, it's going to come back and bite you. He'll be fine, Rock said in a harsh, patronizing tone. Is this all you called me for? I worked to keep my voice calm. Could he really be this heartless? If you don't want them to come over anymore, just say so. Maybe we can work out full custody. I ain't paying for no more lawyers. We worked this out ourselves. At least I got my mom there to watch them. Did he expect me to give him a gold star? Rock. I had to make myself completely clear. I couldn't believe we were having this conversation, but this needed to be said. Don't abandon them. If I feel like they're not safe around you, you know I'm going to have to do something about it. So do something then. I've got to go. Rock. Click. I gripped my phone as hard as I could to keep from throwing it into the spring brush at the base of the trees. Another frustrated screech ripped from my throat, and I kicked the trees to get the negative energy out of me. I couldn't believe him. He'd been unreasonable before. But this rudeness was off the charts. I didn't much like the idea of more court fees either, but if he was going to keep ditching out on the kids, I couldn't let that happen. Sure, kids were malleable and quick to forgive, but they wouldn't stay that way. He was going to ruin whatever hope he had for a relationship with them if he kept this up. I didn't care about that. I couldn't. His relationship with our kids wasn't my problem anymore, but their safety with him was. He was angry, that much was obvious. Though what he had to be angry about, I didn't grasp. He'd been the one to cheat, not me. The afternoon was bright and blue, and the sight of Cody and Paisley in the yard helped me push aside the frustration and pain Rock's inattentiveness caused in me. They both ran toward me with joy on their faces, and I bent to wrap them in my arms and hold them as close as I could. The smell of wind was in Cody's hair. An oblivious glint twinkled in Paisley's eyes, and I absorbed every aspect of them I could. "Can we go get ice cream?" Cody asked. "Yeah," Paisley said. "How about we go to the park?" "I'd love that," I said. Though we'd just driven the 15 minutes outside of Bridgewater to get to the farmhouse, I packed them up once more, needing to show them I didn't want to miss a minute of time with them. They needed to know how loved they were. After collecting Sophia, we drove to Bridgewater Square, where so many town events took place. A block surrounded by buildings, including the Mercantile and the Elkhorn Cafe, and the square's north side was marked by a tall arch. A trail led to a gazebo and a grassy area where we set up the pumpkin carving station at last year's fall event. Beyond that lay a small park with a swing set, a twisted jungle gym with several climbing walls and rungs, and a few slides. I pushed them on the swings, grateful we were the only ones there. Spring was making its mark on the town now. The grass was starting to recuperate after being buried under the snow all winter, transforming from patchy yellow to healthier green. Flower beds all over town sprouted with daffodils and tulips. It looked like the park's flower beds around the Veteran Memorial needed some weeds cleared. Sophia grinned, her little fists bopping against the edge of the child's swing that had openings for her little legs to fit through. She released a laugh of delight as I gave her another little push. "Me, Mommy! Push me!" I sidestepped Sophia to give Paisley a push. "Higher!" she giggled, but I didn't dare push her too hard. She was too big for the baby swings, but hadn't yet mastered the art of holding on to the big swing's chains the entire time she sat there. She'd fallen off more than once. I gave her a tiny nudge. Beside Paisley, Cody pumped with his feet, thrusting himself higher and higher, only to quickly skid his feet on the chopped rubber bits beneath. From the concentrated set of wrinkles on his forehead, something was bothering him. "You never told me how your weekend went," I prodded. "Fine," Cody said, digging his toes into the rubber bits and twisting on the swing. Paisley slowed and moved to lay on her belly on the swing instead. I gave Sophia another little push before kneeling in front of Cody. "Just fine?" "We didn't do anything," Cody said, pushing his thin-rimmed glasses higher onto his nose. "I asked Dad if he wanted to play sorry with me, and he told me no. All he did was stare at his phone the whole time." Several things wanted to slip from my lips, but I refused to trash-talk the kid's father in front of them. "That's his loss," I said. "I'll play sorry with you when we get back, if you want." And he slept most of the time. He just had us watch TV the whole time. "He might be having a hard time," I said, trying to help Cody give his dad the benefit of the doubt. "It's planting season soon, and Dad always hates it when things start to pick up again after the snow melts." I hated that I was justifying his terrible behavior. Why couldn't I think of anything better to say? Cody sniffed. "Yeah, that means he can't take the winter off in his shop anymore." "That's right." Once we finished at the park, I took them to the Elkhorn Cafe for dinner. Nights out like this had to be few and far between. I was working now, and Belle insisted I didn't have to pay rent while we were there because her grandfather would never have charged someone to stay. But I still tried to be careful with finances. What I told my mom was true. I had begun searching for a place to stay. With Luke's brother possibly coming, it was time for my life to reset, and for us to settle into this new stage of things. Tyra served our table, bringing the kids chicken strips and baskets lined with red and white patterned paper. Cody passed Sophia a few fries from his tray. The smell of fried food teased my stomach. Tyra's long dreads were tied at the back of her head. She placed my tray down and pulled a few straws from the pocket of her waist apron, letting them drift to the table as well. "There y'all go," she said. "Thanks, Tyra." She placed a hand on my shoulder. "It's so good to see you. How have you been these days?" Tyra and I were friends in high school. We just clicked after she moved to our tiny town from Tennessee. "We're hanging in there," I told her. Hanging in there was an all-inclusive statement, wasn't it? It wasn't quite good or quite bad, just dangling in the middle of the two. The owner waved Tyra over. "I'll be right there," she said, smiling back at me again. "You and Belle should come in for another round sometime. We can catch up." "That would be amazing," I said. And though it was the right thing to say, I didn't feel it at all. I didn't want to catch up, to tell someone else how my life felt like it was falling apart around me. Tyra would understand. Her parents had divorced, which was why she moved across the country in the middle of high school. It wasn't that I didn't feel I could confide in her, or that I worried she might spill my secrets all over town the way others around here did. Someday we would catch up, when it felt like I had something I wanted to share. Divorce wasn't a decision I'd made lightly. It devastated me when I realized that was the destination I'd reached in my life. This wasn't the dream, the thing every little girl and little boy imagined happening when they got older. But life was a stray cat. It didn't go where you told it to. It wandered and veered off to sniff the next interesting thing it saw. You might be able to tame it and lure it in the direction you wanted, but ultimately life never went where you wanted it to. Realizing that had devastated me. I had loved Rock. I'd wanted our marriage to work. In fact, I'd given our marriage every second morsel I had. My heart was fully invested, which was probably why when I gave all of it to him, only to have him disregard the gift and cast it aside, it hurt all the more. That gave me a new realization, something I'd been feeling for a while but hadn't yet fully grasped. Even though Rock had hurt me, I wasn't giving up. I believed in love. Those dreams I'd had were still in there, and I wanted to see if a love like what I hoped for actually existed. The kids and I finished our meal in silence, or I sat in silence anyway, while Cody and Paisley alternated between dipping their fries in ketchup and fry sauce and comparing which one they liked best. "Can we go home now, Mommy?" Paisley asked, pushing her empty basket away. Her question struck me. "Where is home?" I asked. "The farmhouse." Cody doused his fries in the last of his fry sauce. I finished chewing my burger and cleaned up what I could of our wrappings and the food Sophia had flung on the table and her chair. I then wiped the baby's face and hands and lifted her from her high chair. Cody grabbed his drink and stood, taking Paisley's hand. With Sophia in my arms, I crouched in front of them. "I have something I want to show you. One more place I wanted to take you." I helped them pile into the van, and we made the 20-minute drive southwest from Bridgewater to Burley. Cody and Paisley speculated the entire way there, wondering where we were going. I hadn't been able to find any apartment complexes in the tiny little town, mostly because they didn't exist, but Burley had several places to speak of. Some weren't the kind of places I wanted to raise my kids in, but they fit the budget and seemed decent enough. I pulled in front of one. "What are we doing here?" "I was thinking we might live here," I said, resting a hand on the steering wheel and leaning to look out the window at the complex. Newly built with a brick exterior and dormers over every door, it had a nice parking lot with awnings over every vehicle and a grassy area with a gazebo and a small playground. "It's within walking distance of the school," I added. "You wouldn't have to ride the bus." Cody wrinkled his nose. "But I thought we were living at the farmhouse with Aunt Belle and Uncle Luke." I didn't have the heart to tell them we weren't actually related to Belle and Luke. Heck, the two of them weren't even engaged yet, let alone married. But Belle was my best friend. She'd been a godsend for me through the most difficult parts of the divorce. I mean, what kind of person let a single woman and her 3 noisy kids come live with her? So she was as good as any family. Kyle and his wife Stacy had offered, but they had kids of their own, and I would have felt in the way in their smaller home in a way I didn't at Belle's. "Belle and Luke might want a family of their own someday," I said. "They're having kids?" Well, no, they're not married yet, but I'm just saying it's Belle's house. She's been so nice to share it with us, but it's only been a temporary kind of sharing. You know how you let Paisley use your action figures, but then eventually you want them back, right? Right. So, Belle wants her house back? I regretted my choice of words. With the car in park on the side of the road, I faced Cody and the girls. That's not it at all. Aunt Belle loves having us there, but we can't stay there forever. What would you think if we moved? I don't want to move, Paisley said from her car seat. Popsicle wants to stay with the chickens. Her imaginary friend made an appearance as she did in most conversations anyone had with the 3-year-old. Cody rested a hand on the back of Paisley's seat. Yeah, and I help Luke in the barn with the horses. He lets me ride Walnut. Luke had been gracious enough to let Cody tag along with him to do the chores every day as he fed and watered the animals and cleaned up around the barnyard. I was glad it got Cody out of the house and gave him something else to do rather than sit around inside and play video games. And Luke was a good example for Cody to be around. I didn't really want that aspect to change either. Maybe there's something we can arrange so you keep working with Luke, okay? Cody's pout didn't lift. I still don't see why we have to leave. Luke's brother Dawson is hurt. He needs somewhere to stay, and it might be too much for him to have us there. I'll be quiet, Paisley said. The statement broke my heart a little. I knew her dad was constantly hounding her for making too much noise. Luke has a brother? When's he coming? Cody asked. I'm not sure, I said. And that's not the only reason I want to leave. I didn't know how to explain it so they could understand. You know what? Let's not worry about it right now. I'm not ready to move yet either. I still needed to put our names on the waiting list for this place and pay the deposit to hold our spot. Cody's face smoothed in relief. Paisley grinned and prattled on about how happy Popsicle would be to stay, and Sophia cooed and kicked her feet against the toys dangling from her car seat handle. I gazed at my 3 kids for a few more minutes before shifting into gear. In my rearview mirror, I caught sight of the sunset and the dying of another day, experiencing it in a way I couldn't explain. It was time to head back to the farmhouse. It looked like we'd be there when Luke's brother arrived, after all. Chapter 4. By the time we made it back, twilight had settled in over the new buds on the trees. A few new goats had been born, and Luke's truck was parked alongside Belle's grandpa's truck, Old Blue, a 1970s model with a big blue stripe along its side. With her long mahogany hair tied in a ponytail, Belle carried a suitcase in each hand up the front steps. Luke lingered near the open passenger side of his pickup while a man slowly descended to the ground. It looked like they hadn't wasted any time inviting Dawson to stay. Who's that? Cody asked, unbuckling for a better look. That, I said, pulling in beside Old Blue and killing the ignition, I'm assuming is Luke's brother. He's here? You said he wasn't coming yet. I said I didn't know when he'd be here. A stone sank into my stomach at the thought. I told Belle I didn't mind having Dawson here, but now that he was, I suddenly wanted to turn right around and make the deposit on that apartment. You couldn't get on the waiting list without the deposit, which was holding me back. It was non-refundable. It was one thing to share a space with Belle. I'd been able to be myself around her, to work through the emotional obstacle course the divorce had put me through. Even Luke had given me a few hugs here and there and acted as though our situation together was the most normal thing in the world. What would things be like with his brother here? What kind of man was Dawson Holden? Would he be easygoing and casual like Luke, or would I have to tiptoe around him? For untold reasons, my pulse began to elevate, which was ludicrous. I'd never even met this man. What did it matter that he was moving in as well? He was injured. He was Luke's brother. He was invading a space that had become my safe haven. Havenwood Farm's name was extremely fitting. The house was secluded, several miles outside of town, and as a result didn't receive many visitors. It was the kind of situation where you knew you had to stock up at the store while you were in town because it wasn't as easy to pop into the mercantile every day like I'd sometimes done down in Bridgewater proper. Going to town was a deliberate decision. That meant coming out to Havenwood, for others, was deliberate too. As a result, I was able to easily steer clear of the many nosy people I would have run into before. Who was I kidding? Dawson wasn't going to be nosy. He had a brain injury. Chances were he'd keep himself secluded in the back end of the house, far away from my kids and the noise that automatically accompanied them. With that reassuring thought, I lifted my chin, bolstered my courage, and stepped out of the van. I ambled to the back door and was greeted by Sophia's bright green eyes and eager hands reaching for me. She jabbered a bit. "I'm getting you out," I cooed in response. She nestled into my arms, gripping my sleeve and sucking her thumb, juggling her in one hand and retrieving the sippy cup that had toppled to the van's floor with the other. I grabbed my bag and followed my kids up the porch and into the house. As usual, the smell of something delicious cooking wafted through the house the instant I set foot inside. Belle had taken to the role of homemaker in the best way. She'd fought hard against the idea of being back in this house, but once she finally allowed the truth to place its argument on the table, she'd accepted the farmhouse wholeheartedly. Though she'd considered quitting, she worked remotely for a company in Oregon and spent every spare minute with her boyfriend, the farm's ranch hand, Luke Holden, scouring every inch of the house she'd inherited in between. Tonight, the aromas hinted at something like beef stew with freshly baked rolls and apple pie. And sure enough, Belle was dancing in the kitchen to the sounds of Casey Musgrave's arms up in a solo waltz, while wearing the cow-patterned apron I'd seen her wear. On the floor of the entryway was what I assumed was one of Dawson's suitcases. "Smells amazing," I said, setting my purse that doubled as Sophia's diaper bag on the counter. "Thank you," Belle said in a sing-song voice, hunching down as if to sneak up on Sophia. Ever the happy baby, Sophia laughed in anticipation of the attack and began to bounce in my arms, sending wafts of her unwashed baby smells in my direction. If I had to guess, Rock hadn't bathed her at all the whole weekend. Not for the first time I questioned whether it was a good idea to leave the baby with him for 3 days in a row when he'd barely given her the time of day before. Sure, he loved her and wanted to play with her, but when it came to the actual caring for Sophia, he left that all to me. I had a sneaking suspicion he was doing the same now with Cody. The 7-year-old boy had stepped into the role of elder brother impressively. He was always quick to help me snatch a diaper or a snack for the baby or her blanket, and he was always a good sport about playing with Paisley, even though they fought half of the time. But I hated that he had to grow up so fast. If the kids were home with Rock, then Rock should be the one to take care of them. Squeals erupted in the kitchen, overriding the music and stealing a smile to my lips as Sophia found herself thoroughly tickled. I relished the close cuddling that ensued as she turned to me to save her and simultaneously looked to Belle for more. "Glad you got the kids back," Belle said to me. Though she smoothed a hand over Sophia's soft head, a few tendrils of hair escaped Belle's ponytail. "Me too," I said, glancing around. There was no sign of any additional guess, but from the sound of voices, deep men's voices, along with Cody and Paisley's higher tones, I suspected the kids had discovered where Dawson had been led to. "He's in the back room," Belle explained, reading my unspoken question. "It's where Grandpa kept all his guests before, so I figured it'd be fitting." "You got a bed back in there?" I asked. After her grandpa's funeral, Belle's family had come over and all but gutted the house's furnishings, taking everything they could lay their hands on. "Luke picked one up today," Belle said, waving Sophia's hand, which was currently wrapped around Belle's pointer finger. "Dinner's about ready," she added. "Anything I can do to help?" I asked. I meandered over to place Sophia in the high chair situated by the 2 small round table Luke had brought from his house on the property. "Not really, just keeping food warm until everyone is ready. You want to meet Dawson?" "I'm sure we will. I saw you bring suitcases inside and assumed they were his." "Yeah," Belle said. "They're his. He doesn't really seem to want to be here either." She leaned in and lowered her voice, still holding Sophia's chubby hand. between you and me, I think he kind of feels like a cast-off, like he doesn't have a place of his own, which technically he doesn't. Although the drive here he kept saying how he didn't want to encroach on my hospitality any longer than he needed to, how he didn't want to be a burden. I know the feeling, I said. Belle's eyes tapered. Come on, you know I don't see you that way. You sure you don't want to meet him? Laughter echoed down the hall from the back bedroom. Whatever had been said, the men had made the kids giggle, which tinkled like magic and fairy tales in the enchanted flutter of birds' wings cutting the air. That's a sound I'll never get sick of, I said. I know, Belle smiled. Don't you wish you could bottle it up and save it for a rainy day? You have no idea. The afternoon abruptly weighed 1,000 pounds, each event stacking on top of the last. First, picking up the kids to find Diane had been the one left to tend them. Then going to dinner and not buddying up with Tyra the way I once would have. Now the new house guest was more than I could handle. Actually, I'm pretty tired. I think I'll go rest for a bit myself. Belle gestured to the kitchen. We'll be eating soon. It really does smell amazing, but I'm not very hungry. It's been a hard day, you know? I wasn't in the mood to meet anyone new tonight. I needed time to think, process, and just be. In all reality, the decision to move couldn't be left up to how my kids felt. I'd wanted them to feel included. I didn't want to make all the decisions on my own, but they were children, and I was on my own. Belle's insistence and my mom's attempts to convince me aside, I had to figure out what was best to do for my family. Because when it came down to it, I was all they had. Chapter 5. Story read, teeth brushed, I stroked Paisley's hair while she settled into her sleeping bag on the floor. We'd piled several blankets beneath her and Cody's spots to give them a little more cushion than they would have gotten sleeping directly on the hardwood. I slept on one of the few beds Belle had, and there wasn't room for the kids to share with me. They didn't mind sleeping on the floor at all. In fact, they seemed to prefer the novelty of it. How was your day? Paisley asked, taking me aback. It wasn't a typical question from her. Good, I said, resting my feet to the side rather than kneeling on them. I tucked the top of the sleeping bag under her chin. How about yours? Cody had told me how their weekend with their dad had gone, but Paisley hadn't said much about it. My day was about butterflies, and now I'm going to bed. She nestled deeper into her bag and corked her thumb into her mouth, hooking a handful of the sleeping bag's edge in her fist as she did so. I stroked her curls, bemused. Her response was so indicative of this little girl who lived in a constant fantasy world where everything was beautiful to her. I needed a dose of her vision of beauty, and thank God this little girl was mine. She had a multitude of what she called stuffies surrounding her on the floor, including several creating lumps toward the bottom of the bag where her feet had no hope of reaching. Look, Cody's already zonked. I pointed to her big brother. His mouth hung open, his glasses were set on the stand by the bed I'd been sleeping in, and his hands were limp near his face. He's sleepy, Paisley said, taking her thumb out long enough to speak and returning it once the words were completed. Yes, he is. Did you say your prayers? You say them. It's your turn. They're your prayers, I said, toying with one of her curls. What are you thankful for today? She scrunched up her face and stared at the ceiling. Daddy, and books, and baby Sophia, and why don't you start with Dear God? Thumb out, she did so, and proceeded to continue her prayer, thanking God for as many things as her 3-year-old mind could conjure up, including the clouds, the goats, and the chickens outside. Amen, I said, placing a kiss on her forehead. Mommy, I don't think Daddy says his prayers. I don't know if he does, baby, I said. There never had been a whole lot of prayer saying from him. Most of the worship we'd done before the divorce had been led by me. I told Daddy he should say his prayers before bed, and he told me to go to sleep. You keep reminding him of that, okay? Maybe someday he'll listen. Good night. I love you. Love you, Mommy. I gave her another kiss and turned out the light. Luke had gone home for the night, and Belle was in her room up the hall from me. While waiting for Paisley to fall asleep, I meandered to the room next to mine. I pushed through the partially open door, tiptoed across the shag carpet, and peered into the foldable playpen where Sophia slumbered. Her tiny fist twitched a few times, and I smiled, touched by her repose. Once I finally settled into bed, my thoughts raged from the demands of my new job to whether or not I would make enough to support our fledgling family, to where the right place to settle down was. Tired as I was, I couldn't get my mind to settle. I wasn't sure how long it took me to drift off, but my slumber was interrupted by a series of soft cries from the room on the other side of the wall near my head. At just over a year old, Sophia had been sleeping through the night like a champ for months now, but ever since we left home, some nights were harder than others, and she'd begun waking again. I pushed the covers back, an urgency pressing me to move quickly and get to her before her cries woke anyone else. I stepped carefully between Paisley and Cody's sleeping bags. Fortunately, both of them slept fairly heavily. Belle had never complained, but I wondered if she had heard Sophia from time to time. I felt a new importance to comfort and quiet her with another person in the house. The floor creaked beneath my feet. I'd considered having Sophia sleep in with us as well, but it had just worked out better for nap times and her earlier bedtime to have her in her own separate room off from where the kids and I were. I pushed into the room where her cries filled the air. "Shh, I'm here," I said softly, hoping the sound of my voice might soothe her. She stood at the side of her playpen, arms outstretched, cries intensifying. I swept her into my arms and held her close. "Shh, Mommy's here," I said again. I searched and found her pacifier within the blankets and popped that into her mouth and then cradled her close. Her cries quietened, and she fisted a bunch of my shirt in one hand, turned her nose toward my chest, and nibbled on her binky. Her eyes remained opened, but she snuggled in, needing closeness, needing reassurance. Tiredness pulled at my eyes, making me crave sleep. I stood in the circle of moonlight spilling in from the small, round, stained glass window in the pointed ceiling overhead and shifted from foot to foot, attempting to create a rocking sensation. I hummed the same lullaby my mom had used during Sophia's first days, the same lullaby I'd sung to Cody and Paisley, but kept it bottled in my chest so only Sophia could hear. And gradually, a step and a melody and an age and an instant all at once, I felt her small body relax. She grew heavier in my arms. Her breaths elongated, and the hold of her fist on my shirt loosened its grip. I held her a few moments longer and then placed her carefully into her bed with a little prayer over her as an angel would. Watch over her, protect her, keep her safe. By that time, I was too awake to get back to sleep right away. I took advantage of the quiet to meander down the stairs. I walked through the house in the early morning darkness with clandestine wonder. Knowing the shadows were my only companions somehow added a singular hush to my steps and a deliberate slowness to my actions. Stepping too heavily, moving too quickly would shame everything the shadows were accomplishing. I paused to share a moment with the dining room's large windows. Something behind me shifted. A floorboard creaked. And though my natural inclination was fight or flight, I whirled around to find a man sitting at the dining table. He lifted a hand. "Didn't mean to startle you. I wasn't sure you'd noticed me sitting here," he said softly. I placed a hand on my heart. It thudded hard against my ribs. I was definitely not getting back to sleep anytime soon after that. "You scared me," I said. "Sorry. You get her back to sleep?" "What?" I was thrown for the moment. He rested a hand on the chair beside him and shifted as though he wanted to tilt his head back to look at me, but thought better of it. After adjusting, he then seemed able to elevate his entire torso to look at me directly. I was struck for a moment. Belle had said Luke's brother was good-looking, but the phrase didn't seem to do his features justice, especially not in the moonlight coming through the window. He had impressive cheekbones, and the shape and symmetry, the shading on his brow, and edging his jawline added an extra tick to my already thundering pulse. He wasn't just handsome. This man was brutal. I was awkwardly, abruptly, instantly aware of the fact that I had quite literally just rolled out of bed. My hair was a tangled mess in a bun on my head, and I wasn't wearing a bra. I did my best to casually cross my arms, hoping he read the gesture as me being cold rather than trying to cover anything up. At least the shadows helped in that regard. "The baby," he said. "I assume she's yours?" "She is. I'm sorry if she woke you." He waved a hand. "Nah. These days I don't sleep like I used to." I moved closer to the back of one of the mismatched chairs Luke and Belle had dug up to use around the table Luke had built. "You must be Dawson." "Guilty. And you're Miss Belle's friend, Bex." He gestured toward the chair. I pulled it out as quietly as I could and slid onto it as he asked. "Your little one, she wake up a lot in the night?" "Sometimes. Are you worried about your sleep now that you're here?" It was a joke, mostly, but from the sound of things, he was going to be here for a while, so it was a legitimate question. I had to know if he really insisted the kids wouldn't bother him, or if that had been something Belle and Luke had said to placate me. "Like I said, these days, I'd be up whether she woke me or not. I get to a point in the evening, say 8 o'clock, and my body just kind of shuts down. It's like someone pulls my plug and I lose power." "The concussion?" "Yep, wears me out. So I go to bed pretty early, consequently I'm up around this time most days." I tended to be a night owl. The late night hours were often the only time I got to myself, so it was when I got some me time. I didn't normally go to bed as early as I did last night. "I'm not even sure what time it is," I said. "Must be close to 4 a.m. "You get up this early every day?" That was painfully early. The lateness or earliness of the hour was starting to get to me. "How do you even function?" "I sleep a lot," he said with a chuckle. I stifled a yawn behind my hand. "Sounds good to me." "You go on. Get some rest. I'm sure we can yarn the hours away another time." I rose, scraping the chair slightly against the floor. Wincing at the noise, I rested a hand on the back of the chair. "Good night, Dawson. It was nice to meet you." "And you." Chapter 6. By the time I woke up and got Cody ready for school and myself ready for my part-time work at the Mercantile, I hurried to pack up Paisley and Sophia's bag so they could go to my sister-in-law's and nearly ran into Dawson at the door. His tangled brown hair, handsome face, and the spark of interest in his inquisitive eyes caught me off guard. He wore a t-shirt and jeans and kept a hand propped against the wall as if he needed the support to stand. "We meet again," he said. "Hey." I was ridiculously aware of everything I did around him, of the way he sat at the dining table and watched me comb Paisley's hair out of her face when the barrette stopped doing its job, of the mess Sophia had in her hands that I had to haul her to the sink to wash off. Did he have to sit there and just watch me? That wasn't the only problem. My eyes couldn't seem to get it together. For reasons I couldn't explain, I kept glancing at him too. It wasn't like he was all that interesting, but every time my eyes strayed to his, I caught him looking. Having him here definitely wasn't going to work. After half a day manning the register with Geraldine Perry at her Mercantile, handling the ice cream counter and helping customers with their transactions at the register, I trekked back to the apartment complex in Burley. Many of the apartments in this town were old and had been turned over by one owner and the next more times than anyone could count. But the Wayfair was newly built, which was probably why it had such an extensive wait list. With an unsteady breath, I spoke with the manager, paid the deposit, and put my information on the wait list before heading back to Bridgewater. My sister-in-law watched the girls while I worked my part-time shift, which worked out great because they had a 4-year-old who Paisley loved playing with. Cody rode the bus, and Luke was nice enough to pick him up at the end of Belle's long driveway, where the bus dropped him off. Luke allowed Cody to tag along with him while he fixed fences, fed the llamas and goats, and mucked out horse stalls. Cody often came in much dirtier than he'd ever been before, but he also had the brightest glint in his eyes, and anything that could help distract him from the fact that his parents had just divorced was the perfect medicine, in my opinion. This only added to the conflict writhing inside of me. How could I deprive him of that? If we moved to Boise and lived with my mom, there was no way I could afford the upkeep on a horse so he could continue having these kinds of opportunities. But I couldn't stay here forever either, regardless. I had one more stop before I could pick up my girls from Kyle and Stacy's and head to the farmhouse. I'd been on Bridgewater's event council for years now, and I hadn't let go of that pursuit. I lumbered into the city hall for this week's meeting, frazzled and wondering what I was doing with my life. I sank into the seat and attempted to catch up on the conversation. Gina Hansen, an older woman with her hair pulled away from her face, stood at the front of the room, presenting her ideas for a spring cleanup. "The idea is to get the whole town involved," she said before those of us at the long table in the conference room. A bulletin board was positioned behind her, smattered with announcements and flyers. "We have many people here who enjoy the spoils of our hard work, but don't do any of it themselves." "That could be for all kinds of different reasons," Natalie Brown said. Her parents ran the post office. She had chestnut hair and pink nails, which she had done because sorting the mail was hard on her hands. Her words, not mine. "Some people work or have small children. Some of them contribute in other ways or just have conflicts. This is one of those things where we can't expect everyone to show up." "Nor should we," Tesha interjected. Tesha owned the Frontier, Bridgewater's one and only inn. "I'm just saying it'd be helpful and have more of a unifying impact on the town," Gina said, lifting her chin. Her eyes landed on me. "Oh, good. Vex is here. Care to update us on the location for Animal Days? Any word from the owners?" I exhaled and tried to get my bearings. I joined this committee in an attempt to be more involved. As a result, I'd ended up being nominated for things I'd never hoped to be in charge of, attended more meetings than any normal person should be expected to, and wound up spending nights stressing over the right way to phrase my suggestions in order to best avoid offending so-and-so. Yet, for some reason, I couldn't let it go. "I haven't managed to get a hold of the lot's new owners," I said. It was true. The land had recently been purchased, but none of us was quite able to figure out by whom. "It'd be a shame to have to select a different location," Gina said. "This spot has the perfect blend of afternoon shade from the mountainside and the right corner effect for those just coming off the freeway, as well as being at the crossroads between Bridgewater and Burley." "We could find somewhere closer to Burley," someone suggested. "We get quite a few people who come in even from Twin Falls to attend the animal show and bring their children to greet the spring babies." "That's a far cry better than selecting land farther out, which would be our other option," Natalie said. "But we don't want Burley City Council to think they need to make the event their prerogative either," Gina argued. "It's Bridgewater Animal Days." "No one said they're going to take it over," Natalie said. "Keep trying on that owner," Gina said, pointing her manicured nail at me. "Unless you're too busy. We know you've had a lot on your plate lately." I hated the insinuation that my divorce was the reason I hadn't been able to get a hold of the new owner, but the gossip didn't make me shut down the way it did to Belle. The nosiness had been enough to make Belle leave town and almost never come back again. As I'd done with many other snippets of gossip, I let it slide down my shoulder and fall by the wayside. Everyone around here knew Gina Hansen was prone to mudslinging. I wasn't too inclined to feed that addiction. "I'll figure it out." "Good," she said. "Now then, on to the spring soccer practice. Sign-ups will be starting soon, and we'll need to make sure the schools are aware. Bridgewater may be small, but our kids can hold their own when it comes to sports." "I wish you'd get off your back," Natalie leaned over to whisper beneath the chatter regarding the new topic. "Thanks. She's right. I am busy up at the farmhouse. Belle just broke into the master bathroom upstairs, and we've been tearing out tile and flooring. I was fairly certain my fingers would never be the same after prying tiles from behind the sink. But that doesn't mean I can't make a few phone calls. And you still don't know who the new landowners are? The old owner gave me a number. Some big farm investment group swooped in and purchased the land, but the owner never answers. So I found them. They're just not responding. They'll call you back. Any decent business owner would. That's what I think, too. People began to stir and rise from their seats, gathering their belongings and pushing chairs beneath the table before clustering to chat or making for the door. I hadn't heard Gina adjourn the meeting, but was glad for it all the same. The chilled evening air crept in through my clothes, making me suck in air through my teeth. Tulips poked their heads out of flower beds, adding color to the newly green bushes outside City Hall. Natalie walked out with me, veering toward the stone post office situated on the corner. She and her parents lived in the apartment above. "How are things at the post office?" I asked, joining her since my van was parked in the same direction as hers. "Same as usual," Natalie said, squinting to peer at the windows of the upper apartment, gazing out over the awning labeled with the words Bridgewater Post Office in gold lettering. "I'm thinking of moving out." "Really? Where would you go?" She seemed to think it over before shaking her head. "Not sure. I've always lived here, you know. It would be nice to get out. See somewhere in the country I've never been. Heck, see somewhere in Idaho I've never been. I just feel like I'm floundering here, you know? Like if I don't leave now, I never will." "I get that," I said, and I did. I've never really been anywhere either. I was born in Burley and went to school here, graduated from here. Rock and I were married right out of high school. We were too young for a honeymoon or anything and never did much traveling anyway. So I've never really been anywhere. "We should plan a trip," Natalie said, looping her arm through mine as we stopped between the post office entrance and my parked van. "A girls' trip, somewhere new and exciting. Breathe some life into ourselves again. Maybe it'll clear our heads." "I could use a little of that, but what do you need your head cleared from?" She sank onto the park bench just outside the door of the post office and rested her hands on her knees, staring at the houses across the street. I needed to pick up Paisley and Sophia, but I supposed I had a few minutes. I shot a quick text to Kyle and Stacy. Meeting just got out. Be there in a few. And then I joined Natalie on the bench. "Monotony," she said. "Or as the French say, ennui. Are you dating anyone right now?" I asked. "Should I be?" "Just wondered. Dating can be a cure for boredom sometimes." She sighed. "There's the problem all over. There aren't exactly a whole lot of options around here. I know Rock is recently single, but that's weird in so many ways it's not funny. Yeah, don't go there. In fact, if I can, I'll warn any woman away from that death trap. Except it was too late anyway. He'd moved on with Tara before our marriage had even ended." "How have you been doing?" Natalie asked. "It's been what, a month?" I inhaled. I hadn't wanted to talk to Tyra, but for some reason, spilling to Natalie felt a little different. Maybe it was because we'd already opened this can of worms, and it felt like less work. Just over 5 weeks since the finalized papers came in the mail. I showed her the vacancy on my left finger. I stopped wearing my ring. That took some adjusting too, believe it or not. I believe it. It's hard to get used to something being gone after so long. Jensen Cummings strolled past and tipped his hat to us. "Evening, ladies," he said, making for the post office door. He tugged a few times, only to be met with resistance. "Closed," Natalie said. "We close at 5. He skimmed his phone and grimaced. "Too late? What do you need?" Natalie rose to keep from talking over me to speak with him. Jensen flared an envelope at her. "Just wanted to get this in the mail." "I'd offer to take it, except that'd be illegal," she said with a smile. "Wouldn't want to break the law. The letter's not that important." She smiled, he smiled, and I rose. "Hey, I've got to get going. Have a good night," she said, turning to continue talking to Jensen. She indicated the mail slot outside the post office. The drive to Kyle's wasn't far. He and Stacy lived a few streets down from the church. Their home was a small 3-bedroom gig with white siding that had broken off of one corner. Stacy was out front pulling weeds with Sophia in the stroller, and Paisley playing with her cousin Emma. "Your yard looks so pretty," I told her as I approached. "Takes work," Stacy said, wiping her forehead with the back of her hand. Stacy was slim and lanky. Even her features were slim, with small eyes and thin lips, though she was very pretty. "Mommy!" Paisley dropped the toy tractor she'd been holding and ran to wrap her arms around my waist. "Hey, sweetie," I said, bending to lift her up. "Did you have a good day?" "Mm-hmm. Popsicle likes to pull the weeds with Aunt Stacy." Stacy laughed. "I'd like to meet this Popsicle of yours sometimes." "She's shy," Paisley said. "Only around strangers," I said. Paisley burrowed against my neck, bunching my shirt and stuffing her finger in her mouth at the same time. Someday I'd have to help her break this habit of sucking her thumb and fisting whatever fabric was closest. But this wasn't that day. I rested my head against her. "I can't believe she still thinks I'm a stranger," Stacy said with a smile. "Thanks for watching them," I said, lowering Paisley and stalking to kneel before Sophia, who was as happy as could be from her place in the stroller. "I love it. Gives Emma someone to play with so she's not bored out of her mind." Belle had offered to watch the girls for me while I worked, but I knew it would be too much to ask of her. She might be home, but she worked too, not to mention the repairs taking place around her house. I collected my girls and helped clean up inside. Then we buckled up and headed to the farmhouse. I had so much on my mind, from moving, Bridgewater animal days, and finding out who owned the land, to how I'd make babysitting work if we moved to Burley. I didn't know anyone in Burley, not really. How could I find someone I trusted, like Stacy or Cambry? I needed to talk to Belle. And boy, did I find her. Chapter 7. Belle and Luke were pulling carpet from the bedroom upstairs that used to belong to her grandpa. Or they had been pulling carpet, anyway. I strolled past and did a double take. Carpet tools were cast aside. Belle knelt across Luke's lap, her hands cupping his cheeks while she kissed him. Sophia on my hip. I backed out, partly happy for her, partly missing days like those. What was I doing? Belle kept insisting she wanted me to stay, but the more I did, the more I felt like an imposter. I wasn't sure I'd feel like I fit anywhere anymore. I made for the stairs. Cody and Paisley were playing outside and enjoying the spring sunshine and the new kittens Cody had found in the barn last week. The babies were still too little to open their eyes and mostly dragged themselves around the inside of the stack of tires they'd been born in, meowing for their mama. But it was still fun to watch them. Maybe I'd see if that's where the kids had gone to. "Everything okay?" About to take the top step, I paused and closed my eyes. Dawson. "Why do you ask?" I said, turning to face him and hoping my expression remained unaffected. A single armchair was situated on the landing that overlooked the dining and entry rooms below. Sitting on that armchair, Dawson indicated his cheeks. "You're looking a little flushed." His smile was contagious, as though he knew exactly what I'd walked in on. Mine caught too. I couldn't stop it from lifting my cheeks. Gosh, he was good-looking. I relaxed and moseyed back in his direction. Sophia patted my collarbone. "I'm fine, but I happened to walk in on Luke and Belle." "Say no more." Dawson stopped me with an outstretched hand. "They're pretty hot and heavy lately." I don't know why he hasn't proposed to her yet. "Who knows? Man slower than a turtle in a rabbit race. I'm glad to see him so happy." "You say that like he hasn't been." I adjusted Sophia's weight. She wiggled to be let down, and I set her on the floor, where she promptly crawled to the stairs, turned, and proceeded to make her way down backward, babbling incoherently but adorably the entire time. "I think it's been hard for him," Dawson said. "He's never had a girl click with him like Belle has. They're perfect for each other." "Yeah, I said, feeling more than selfish because my heart sank a little lower in my chest. I hated that I was jealous when my friend, who'd lost everything, had finally found someone she could be happy with again. Belle was broken-hearted for a long time. He's good for her. Yeah, I heard about her fiancé who died. Tough luck. It was, I said, leaning against the stair rail where I could continue talking to Dawson and keep an eye on Sophia at the same time. She'd made it to the landing, where the stairs changed direction and continued their way down. Pausing in place, Sophia sat and kicked her feet as if to hear the sound her socks made on the wood. It devastated the town for a while, though I'd never admit as much to Belle. Coming back wasn't only what she needed. There's a little more life to the place now that she's back. That's not an impact just anyone can have on a place, Dawson said. I think she talked him into opening up to the family again, too. What do you mean? The Holden family? Luke was pretty bitter about some things. I think he was jealous that I was so successful in rodeo, and he'd had to can it. He was jealous of Colton's farming and just felt out of place, so he closed himself off from us. Belle got him to open up and let us all in again. That's why I was so shocked when he called and offered me a place to stay here. The last time he and I talked, he hadn't been too keen to spend much time with me. I hadn't heard it put like that. I knew there was tension between the Holden brothers, but never that Luke had been the one to put the rift there. That's too bad. I doubt I've ever mattered that much to anyone, Dawson added, though it didn't sound like he was too put out about that fact, considering the fact he was grinning as he said it. Belle told me what it was like after your accident, I said. Your family was pretty rattled. I know, Dawson said. I meant I've never had an impact like I mattered to just one person. Something told me I wasn't the only one who was jealous of Luke and Belle's happiness. You don't have a girl? He shook his head, holding his torso stiffly as if the action was difficult for him. Not really, though I can't wait to get back out there. Being on the circuit makes it hard to have a one and only. This surprised me, the way he phrased it. It sounded like he wanted to do rodeo again once he healed. Then again, if rodeo was what he loved... I'm sorry, I said. He quirked a grin that did strange things to my insides. I'm not that put out. He resettled on the chair. Nah, I haven't found her yet, but I'm just saying I'm looking forward to it. To find someone so irresistible you can't even pull carpet together without getting sidetracked? Dawson chuckled. Yeah, what about you? You got 3 great kids. What's your distraction? I was stunned. I thought you knew. Nope. He rested his hands on his chest. I can't do much but sit here. Can't even watch TV with this traumatic brain injury. The movement on the screen is too much for my mind to handle. It lights my brain on fire and makes me crash. I could use a good story, if you've got time. I had nothing but time, it seemed. I considered excuses I could possibly make, but the kids were occupied, and I wasn't about to go anywhere near the carpet pulling. My story's not a happy one. That's okay. They don't all have to be. I wish it was, and that I had what Belle and Luke found too, but marriage doesn't always mean happily ever after. Uh-oh. Now you've gone and got my attention. What'd he do? Interesting that he automatically assumed the problem was a result of Rock's action instead of my own. I lowered my head and then caught Dawson's eyes. When had I ever spoken to a man who gave me such undivided attention before? Something about the way Dawson looked at me made me feel like he was really looking at me, seeing me, caring about me. I felt seen in a way I never had before. I knew I should stop. I shouldn't tell him anything more. I thought about how I hadn't wanted to talk to Tyra about my situation, but Dawson was disarming, and opening up to a stranger was something easier than to someone I knew. He stopped loving me. I didn't mean to blurt it like that, but really that was the cause of our problems. If Rock had cared, if he'd loved me, he would have treated me better. He would have tried. He wouldn't have cheated. He wouldn't have let everything break. Again, the hope that had flickered earlier shimmered inside of me. Someday I hoped I could find a love like Luke and Belle had. Someday. I wasn't excessively keen on dating again anytime soon, especially not using apps and risking being catfished like I heard happened, where men gave one impression of their profile only to be something completely different in person. No, I wasn't ready to go there yet. Dawson's hand appeared on my wrist. The touch seared through my long-sleeve shirt, into my bones, and up my bloodstream. He leaned forward and planted his gray eyes on me again, with such directness. "His loss," he said. The statement wasn't flowery. It wasn't empathetic, but the undivided attention he paid me as he delivered the compassionate phrase had more impact than any rant or effrontery he could have supplied. His gray eyes seeping into mine struck me with physical force, and I fought to hide the flurry taking place inside my lungs. I could tell he meant every syllable. "Thank you," I said, still working to recover. "So that's why you're here." He settled into the chair and readjusted the pillow behind his neck. "You're separated." "The divorce is done." I placed a hand on the banister. "It was finalized in February. Belle's my best friend and offered us a sanctuary." "That's decent of her." "It is." "How are the kids taking it?" I shifted. The kids were one reason I'd stayed with Rock so long, but even then, sometimes it was better not to be together. "They're little. I'm not sure they get what's going on. Cody's old enough. I told him some, so he understands, but Paisley and Sophia are clueless, and ignorance is bliss," Dawson said. Below, Sophia laughed and slapped her hands on the step above her. The slapping noise echoed to the vaulted ceiling. "For them, yeah, it is. Paisley does ask about her daddy, and I don't know what to tell her. She doesn't understand." "You just keep being the mom she needs. She'll be all right." Again, he said this with pure sincerity. I clasped his gaze, wishing I could hold it forever, wishing I could have kindness like his on a steady diet. "I talked to your boy earlier," Dawson said, pushing to his feet with his hands on the armrests. He paused. His eyes closed. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine. Moving too fast makes the world spin. It'll settle here in a minute." "Do you deal with dizziness often? Is it like vertigo?" "I had vertigo at first," he said, eyes still closed as he spoke. "I could hardly roll over in bed because it would make my head feel like my eyes were rolling around in their sockets and threw me completely. Had some physical therapy to help me deal with that. The dizziness is different." "Different how?" I didn't realize there were varying levels. "This one's in my head. It's not necessarily about my balance as much as it is tied to my movement. If I move from sitting to standing, my brain has to readjust, and it doesn't do that quite as well as it used to." "I can't even imagine," I said. "Dizziness every time you have to move? Can you handle the stairs okay?" "I show them who's boss every now and then." He winked. "I'm headed down to check on Paige and Cody." "And your little sunshine down there." "Her too. Want some help?" "You offering to hold my hand?" The corner of his mouth quirked, and his voice took on a lilt. The corner of my mouth ticked upward. I was not flirting. "Only if you need me to." "You know, I made it up these stairs just fine on my own, but going down might be a challenge. A hand like yours might be just what I need." He was so full of it. I worked to tamp down my smile. "Be serious." "Always am." My smile widened. "I doubt that." Gingerly, he took a few steps away from the armchair. I didn't move. He may have been all talk, but from his careful movements and hesitant body language, I could tell my offer wasn't that far out of left field. The man needed a cane or something. I slipped my arm through his. "Here." Close proximity to his body had a thwarting effect on my insides. I held my ground, though. He did not make my thoughts wander to places they shouldn't. I was helping him. Nothing more. He squeezed against my grip and met my gaze. "It's not pulling carpet, but I'll take it." I shook my head. If he'd been fully operational, I would have shoved him. But as it was, I shuffled alongside him. Dawson hooked me to a stop before we reached the steps. "I'm good from here," he said. "You sure?" "Positive. It'll just take me a little longer to get down, unless I take a leaf out of her book." He gestured to Sophia, who had turned her chubby legs to go down first as she made the remainder of her way down on her belly. "That's not a bad idea, other than I'd have a heck of a time getting back up off the floor once I made it down." I laughed and decided to leave him to it. "Hey, Bex," he said, pulling my attention back. I paused and glanced up to where he stood on the top 2 steps. "See you down there." With a smile, I took the stairs at my usual speed and heard him mutter, "Show off," which only succeeded at prying another smile from my lips as I bent to pluck Sophia from the floor and headed outside to find where Paisley and Cody had ended up. Chapter 8. I helped with dinner the best I could, tossing the cucumbers and red peppers I'd chopped into the bowl of romaine lettuce. Despite the mess, buckets of paint beneath the bar and the cardboard box of tools next to it, the cases of tile and discarded boxes that held laminate flooring, Belle made meals a priority. "That salad is beautiful," Paisley said, pushing a stool close to where I worked and climbing onto it. "It is, isn't it? Let's take it to the table." "If you can find room," Belle said, setting down a platter of pork chops beside a bowl of mashed potatoes and the gravy in its boat. Table settings made things all the sparser. "I think I'll be buying a new dining table next," Belle said, humming at the lack of space. "This table is just fine," Luke argued, gesturing to the small round furnishing. It was too small for the space. I figured it was just a placeholder until Belle got something that fit a little better, and it sounded like I was right. "You need your table at your house," Belle argued. "What's the point of that?" Luke said. "I eat here all the time anyway, unless you don't like my table." He quirked a brow in challenge. "It's well crafted," Belle said. "You know I love that you made it. I just want something a little bigger. We can't all fit around it." "That's what the bar is for." "I don't want part of us sitting at the bar," she argued. Luke put a hand on his waist. "Bex, tell this woman the table fits the space perfectly." Belle glanced at me, her expression pleading and almost comical. I couldn't deny the truth. A bigger table would be nice. "It is a little small," I said. She lifted a hand in my direction as if to say, "See?" "Traitor," Luke said. Belle placed her hands on the table's rounded edge and then sat. "I have nothing against your table. In fact, it can probably fit nicely in several other areas in this house, but I'm getting something that we can all sit at. After that, I'm not buying any more furniture until we get the repairs done." "That doesn't make any sense," Luke said, sitting too. "Why not? You need other pieces." She concentrated on the potatoes. "We're fine." I wasn't sure where Dawson was. Luke said he was sleeping, so we started dinner. I called the kids to the table and placed Sophia in her high chair. Once we'd all eaten, the kids and I helped clear the table. "You have quite a few things on your to-do list around here," Luke said, continuing the discussion as he dipped his hands into the sink to wash the pan Belle had cooked the pork chops in. "They'll take a while. If you're going to wait until everything is done to buy any more furniture, it'll be years before those kids have a decent bed to sleep on." "They're okay," I interjected, feeling the same awkwardness I always did when it came to the fact that we were trespassing on my best friend's living conditions without paying rent or contributing much at all. "Not to mention Miss Rebecca here," Luke said. He'd taken to calling me by my full name, something people hadn't done since, well, ever. Hazards of not growing up around me, I guess. "I'm okay," I said, brooking no argument. "Furniture moves easily when you've got me around. It's okay to get some more now. And if memory serves, you like shopping with me." He winked and Belle's cheeks turned pink. "A man who likes to shop," I said. "You're a rare sight." "Yes, ma'am." Belle smiled at him with adoration. The fact that she didn't argue anymore showed she gave him the win. "We'll get started on that room," Luke said. "But you and I have a date. What do you say?" "You mean we're getting beds?" Cody said excitedly. He and Paisley had returned to the table to enjoy a round of cookies and milk. "Beds?" Paisley added. Then the two of them joined together in a chant of, "Beds! Beds! Beds!" Belle turned in their direction as if to answer, but my stomach squirmed. The kids hadn't been here during our previous conversation about this. I hurried to make myself clear. "You don't have to get them anything. It's enough that you're letting us stay here." "They won't be keeping the beds," Belle said. "Luke is right. You've been here for a while now. They really do need somewhere to sleep. And I've been meaning to update the furniture anyway. Bedrooms need beds, no matter who's going to sleep in them." "Speaking of beds," Luke said, draining the sink and wiping his hands on a dish towel hanging on the stove door. "I'm beat. Time to call it a night. You walking me out or what?" Belle closed a cupboard door, and I sighed, hating my situation. It wasn't that I was ungrateful for Belle offering me so much help, but I wished I had the money to pitch in and help in return. But the court fees had eaten me alive. I'd started working at the Mercantile, but it was only part-time and didn't provide much. "Did I miss dinner?" Dawson appeared at the end of the hall, one hand braced against the wall for balance. The smallest remorse phased through me. I wondered if the kids' chanting had been what had woken him. If he was upset by it, he didn't show as much. "We saved you a plate," I said. "Still dizzy?" "Still dizzy." He hobbled to the table. "Some days are worse than others, and it tends to come and go." Dawson's appearance gave an entirely new definition of bedhead. His wet, brown hair looked windblown and carefree. He wore a t-shirt with a logo I didn't recognize, a pair of jogging pants, and bare feet. "You hungry?" "Starving." He sank carefully into the seat and held himself cautiously, as though slight movements caused the dizziness to worsen. I rose to the fridge and retrieved the plate, reheating it in the microwave before placing it before him on the table. Cody and Paisley were looking toward the front door, or particularly the view through the front glass window on the door. "Why are they always doing that?" Cody asked, his nose wrinkled in disgust. "Doing what?" Dawson asked. He glanced toward the door as well, where Luke and Belle made no secret of their goodbying. "You mean sparkin'?" Dawson grinned. Cody's face scrunched. "I thought it was kissing." Dawson took a bite. "In some places, they call that sparkin'." "Whatever they call it, it's gross." I laughed at my son's candor. "People do that when they love each other," I explained, though I might have to talk to Belle about making sure they were a little more discreet around the kids. Granted, they probably had no idea we could all see them making out on the porch. But still. "You and Dad never did that," Cody said. My eyes flashed to Dawson, and I hoped he didn't read the shame in my expression. True enough, I couldn't remember the last time Rock had kissed me just because. He'd never shown much affection to me at all after we'd married, let alone in front of the kids. It had almost been like I was a nuisance, which made the memory of him cheating on me all the worse. "Sure they did," Dawson said to him, cool as anything. "It's just moms and dads try to do it in secret. Luke and Belle don't have kids, so they don't really think about that yet." "They have us," Cody said. "True." Dawson took a bite and moaned at the flavor. The pork chops had been delicious and tender in ways that particular cut of meat sometimes wasn't. I'd have to ask Belle for the recipe. Paisley scrunched her nose in thought for a moment, and then turned her cherubic cheeks to me. "I love you, Mommy. Can I have a kiss?" Dawson choked on a laugh and reached to cover his mouth with a napkin. Of course, I leaned in to kiss her cheek, and she beamed. "What about me?" Cody asked. "Can't forget you." I strolled around the table and bent to place a kiss on my boy's cheek, too. "Don't forget Sophia," Cody said. "Never. This baby needs all the kisses." I moseyed between Sophia and Dawson and laid several smooches on her scrumptious cheeks, to which she laughed, filling the room with delightful sound and pleasure that the other kids echoed. "And Dawson!" Paisley shouted. "Dawson's turn!" I stiffened. The light-hearted mood instantly pulled as tight as a rubber band about to snap. "Oh, My gaze drifted to grapple with Dawson's. The embarrassment I expected wasn't there. Instead, his eyes twinkled. He held my gaze for only seconds, but it seemed a lot longer than that before he pulled away and peered at Paisley. "You think your mama should give me a kiss?" The kids' shouts overwhelmed my protest. "Yeah!" they chimed. Paisley raised her hands and Sophia copied, placing her little palms on her head. I was out of my element. My mind was completely blank. I wished I could think of something witty, a funny comeback to say to get myself out of this predicament. "Go ahead," Dawson said, lifting his fork to his lips. "I don't bite." "You just did," Cody said with a laugh, pointing to the barely touched pork chop on his plate. Dawson grinned and pushed his plate away from him. "Well, I won't bite you anyway. Lay one on me." He tapped the apple of his cheek and smirked. My heart started pounding. Dawson was beyond gorgeous. Since I was now officially divorced, there were no legal barriers in place. Besides, it was just a peck on the cheek, wasn't it? I could walk away from this, laugh it off and let it go. But the kids wouldn't understand, and frankly, Dawson didn't seem to mind. He acted like it was all a laugh. Mustering my courage, I wove in close and bent near his side. He smelled so good, freshly showered with his hair still damp. I inhaled the piney smell of his soap and took in the softness of the growth along his jaw. He glanced at me and raised a single brow, tilted his cheek in my direction. I moved in, breathing him in. And then, just as I placed my lips on his cheek, he turned his head and offered his lips instead. I didn't have a second to think before our mouths collided. The abruptness of it startled me so hard I staggered backward. Dawson grinned a gotcha grin. The kids laughed and clapped. Face stinging with mortification, I made for the kitchen, tripping on the leg of one of the table's mismatched chairs. I needed distance, something to do, a task or distraction to help me act as unaffected as I wanted to be. But seriously, what was that? The flirt? It was harmless, wasn't it? I couldn't figure out why the kiss bothered me so much, but it did. I just got divorced. What was he doing kissing me in front of my kids? I liked it. Darn him. I liked that he'd wanted a real kiss instead of a peck on the cheek. I liked the flame in his eyes when they'd met mine. But it hadn't been a real kiss. It'd been a joke. I hadn't had many interactions with Dawson Holden, yet something told me everything was a trick to him. My divorce, his accident, women offering to do perfectly normal things like help him go down the stairs. He probably saw opportunities to flirt in every situation he was in, and he probably took every single one. I kept my back to him, squeezing my eyes shut and wishing I'd gone farther. I needed some space. Except I couldn't leave him with the kids. That wouldn't have been right or fair. "Let's watch TV," Cody said to his sister. "Yeah! Come on, Soph," Cody said. The telltale sounds of moving Sophia's tray so he could pull the little one from her high chair sounded, and from the quietening of their exclamations I knew they'd relocated to the living room. Dawson's voice traipsed to me a few seconds after they were gone. "Miss Rebecca?" I kept my back to him. Maybe if I remained quiet, he'd go away. But no. He kept coming until he darkened the space beside the bar, and I was trapped. "Hey, you okay in here?" He rested his hands on the counter. Undoubtedly, like the wall earlier, it was serving as his crutch, keeping him upright. "What was that?" I couldn't mask the breathless snap in my voice. "A kiss?" I rolled my eyes. I know what it was, but what were you thinking? He stepped in, staying near the counter. I was thinking I'd take advantage of a good opportunity. I faced him, keeping my arms folded. That was obvious. I thought it would be fun, but I can tell it really bothered you, and for that, I'm sorry. I just got divorced. I know that. I also know your husband didn't treat you so right, and I thought maybe you might like a taste of what it's like to be wanted. He wanted me. He barely knew me. It took me longer than it should have to answer. I know what it's like. Do you? He shuffled a few more steps, this time broaching the nothing between us. A risk indeed, unless he hoped I'd brace him if he fell, which I probably would. I moved closer so it wouldn't be so hard for him, and my stomach was in knots at the gentle insinuation in his tone. Our eyes met, and moonlight and mischief danced in his. When was the last time he ever gazed into your eyes like you were the most beautiful creature he'd ever seen? That would be never. When was the last time he did anything to make you feel special and important? Another unknown. I shuddered with emotion, taking a few moments before I replied. Even if I don't have an answer for you, that doesn't mean it's your job to fill in the gaps. Maybe not, Dawson said. I shook my head. He couldn't be saying what I thought he was. I was a 26-year-old single mom. I was washed up, no good, unwantable. Why would a handsome cowboy like him, who was laid back and had an easy way with people, and an undoubtedly easy way with women, want anything to do with me? You're a pretty woman, Miss Rebecca. I just wanted you to know I thought so. He placed a hand on my elbow. I wasn't sure if it was because he wanted to or needed the help standing. Either way, I didn't move away. What's the point? My voice was practically a whisper. Even if what you say is true, once you heal, you'll be long gone. And I'm not looking for anything either. Dawson had implied a desire to return to the circuit. I wasn't sure my heart could handle another break so soon after I'd started gathering its pieces from the bottoms of Rock's boots. His fingers were gentle against my jawline. The touch was startling, so gentle and yet persuasive. It affected my system as surely as if he'd shocked me. It wasn't a proposal, he said with a maddening smirk. It was a kiss. I wish I could see it like that. Maybe that was why it bothered me. I was starting to like Dawson. He was attractive, dang it, and I couldn't treat anything that happened between us like it was nothing, because it wasn't nothing to me, like he seemed to be saying it was for him. You had no business doing what you did, embarrassing me in front of my kids. They already don't understand what's going on with their dad. If they tell him I'm here kissing another man, why shouldn't they? Maybe that would serve him right. I'm not going to kiss you just to get back at my ex-husband. Might be fun. Awareness trailed through me. He was standing so close. The heat of his body hummed. He could easily shift his hand from its place on my elbow to instead rest on my waist, to lure me closer. I wasn't sure I would have fought him if he'd tried kissing me again, legitimately, deeply, which was why I was glad he didn't. I got caught in the moment, he said, lowering his hand and stepping back. Your kids are awesome, and I was just playing along with them. I didn't know it would bother you so much. I'm sorry, Miss Rebecca. Embarrassingly, I had to take several breaths before I could reply. Thank you. I'm truly sorry. I was only trying to flirt with you and let you know I think you're beautiful. Will you please forgive me and join us again? Laughter echoed the question. Cody and Paisley had returned from the living room and were running around the table. Sophia wasn't far behind, though she was far less stable. I was sure my cheeks were splotched with redness. You go first. I'll be there in a second. So you won't hold it against me? I read the earnestness in his eyes. He was contrite. He was inquisitive. I couldn't let it go just like that, could I? I'm not making any promises, I said, as though my mouth had a mind of its own, It quirked. What if I said you had a nice body? Would you hold it against me? Dawson! Heat flared anew through me as I caught the double meaning. The bare-faced tease. Luke had mentioned something like this, but I wasn't fully prepared for it. He laughed and edged away, backing toward the opening between the cupboards and the bar that led to the dining table. He was unabashed, and that was the problem. I'd never seen him around other women, but I got the idea he would have kissed just about anyone if the occasion called for it. I liked him. But I didn't want a flyboy heartbreaker who would cozy up with the first woman within arm's length, regardless of his feelings for her. If I ever considered dating again, I wanted a man I could rely on. Though I didn't know his age, I suspected Dawson was a few years younger than I was, too, which wasn't a sin by any right, but still felt weird. I already felt like damaged goods, like an outdated version of myself and who I used to be. I didn't need to go adding an age gap like that into the mix. What was I saying? There was no mix. I was so not ready to start anything with anyone, no matter how attractive or flirtatious he was, or how good his lips had felt against mine during a stolen kiss. Chapter 9. The tink-tink sound of Belle's chisel echoed in the upstairs master bathroom. My chisel mimicked as I chipped away at the bubblegum pink tile swallowing the bottom half of the wall. Pepto-Bismol tiles I can understand, Belle said, moving her feet as the tile gave way and crashed to the exposed floor. Despite their distractions, she and Luke had ripped out the carpet that was in here a week before, so there was nothing but wood. But a matching pink toilet? She gestured to the fixture I currently straddled as, chisel set aside, I worked to pry off the towel rod above it. Your grandma must have really loved pink, I said. She did, Belle said before another tile clinked to the floor. I'm surprised your grandpa went for it. More tinking noises were followed by another tiny crash of tile. I don't think he cared as long as she was happy. That's true love, I said. When your man lets you do atrocious things to the bathroom you share. Luke would never go for it, Belle said, assuming he ever asks me to marry him. I couldn't get the towel rod to budge. I rose to my feet and rammed against it. That did the trick. The rod released a cracking noise and gave in, allowing me to pry it free. Has he given you any reason why he hasn't yet? I asked, stepping away from the pink toilet. A few more tiles clinked to the ground, and Belle stilled, chisel in hand. He said he doesn't want me to feel rushed, but I don't. I've never felt so sure about anyone as I am with him. Even with Eli, there were times when I wondered if I was doing the right thing, marrying my high school sweetheart. Plus, Eli's mom hated me, so I wasn't sure about that. Yeah, in-laws make a big difference. Luckily, I'd gotten along okay with Rock's parents, up until the divorce anyway. I chucked the towel rod onto the discard pile and made for the second rack by the tub, which was also pink. But with Luke, I have no doubts whatsoever. There was nothing keeping me from wanting to be hitched to that man for the rest of my life. Have you told him that? Not in so many words, but he knows I love him. We first said I love you last Christmas. That was when he told me he wanted to give me plenty of time. Time is the last thing I want right now. I want to marry him. Maybe you should propose, I suggested, taking in the amount of space she'd cleared in the short time we'd been at this. Really, once all the bubble gum was gone and we got fresh drywall paint and fixtures in here? This bathroom was going to look amazing. Belle shook her head. Not when he doesn't seem to want it as much as I do. Maybe he doesn't want to get married at all. Has he said that? I searched beneath the towel rack and found where to direct my screwdriver. No, he's talked about getting married, but he's always doing #someday, you know? Like he's not really all that serious, like he's waiting for something. Maybe he wants to help you fix up the house first. You've made a lot of progress already. And they had. Am I interrupting? My hands paused on the towel rod. I was ridiculously aware of Dawson's presence filling the bathroom door. He had one hand on either side of the door frame and examined our progress. I'd done my best to keep my distance from him since the kiss last week. Anytime he entered a room, I left it. I couldn't do that now, though, not when I was busy helping Belle. His presence was all the more reason I couldn't stay. The day after the impromptu kiss, I checked with the apartments in Burley again. Still no openings. I considered taking Kyle up on his offer to stay, the one he'd made when I first moved out, but the reasoning still applied. His family was already packed wall to wall in their small house. I needed a new start, new house, new life. I couldn't stay here with this flighty, good-for-nothing cowboy. For some reason, I hadn't wanted to talk to Belle about it. She would talk to Luke and make Dawson leave rather than forcing me out, and that wouldn't work either. Which meant I couldn't leave the bathroom like I would in any other circumstance. "Pepto-Bismol bathroom?" he said. "No wonder you're gutting it." I paused my wrenching of the towel rod, waiting for my pulse to stop stuttering and get back to normal. "Hey, Dawson," Belle said. "How are you feeling today?" "Just fine. About the same. Wish I could be of more help," he said. Wasn't that why he was here? To see if he could gradually grow stronger by offering his assistance in a safe environment? "Maybe you could be," Belle said. "Come on in and join us in here." She offered him the chisel she'd been using. "Can't do much heavy lifting, but I can do this." He took her offer and entered. Saying she had to get something, Belle slipped out, leaving the two of us to it. All at once, the bathroom shrunk in size. I swallowed, telling my throat to get a grip, and kept my attention on the stubborn towel rod. If I were to leave, now would be the time. But I stayed where I was. Dawson remained near the door. He picked up where Belle had left off and began tapping away at the tile near the light switch, which acted as a cover, exposing the wiring within. "You're still not talking to me?" he asked, keeping his attention on the wall. I took a bracing breath. "What do you want me to say?" "Hi, Dawson," might be a start. I pressed my lips together. "I am sorry," he said in the silence. "If I'd known it would bother you this much, I wouldn't have done it." "It's not that." "What is it, then?" I wasn't sure how to explain my misgivings to him without coming across as completely jaded. Maybe I was jaded. "It's too soon," I finally said. "Says who?" I peered at him. "We're practically strangers. You have plans, I have plans. We can't be anything more than friends. Got it?" "If that means you'll stop acting like I have some kind of disease, then yes." That was fair. I had been avoiding him like he was a leper. "Can you really blame me?" He angled his head. "Concussion's all I got, darlin', and that ain't contagious." He continued tinkering away at the tiles on the wall. Another chunk fell to the floor. "What is the extent of your injuries?" I asked. "They said something about cracked ribs, too. Or are you mostly dealing with your concussion now?" "Mostly just my head now. I always knew brain injuries were a job hazard, but so many simple things I used to do without a sweat now wear me out fast." "Like what?" He pried at a tile and loosened it. "At first, just walking outside made my brain flare and sent me needing rest. Lifting anything heavier than my shoes is a setback for sure. But I'm getting by. The fact that I'm able to stand this much is saying something." I couldn't imagine anything so taxing, but it made sense. The brain was the body's command center. If it went down, everything went down. "How much longer will you have to deal with that?" I asked. 6 months to a year, or so they tell me. It's already been 6 months. Any day now, I'll be back to my old self and heading back out to the circuit. I was surprised he still wanted to compete after an experience like this. But I supposed this was what he loved. Why else would he allow broncs to threaten whiplash, or worse? Belle returned and stepped back into the bathroom, cocooning Dawson to the other side, closer to me. My temperature climbed. "What are your plans for these pink tiles, Belle?" he asked, gesturing to the fragments scattered on the floor. "Don't tell me you're getting rid of such outdated finery." Belle laughed, With a garbage can in hand, she began discarding some of the items we'd removed. Pieces of molding, tiles, scattered wallpaper. "It's getting tossed." "That's good, then. That garbage of yours has a stomachache," Dawson said, eyeing a piece of pink tile before tossing it down. "It could use some Pepto." "It'll get plenty," Belle said. "Your baby sleeping?" He sidled in closer to me and kept chipping the tiles sideways rather than moving closer to the floor as I would have done. Then again, considering the way he'd angled his body to talk to me before, he probably couldn't crane his neck the way Belle and I could. I didn't want to be as aware of him as I was, but his proximity ignited a slow burn at multiple points in my belly. Too late, I realized. I hadn't answered him, not until he glanced at me, setting the air between us on fire. I tore my gaze away, returning it to the second rack I still hadn't gotten off the wall. "Yeah," I finally said. Soph usually takes a pretty good nap in the afternoon. Did he think about me? About the kiss he captured? Why was it suddenly the only thing I could concentrate on? "I saw Paisley and Kyle out in the barn with Luke earlier." "They love the animals," I said. "Luke is amazing with letting them tag along," Belle added. "No better place to grow up than on a farm," Dawson said. This piqued my curiosity. I peered back at him. "Did you grow up on a farm?" "Not like this." Placing a hand on the small of my back, he stepped around me to keep chiseling in a straight line toward the shower. "It's stuck," I said, regarding the towel rod, though in reality I was distracted by his touch, by the sight of his hands and forearms. What was it about a man's forearms, especially when he was good at whatever he was doing? "Looks like you might need some help." His voice drop-kicked my senses, making me shiver and swallow. He smirked as though he knew exactly what his proximity was doing to me. "I'll get it." Belle peered at us from over her shoulder at the same time I slammed my hand against the rod, knocking it loose. "Belle?" Luke called from below. The three of us paused and peered toward the door. "Up here," Belle said, then she added, "It's getting hot in here," and slipped out before I caught a glimpse of the smirk on her face. Sure it was. I was pretty sure she was poking a jab at the intensity I was feeling just being near Dawson. I risked a peek in his direction and found the corner of his mouth turned upward. Gosh, was I that obvious? The man was too gorgeous for his own good. Shaking my head, I followed her out to the landing. Luke made his way up the stairs, holding on to a wide headboard. "You got them," Belle said in happy surprise. "2 beds. Yeah, there's more to it downstairs." "I'm on it." She trundled down. I was suddenly glad Cody was at school. Paisley was watching a show downstairs, and Sophia was napping. I scampered down as well, taking in the pieces Luke had hauled inside. I lifted one of the remaining footboards. "Mattresses are out in my pickup," Luke added as he joined us once more. "Boy, do I love being completely useless." Dawson's grumble was spoken low enough from the landing above that I was sure he hadn't thought any of us would hear. Belle and Luke passed me with the mattress on their way to the stairs. "You're not useless," Belle chided, angling her head to see around the mattress's bulk. "This is pretty heavy," I said, though in all reality, I could have continued carrying it the rest of the way. "You want to get one side?" From the landing above, Dawson rubbed a hand across the back of his neck. I saw how daunting the suggestion must be for him. To anyone else, jaunting down the stairs to grab one end of a footboard would be no big deal, but for someone with a head injury, it was a huge task. "Thoughtful of you, but I can barely get myself up the stairs these days. I'd better let you do it." I didn't know what to say, so I made my way up the stairs behind Belle and Luke. Paisley had caught wind of the movement and inserted herself into the excitement. So far, there wasn't any sound from Sophia's room, but I suspected she'd have a hard time sleeping through this. In the room the kids and I shared, Luke was on one end and Belle on the other, while Paisley danced around them in excitement. I helped as Luke screwed the pieces of the base together. Belle dug sheets from the closet, and soon enough Paisley sat on her brand-new bed. Sophia woke up. I hurried to get her a bottle and some finger foods. Through the window, I could see Dawson sitting on one of the 2 rocking chairs on the porch. After Sophia was fed and cleaned up, I moseyed outside and took the one next to him, suspecting the reason for his melancholy mood. "It won't last forever," I said. "I know, it's just taking a little longer than I thought it would." "So you decided to come to this crazy house?" "As a matter of fact, I did." "You regretting it yet?" "They're not so bad." "Luke and Belle, or my kids?" "It's a toss-up." He returned to his solemn mood, and I decided to leave him to it. The afternoon passed with helping Belle finish plucking off tile in the master bath. I meandered down to the end of the road to meet Cody when he got off the bus, and helped him with his homework. Soon the sun was setting outside, and the kids scurried in to find me swiping through social media on my phone. It was a mindless task that helped me escape for a little bit. I wondered if Dawson was able to enjoy the same inanity. If he wasn't able to watch TV, did that mean he had a hard time looking at screens, period? "It's bedtime, Mama," Paisley said. Cody echoed her. "It's bedtime. Can we sleep on our new beds?" "You want to go to bed?" That was a first. "Yeah, can we?" "We haven't even had dinner yet," I said with a laugh. It was my night to cook, and I hurried to the kitchen to take the verde chicken out of the crock pot, shred the chicken, and chop some tomatoes, avocado, and set out the shredded cheese and sour cream for burritos. After eating and cleaning the dishes, the kids were chomping at the bit. "I love my bed too," Dawson said, bemused by their antics. "In fact, I think I'll head there myself." I was glad to see him smile, though. A hint of the sadness he'd shown earlier still lingered in his eyes. Was he still feeling sorry for himself? Tuck us in, Paisley said. But she didn't make for my hands like she usually did. She went for Dawson's. Chapter 10. Dawson shot a surprised glance in my direction. I hurried to intervene. If he didn't want to tuck her in, he didn't have to. From what I'd seen, I suspected he'd had a discouraging day and probably wasn't in the mood to deal with kids. "Sweetie, Dawson has other things to do." Paisley's bottom lip jutted. "But he wants to read me a story." "I'm sure he would love to, but..." Dawson winked at me and patted her hand, taking it more fully in his. "Course I would. What story are we reading, Miss Paisley?" I gaped at him, completely taken aback. Rock would never, and had never, read a book to Paisley. "You really don't have to." Dawson responded with a glint in his eye. He pushed himself up from the seat, and something strange happened in my chest at the sight of the man holding her hand. Of her taking things nice and slow for him as he made his way up each step to her room. Carefully, I followed. "Popsicle likes to go slow up the stairs, too," I heard her say from my position behind them. "Oh, yeah?" Dawson took the steps 2 feet at a time, pausing at each one. "Who's Popsicle?" "My sister," Paisley said. "Your baby sister?" Dawson glanced behind to where I stood, holding Sophia. "Popsicle is her imaginary friend," Cody explained. He was several steps ahead of them. "She's not real." "She is real," Paisley glowered at her brother. Simmer down," Dawson said. "What does she look like?" "She's pink." Though Paisley referenced the imaginary person named after a summery treat, I'd never thought to ask her questions about her before. I listened intently. "Is she a person or a popsicle?" "She's a popsicle." "Does she have hair?" Dawson paused on the landing before changing directions to go the rest of the way up. Paisley's face scrunched in thought. "Her hair is like beans." I laughed out loud at this one, and I wasn't alone in doing so. Dawson's eyes caught mine. He was as entranced by this little girl's quick imagination as I was. "What color are her eyes?" Cody asked, cottoning on. "Green." "Does she talk?" he asked. "Yes, but Popsicle's mom doesn't talk. Popsicle's mom is sad sometimes." I swallowed, feeling as though the spotlight was shifting to me. Perceptive as ever, Dawson's glance flicked to me. He hurried to keep my little girl rambling. "Does she have arms and legs like you and me?" Dawson asked. "Yes, and she has popsicle shirts. She likes to read books. She has popsicle books and mermaid books and Paisley's books. Her birthday's gonna be here soon." Now that they'd reached the top of the stairs, Paisley didn't stop, but tugged Dawson forward and into her bedroom. "This bed is mine," Paisley said, pointing to the one nearest the door. The sheets were dated, floral, and faded, and something told me they were old and hadn't been on the list of things Belle's family had taken from the house. "And this is mine," Cody said. He sat on top of the patchwork quilt with yellow ties of yarn poking through the quilted fabric on every corner. Wearing his dinosaur pajamas, he hugged the green, rice-filled dinosaur to his chest and soothed a hand over the blanket. "Mighty fine," Dawson said. "What about your baby sister? Where does she sleep?" "Sophia has her own room so she can take naps and we won't wake her up," Paisley said, explaining things in her childlike way. "Sounds like a smart move on her part. You know, Miss Paisley, I like hearing about Popsicle." Paisley examined her doll. "Yeah, she's the mostest girl," Cody snorted, charmed as ever, Dawson said through his smile. "Here we are then. What are we reading tonight?" "Here." Paisley dug in her pile in the corner. She cast aside stuffed animals and toys until she brandished a board book in the air. "The unicorn pink one." "Unicorn pink one? Oh, I see. Unicorn City. Let's see here." "Sit on my bed. Sit here." Paisley pointed to the spot beside her. Dawson sank onto the edge. He closed his eyes, as if waiting for his brain to settle again before opening them. "All right, then. Do you climb into bed for the story? I'm thinking you should be lying down for this." "Lay down," I said gently, stepping in to lift the blanket. Dawson already had the same idea. We both reached at the same time, and our hands brushed. Dawson didn't withdraw. "Pardon me," he said. His fingers took hold of mine for only moments, giving the smallest pressure before releasing them. Come on. He didn't want to be pardoned at all. A shiver swam through me. I was instantly swept under the force of his glance, and the memory of his stolen kiss didn't help matters either. Oblivious, Paisley flopped onto her bed. Dawson had moved away, but she rolled over. "No, Dawson, you're supposed to sit here." She wriggled and patted the edge of her bed, closer to her pillow. He'd situated himself by her feet. "Paisley," I said, "we need to ask nicely." "Please?" she added. "If it's all right with you, I'll stay where I'm at," he said. She nodded and wiggled closer to him instead. In moments, she'd nestled herself onto his lap. Dawson peered first at her and then flashed me the most delectable, triumphant smirk before cracking open the book. "Now then, Unicorn City." He scrutinized the pinkified glitter fest of unicorns, dragons, and pixies all over the pages. Gradually, Dawson's brows lifted, and he peered over the top of the book toward Cody. "Don't tell me this is what you want to read." "I don't like that book," Cody said, shaking his head in disgust. "I read to myself." "I want to hear the story," Paisley said in her impatient way. I raised an eyebrow at her. Manners were still a work in progress. She tended to be bossy at the best of times. "Please?" she said, knowing the look. I gave her a nod of approval and sank onto Cody's bed across from Paisley's. Dawson chuckled and cleared his throat. As he opened his mouth, I interrupted him, suddenly worried about his condition. "This doesn't bother you?" I hadn't thought to ask earlier. "Should it?" "I mean, you can read okay?" "I haven't had a problem with it," he said. "I know some people with concussion struggle to concentrate on something so small, but fortunately this isn't something that's hard for me. I can read, look at a screen, just as long as nothing's moving on it. I haven't watched any TV for 6 months now." 6 months? Not that I watched all that much TV, but that was a difficult feat in our day and age when it seemed like everything was on a screen. "Hey," Paisley said, tapping his hand and kicking her feet. "I'm sorry," he said. "I said I'd read, and I will. Here we go." Dawson began the story about the unicorns in Unicorn City looking for the magic feather that fell from a bird that flew across the sky. The fairies can't find it. The dragons can't find it. Finally, the main unicorn, who refuses to give up, finds the feather and returns it to the bird so the bird can then go to sleep. "That is one persistent unicorn," Dawson said as he closed the book. Paisley yawned. "He's a pink one unicorn." "He is. You sure it's a boy?" "Mm-hmm," she said, snuggling deeper into his shoulder. Stunned, Dawson held her, stroking her hair and meeting my gaze with wonder in his. He had a kind of "is she for real" look in his expression. She was. She'd taken to him, apparently. And she wasn't the only one. The thought descended with a little flutter in my stomach. "Shouldn't you get to bed?" he said to the little girl in a tender tone. "Ready to say your prayers?" I said, taking the book from Dawson and urging Paisley to climb into her covers. Reluctantly, with soothing encouragement from her new favorite cowboy, she obeyed. She crawled to the head of the bed and tucked her feet into the blankets. "I said my prayers already," Cody said, nestled into his bed. I bent forward and placed a kiss on his forehead. "I'm glad to hear it. Good night, Cody." "Night, Mom." Then I turned to see Dawson sticking the blankets beneath Paisley's chin. "You say your prayers laying down?" he asked as she clasped her hands in the air above her. "Mm-hmm." I grimaced. "We'll work on that," I muttered. The truth was I was mostly focused on getting her to stay in her bed lately. If we made it through a prayer, it was a small miracle. I'm sure the good Lord doesn't mind if a 3-year-old prays lying down. I never said he did. Without another word, Paisley began her prayer. "Dear God, thank you for pizza and books and clouds, and thank you for Mommy and Paisley and baby Sophia." "What about me?" Cody said from behind. "And Cody," Paisley added, eyes still squinched tight. "And Belle and Luke and Paisley," she said, saying herself a second time, as she often did. "And please bless Dawson's head, and thank you that Dawson could read me a book. Amen." I wasn't surprised that she'd mentioned Dawson. Paisley tended to rattle off the cutest, most unpredictable things and many things that happened throughout her day. Dawson stood over her, looking down at my little girl with her long golden curls splayed all across her pillow, her smooth cheeks, and her sweet expression. The only word I could use to describe that glance was moved. "That was a mighty good prayer," Dawson said in that same gentle tone as before. He spoke carefully, tenderly, as though he was more affected than he let on. "I'm touched you mentioned me." Paisley didn't respond. She'd already settled into her bed and turned to me. "Night, Mommy." "Good night," I said, leaning in to kiss her forehead. I waited for Dawson to step out before glancing back once more and turning off the light. To my surprise, Dawson waited for me outside their bedroom. "That was sweet of you to read to her," I said, resting against the wall beside him. "You didn't have to." He waved it off. "She's a sweet kid." "She is." We remained in the hall, each of us lost in our own thoughts. I was brought to a halt by the moment that had just taken place, a moment I suspected had had a poignant impact on Dawson, though I wasn't sure why. I waited, hoping he might clue me in. "I can't believe she prayed for me," he admitted, like being prayed for was a foreign concept. The words came out in a gust, almost as though he found himself undeserving somehow. How could that be? "Yes, and she'll probably do it every night from now on until something else new happens." Paisley tended to get fixated on prayer requests for people she liked. After her behavior toward him tonight, it was clear she liked Dawson. "Will she now?" Another pause. "I guess I need all the prayers I can get." I smiled. I was impacted by the moment the two of them had shared as well, though I couldn't put words to how much. To have him take the time to show kindness to a little girl, whom he otherwise had no obligation to, stirred something inside of me. "Then I'll pray for you too," I said. Dawson quietened all the more. His face turned troubled and brooding. "I'm not the praying kind. or I'd return the offer. I didn't know what to say to that. The statement accompanied me the rest of the evening and rambled around my head like a horse circling a corral. What was really going on with Dawson Holden? Chapter 11. I shouldn't work on an empty stomach. Every time a customer came into the mercantile and ordered a scoop or two of the ice cream that was made from a locally owned creamery, it was all I could do not to dish one for moi. Straightening products on the shelf wasn't any better. Geraldine Perry kept this place stocked with your typical basics: bread, milk, cereal, but she also had many specialty foods as well. The soup mixes were calling my name. I'd be getting off in an hour. I could grab some lunch then, or one of the bags of chips hanging on the shelf's corner. Stop it. Near the back of the store, mouth-watering candies and high-end goodies were displayed on beautiful shelves, and these really caught my eye. The kids would love it if I brought home one of these jars of brightly colored gumdrops. Stay focused, I told myself, sliding my hands into the pockets of my work apron. You're here to make money, not spend it. The bell over the door tinkled, and Belle's Aunt Sarah and her daughter Allie came in. I'd met Sarah a few times and had once spent an afternoon with Allie while she'd been at Hank Toby's farmhouse during a Christmas dinner I'd been invited to during high school, but I hadn't had much interaction with either woman before or since. Still, I knew them by name. Here came my friendly customer service skills. "Hi, Sarah. Hi, Allie. Good to see you both today," I said, smiling. "Hi there, Bex," Sarah said kindly. She took in my apron and the name tag, which was probably how she knew what to call me. "I didn't know you were working here." "I am," I said. "I just started a few weeks ago." "That's wonderful. This store sure has been open a long time." "Yeah," Allie said, folding her arms and looking around. She looked completely put together in a stylish shirt, high-end jeans, and a sparkly bracelet glinting from her wrist. Her dark hair was curled to perfection down her shoulders. "Wish Geraldine would tell me her secret to that." I wasn't entirely sure what she was talking about. "You own a store?" I asked. "In Burley," Allie said. "It's a boutique store. We sell trendy clothes, dresses, shoes, and accessories. You want cute purses? You'll find them at the Flora and Fauna. It's hard to keep a little store like that going, though. We have to keep prices so much higher than I'd like, and people just don't want to pay that much, you know?" "I can imagine," I said, not wanting to explore the notion of cute purses or trendy anything. Buying new clothes right now didn't make sense. "I'm sure if you wanted to, Geraldine would be more than happy to talk about her business with you." Geraldine Perry and her husband Jim were some of the nicest people I'd ever met, which was probably why they were the perfect employers for me right now. When I'd come into the mercantile and asked about a job, Geraldine had said they didn't really need any additional help. However, she'd probed a little deeper into my reasons I hadn't wanted to give, and had ended up discovering that she had a part-time opening after all. I knew she'd been kind to Belle and had acted as a surrogate mother to her during her rearing, and something told me she would do that for just about anyone who needed her to. If Allie Vreeland needed someone to talk to about keeping her little store open, she couldn't find anyone better. "I'll think about it," Allie said, giving me a nod, which was probably code for, "I'm not interested." Sarah smiled and nodded her head. Allie had gotten distracted by the aprons hanging near a pair of T-shirts with the silhouette of the state of Idaho on them and the words, "Homegrown." That was that. I decided to leave them to their shopping, though I did invite them to let me know if they needed anything. Noticing a spray of crumbs on the floor beneath the bread shelf, I headed to the back for the broom and dustpan. My steps slowed as I took in Sarah and Allie's conversation on the way back. "Living out at the farmhouse with Belle," Sarah said. "She is? How come?" "She and her husband recently divorced," Sarah said, sifting through the soup mixes. Her voice was soft, but it still carried toward the back of the store, where I waited behind the set of swinging doors separating the floor from the back room. "That sucks. So she had to move in with Belle? She couldn't find her own place?" "She's not the only one living out there," Sarah said, moseying down the aisle to rifle through packages of individually wrapped crackers. "I heard that farmhand that Belle's been dating brought his brother to live there, too." That's sus. 2 single women on the property. Now 2 single men. Wonder what's going on up there. Allie said this final part with an air that she knew exactly what was going on with 2 single women and 2 single men at the farmhouse. Her tongue touched her upper lip, and she gave her mom a racy smile. To her credit, Sarah didn't feed the gossip. As far as I know, Luke's brother is injured. Belle took a leaf out of Grandpa's book. Grandpa took in every stray he could. Allie said, again with derision. Had she not approved of Hank's generosity? Belle had mentioned that Allie was the jealous type, that her family had taken the furniture and things from Hank's house after he'd passed away. Sarah had taken many valuable, sentimental things, not for Allie to keep and remember her grandparents by, but to sell in her store. Although I wouldn't be surprised if anything was going on with her and Dawson Holden. I shouldn't be saying this. Sarah inched closer to Allie, her voice growing quieter. I considered torn between stepping out to stop their gossip and hearing what she had to say about him. He was on the circuit, you know. He was a part of the international rodeos, but he toured the southern U.S. too, and word is that he got around with the ladies, if you know what I mean. This shouldn't have any sway over me whatsoever. What did I care what Dawson had or hadn't done before his accident? He didn't deserve to have these rumors spread about him either, and to be honest, I was a little sad to find Belle's aunt was the one behind this one. We all had our faults and moments of weakness, I supposed. I pushed through the swinging doors, whistling as I did so, and trying to act as though I hadn't heard a thing. Sarah and Allie flicked their glances at me. I gave them a smile and took my broom to the corner beneath the bread, sweeping and bending to gather the crumbs with my dustpan. Friday afternoon, when I got off work, Luke and Belle were working on the master bathroom. It was a little too crowded in there, what with all the captured glances and stolen pinches and kisses. The pink tiles were all scraped away and hauled out. They were installing beadboard wainscoting and would be painting, too, before installing a new pedestal sink and toilet. It was just as well. I had heaps of laundry to fold. You wouldn't think 3 miniature humans could get this many clothes dirty, but the pile was taking over the corner of my room in a monumental way. I sat on the floor in front of Paisley's bed, folding dinosaur pajamas while Sophia played with Paisley's pony dolls when Cody's footsteps hammered up the stairs and he appeared in the doorway, breathless. "Mom, did you know Dawson is a bronc rider?" His excitement was contagious. He pushed his glasses up onto his nose. "I did. I heard he's pretty good, too." I had never seen him ride, but the fortitude it must take for these cowboys to hold on to a bucking mad animal attempting to throw them off was nothing to scoff at. With one hand, no less. 8 seconds doesn't seem like much, but I was sure on the back of a spectacularly rearing horse, it must feel like an eternity. Dawson had grit, that was for sure. Slower footsteps followed. Cody peered behind him and gave me another grin just as Dawson appeared behind him. "Mom says you're good at riding broncs," Cody said, bringing him into our conversation. "Used to be," Dawson said. "I wouldn't say I am now." "Can you teach me?" Cody asked. "Luke is showing me how to saddle a horse, and I figured out how to ride even without a saddle." "You have?" I said, surprised. "Since when?" "Since now," he said. "I go out there every day, and Luke showed me a trick. Walnut is really calm, too. He's my horse now. Belle said she doesn't mind sharing." "I haven't met the horses here yet," Dawson said before I could get a word in about him claiming Belle's horse as his own. Yeah, that wasn't happening. "Come on," Cody said excitedly. "I'll take you to them." "So long as it's okay with your mom." "Can we, Mom? Please, can I take Dawson to see the horses? See?" He gestured to the piles of clothes on the floor around me. "I got my room cleaned, and my bed is made, too. Please?" I suppose the room had been relatively clean before I settled in with my task. His blanket did cover the mattress, at least. It wasn't straight, but I knew it was the best job he could do. Paisley pushed her way beneath Dawson's arm, which was propped against the door jamb, and into the room. "I want to come," she said. "I'll get my shoes." "Go on, then," I said, unable to help my smile. I shooed them toward the door, yet again amazed at Dawson's patience with them both. "What about you?" Dawson asked, extending a hand in my direction. You come too? Me? Oh, I glanced around at the tiny mountains my kids' clothes made on the floor. There was still one more clothes basket to get through, and then I had the joyful task of setting clothes into each of their baskets in place of dresser drawers. Yeah, Cody said. Come on, Mom. This could be finished later, I supposed. I set the shirt down and stood, leaving the piles and shoveling Sophia into my arms. It was April, and though the sun was out, it wasn't warm enough to go without sweaters, so I stopped to snatch one for Sophia and myself, giving reminders for the other two of my offspring to adorn themselves as well. Cody brushed me off, but Paisley kicked over her shirt pile as she reached for her sweater off her bed. Once we made it downstairs, I traipsed out with Paisley flittering ahead and Sophia laughing happily to be back in the brisk spring sunshine. God knew I'd need a ray of sunshine in her. I wasn't sure there was ever a time when Sophia wasn't laughing. She was just a happy baby. Though Dawson kept his steps gradual, Cody towed him through the yard, past the chickens in their coop, past Belle and Luke's pickups parked in front of the separate garage, and to the barn. The scent of horses, feed, and recently cleaned stalls swept through, greeting us as we approached the horses. The first was a paint horse, and he lifted his head in our direction. This one is called Grady, Cody said, reaching up to pat the horse. Luke said he's old and is a grandpa horse. He looks good and sturdy, Dawson said, rubbing Grady's nose and receiving an obligatory sniff in return. Dawson turned and caught me looking at him. I was struck by how comfortable he seemed to be in this setting, with his wide-brimmed hat and jeans and his comfortable, easy way around the horses. Dawson was a cowboy through and through. I wonder what it'd been like to see him in action during one of his rodeos. Would he ever be able to ride again once he recovered? He was briefly caught by me as well, as we stood in this moment that made me wonder what he was thinking as he watched me the way I looked at him. My stomach coiled. Heat rose in my cheeks. I was torn between wishing we were alone to being glad the kids were there to keep me from possibly making a bad decision, because I suddenly wanted to feel his lips on mine again, when it wasn't playful or for show. Did he think about that kiss as much as I did? Did he want a replay, too? Chapter 12. Cody tapped Dawson's arm and attempted to lure him in the direction he wanted to go. And here, come and see. Come on, Dawson. I'm coming, Dawson said good-naturedly, pulling his gaze away from me. I simmered in the aftermath of the moment. That connection between us kept happening, and I wasn't sure what to make of it. Cody prattled on about the duties Luke had helped him with. He's got you mucking out stalls? Dawson said. Yes. Cody puffed out his chest as he stood before the line of rakes and pitchforks hanging on the wall near the tack. It's good for you. Put some hair on your chest. Cody wrinkled his nose. Ew, gross. Dawson laughed. I just meant it's a manly thing to do, out here working with horses and cleaning up after 'em, caring for 'em. I'm glad Luke's letting you tag along. Yeah, me too, 'cause my dad never did. The statement created an unexpected tension that sliced right through the playful tint that had been there before. Dawson shot a glance at me before turning his attention back to Cody. You know, dads get busy sometimes, he said. He's always busy, even when we go visit, except when he takes us to the arcade. You like arcades? Yeah, there's this game where you see how many ducks you can knock down. Paisley really likes it too, but I'm the best. I knock down the most ducks. I like the duck game, Paisley added, lifting her little arms in excitement. Popsicle likes it too. Sounds like a fun thing to do, I said, chuckling at the mention of her imaginary friend. The trip to the arcade had taken place during their first visit with their dad, which had turned out much better than the most recent one. Hey, Cody, Paisley said, taking her brother's hand. Let's go see the chickens. But I'm looking at horses with Dawson. I want to see the chickens, Paisley whined. You go on now, Dawson said kindly to her. I'd like a little more time getting to know Grady here. Except his eyes clamped on mine and sent a flurry of flames in my low belly. Grady was nothing more than a scapegoat. I couldn't say I minded. Though there were a dozen reasons I shouldn't, I found myself eager for more time with the handsome cowboy, too. "Okay, come on, Paige." Cody took her hand and the two of them ran out the front of the barn and back out into the sunshine. Dawson watched them go and then shook his head in bemusement. "I can't figure it out," I told him once we were alone. "What?" "Are you naturally this patient, or is it just your injury that's making you slow down?" Rock would never have taken the time to look at anything with Cody, and he'd certainly never put his phone down long enough to hear anything the kids had to say. "Both?" He lifted the latch on the stall and opened the door, speaking in soft tones to the horse as he approached. He placed a hand on Grady's neck and began to stroke. "I just can't figure out why you're being so nice to them," I said. "Who, Cody? He's a great kid." "You're either really polite or naturally good with kids." "Don't know about polite, though my mom raised me right in that regard." I grimaced, thinking of Rock's mom. Diane had done her best with him and his brother and sister, but all three of them had walked all over her. She was a soft-spoken woman who wasn't up to the challenge of raising someone so strong-willed. Dawson stroked Grady's neck, keeping his attention on the horse. "Like I said, he's a great kid. Makes it easy to like. He's easy to talk to." "He is. He's always been that way." We stood together in the shaded barn. The conversation lulled. A mound of clothes waited for me to finish folding them, and I suppose now that we'd seen the horses, the thing to do would be to go in and do so. But I wanted to prolong things a little longer. "Have you seen much of the barnyard yet?" I asked. Dawson peered toward the open barn doors where buckets of sunlight spilled onto stray pieces of hay. "Can't say I have. Looks like a nice stretch of yard, though." I bit my lip and went for it. "Would you like a tour?" Dawson hesitated. "What?" He exited Grady's stall, latching the door behind him, and leaned against it. "I'd love nothing more than to go strolling with you on this fine spring day. But I'm not up to much walking as of yet. The physical therapist told me I should get exercising, but it seems every time I try it only makes things worse." He grinned, as if in apology. Sounded to me like he just needed someone with him, someone to help him if it came to that. "What if we take it nice and slow? We won't go too far, and as soon as you start to feel lightheaded or dizzy, I'll help you back to the house." His eyes turned deep and perceptive. I wondered what he saw when he looked at me like that. "Deal." I hadn't noticed how carefully he held himself as he'd walked with Cody, but now his stilted motions were obvious. "How's this?" I asked, sliding my arm through his as we made our way to the circular gravel drive that was a kind of center point for the farm. Belle's farmhouse was on one side, the barn a ways down, and more animal pens across, so the wide drive led you to any particular point you might want to see. "Stabilizing," he said, tugging me closer than he probably needed to. We stepped out onto the gravel drive to where an adjoined corral was positioned off the side of the barn. Dawson stared out at the corral, at Sweetie, who Luke had allowed to roam. Luke waved to us from the other side of the corral. "Honestly, I might need to start thinking about other employment options. I don't know that I'll be able to ride again. Ever." "Someday you will." He shook his head. "I don't know. Not with the way simple walking makes everything spin." He gripped my arm tighter against his side, as if emphasizing the point that he needed something to lean on while doing something like walking. "I can't walk for long, lift anything, handle bright lights, or drive in the dark." "You'll heal," I said, keeping his turtle pace. "This won't last forever, even though it seems like it will at the moment." 6 months to a year, he said, repeating what he'd told me earlier. He paused and tilted heavily in my direction. He closed his eyes as though his head were spinning. I gave him a moment, waiting for it to pass until he opened them again. "It's been 6 months. Looks like my brain's leaning in the year direction." "Look at all you've been able to do." I wanted to help him ward off the cloud of gloom I sensed settling over him. It was easy to slip into sorry-for-yourself syndrome when dealing with something as heavy, debilitating, and hard as he was. I know it's not the same, but I fight a similar battle daily. I hoped you read the reference to my divorce and that I wouldn't have to specify what I meant. Divorce wasn't just hard. It was dismemberment and living death. It was suffocating to realize the person who was supposed to love and care and keep his vows to you had been secretly breaking them. But I didn't want to go into that. Thankfully, Dawson read between the lines. How do you get through? My kids help. They give me something to focus on and find joy in. If I didn't have them... We stopped to watch the two of them laughing at the cluster of chickens squabbling inside their enclosure. Sophia clapped her hands in response and laughed. I knew she'd probably give anything to join her big siblings, but she wasn't that stable yet. I'm sure glad you have them, but I don't have anyone. And even if I did, I know how dangerous it is to base your happiness on another person. Maybe it's why I've avoided anything serious with any one woman up to this point. Maybe I wanted to be happy for me. You can't rely on anyone else for that. I thought about what I'd overheard Allie mention in the mercantile the day before. Had Dawson slept around while riding the circuit? If he had, why should I care? I did care, though, and the thought stung. That was between him and God, I supposed. When he talked about not being able to rely on anyone, that was the one being a person could rely on. Unless it's God, I said. I'm not saying I base all my happiness on my kids, but they do help. It's God who gets me through. You can always count on him. I'll have to take your word for that. I looked at his face beneath the brim of his hat. You don't believe in God? Sure I do. He's a nice thought. Together we meandered toward the line of apple trees that weren't yet in bloom. He's more than a nice thought. He's not just a distant presence floating out there in the universe. He's there, watching over us. Overhead, the sky's blue was streaked with wispy white clouds. God had been my comfort through every hard thing I'd gone through, but especially my divorce. In my darkest moments, he'd been there to offer desperately needed light. Like he watched while a bull kicked me in the head. The mood between us shifted perceptibly. Dawson's tone swung to something bitter and taut. How could I help him understand? God may not have prevented Dawson from being hurt, but that didn't mean he didn't love him and hadn't helped him since. He lets bad things happen sometimes. Dawson stopped near the apple trees and looked at me from beneath his cowboy hat. I appreciate where you're going with this, but don't. Please, I'm out to enjoy some sun. I'm not sure I'm here for a theological debate. Fair enough, I said. I'm sorry. Though I couldn't help wondering what had happened to make him so bitter. Was it only the accident that he blamed God for? Was that why he'd been so touched by Paisley's prayer? Don't be, he sniffed. I'm the one who should be sorry. I know you're just trying to help. I am. He smiled at me. I like that, Bex. Talking to you is real nice. I just need a different subject, okay? All right, then. My thoughts raked through possible conversation topics. Diaper rash, drawing on freshly painted walls, and Cody slipping out his swear word at school yesterday probably isn't what you have in mind. I supposed I could talk to him about scooping ice cream for customers at the mercantile, or the fact that I still hadn't found out who'd purchased the land where the town wanted animal days to take place. Dawson laughed a hearty sound that revived the tension that had filled my chest. You should know better than to draw on Miss Belle's walls, Miss Rebecca. Of course he would take it there. I never said it was me. Oh, I see right through your act. Belle and Luke might buy you playing it off on one of the kids, but I see your wiles. I bet you do. Just don't go drawing my name with hearts all around it. That'll give you away for sure. I snapped my fingers. Caught. That's exactly what I'd do if I ever drew on the wall. It took several moments for our laughter to die down when Luke came marching toward us. What's he up to? I wondered aloud. Maybe he's coming to chew you out, Dawson said, leaning in conspiratorially and shading me with the brim of his hat. The heat from his body coursed through me, making my breath catch, especially as he lowered his voice and his breath stroked my cheek. He saw you carve Bex plus Dawson forever under Belle's new dining room table. I sniggered, and Luke approached. Sophia reached for the cowboy, and Luke took her in his arms. "There you are," he said as the baby beamed at him. His cheeks were flushed with his 5 o'clock shadow. "Were we supposed to be somewhere else?" Luke ignored his brother. "I'm glad I found you two alone. I want your help." "Is everything okay?" I asked. Dawson shifted. "I need to sit down if this is going to take a while. Which, knowing you, it will." "Sure," Luke said, not reacting to his brother's remark. He passed Sophia back to me and glanced toward the house as if he expected a bomb he had just laid to explode. Cody and Paisley had settled themselves on the porch steps, and Pumpkin, the latest stray cat that had recently shown up and been claimed by my kids, wove between the two of them, meowing and begging to be petted. "Let's go over here," Luke said. "I just need to keep an eye on the house and make sure Belle doesn't come out and overhear." "Uh-oh, keeping secrets. Unhealthy way to start a relationship." "I want to ask Belle to marry me," Luke said, ignoring his brother and leading the way to the picnic table situated in a cleared area across from the house. A fire pit nearby was overgrown with tall grass surrounding it, but the seat provided a view of the mountains to the west, a cluster of Quakies to the south, bordered by some rusted, antique farm equipment staged purely for decoration. With one leg over the picnic table's attached bench, I squealed. The brothers shushed me, and I covered my mouth with my hands as I sat the rest of the way down. "And I'd like your help." Chapter 13. I could hardly contain my excitement. "Yay! It's about time!" "You got it, bruh," Dawson said, giving Luke a grin. "What can we do?" Positioned on my lap, Sophia patted the wooden picnic table. "That's what I wanted to talk to you about," Luke said. He rested his forearms on the table and leaned across it, conspiratorially. "I love that girl, and I want the proposal I make to share our lives together to really show her that." How sweet was this? I'd always liked Luke, but my approval rating was rapidly climbing the charts. "You could build her something," Dawson suggested. "I thought about that," Luke said, "but I don't know what." He'd already crafted a matching rocking chair for her for Christmas last year to coordinate with the one he'd built for her grandpa. The two chairs currently kept one another company on the porch. "She loves horseback riding," I said. "Maybe take her for a ride and propose in the trees by that stream she loves?" "That's a good suggestion, but her last fiancé proposed to her like that." "Stiff competition," Dawson said. Luke's eyes slid to his brother. "Not funny." Dawson raised his hands. "I didn't mean it like that, although now that you mention it, that is heartless of me to say." "I know you too well to think otherwise," Luke said. "The point is, this is her second proposal." "You want to outshine the other guy?" "I want to do it right." "She loves you so much, I bet you could go up and ask her right now, and she'd say yes," Dawson said. "Don't you dare," I said, bumping my fist against Dawson's arm to silence him. Belle had wanted the moment she told Luke "I love you" to be perfect. This would be no different. She's been dying for this moment with him. Luke is right. It's got to be memorable. "What do you suggest?" Luke paused and then asked. "Hey, how did Rock propose to you?" A small scoff escaped. That was a memory I didn't really want to relive. "Not romantically, I'll give you that much. Rock isn't role model material, especially not with something like this." Dawson eyed me. I could tell he wanted more info, but he wasn't going to get it. I needed to deflect. Stat. We'd been working on Belle's master bath. The master bedroom would have to be next. "What about fixing up the room you two will share in the house?" I suggested. "We'll all try to keep her from it until you finish. Her bedroom right now is too small for the both of you. Make it special for her. Blindfold her, and we'll lead her there. She won't know you're there on your knee with a ring until the blindfold comes off. That house means everything to her." "That's great," Luke said, the light from the idea dimming all too soon. "What about her dad?" "What about him?" I couldn't see what a man living in California had to do with fixing up a bedroom in their house. "Do you think I need to call him and ask for her hand? I'd ask Hank, but he's not around." She doesn't have much to do with her dad, I said. So I'd say you're good on that score. He gave up that right a long time ago. Luke grinned, and the love-struck look in his eyes was so endearing. He was clearly crazy about her. He slapped his hand against the table, making Sophia startle and laugh. You two will help me, right? Paint the room, update fixtures, tear down wallpaper, all that? Dawson and I exchanged another grin. You bet, Dawson said. When are you thinking of doing this? Just as soon as I can. I don't want to wait any longer. You'll have to be sneaky while she and I are occupied working in other places in the house. We can handle that, Dawson said. Though, I can handle the heavier things, I assured him, placing a hand on his arm and withdrawing from the aftershock of the feel of his skin beneath my fingertips. You can be there to help as we go. Dawson nodded, though I could tell he was bothered to not be able to do more. I've been trying to give her time, Luke said, but she's the one, you know? I want her name with mine. I want kids like yours, Bex. I want all of it with her. And I think she's healed enough now that I can do it. I was touched. How thoughtful he was to give her that time after losing her first fiancé so tragically. That was love, something I wasn't sure I'd ever have. She's lucky to have you, I said. Luke stood, freeing his legs from beneath the picnic table. I'll keep you posted, but for now, let's work on keeping her busy fixing up other areas of the house while you two slip in and get started on it. I can hardly walk around the yard, Dawson said, but I'll do what I can. Me too, I said, rising and joining the Holden brothers on the table's opposite side. Luke pulled me into a hug and placed his hand on his brother's shoulder before thanking us and stalking back toward the house. Cody and Paisley scampered around as Belle emerged from the front door and down the porch steps to meet him. Still holding Sophia, I took a step in their direction when Dawson asked a question that held me in place. How did Rock propose to you? I stared at the baby goats in their pen across from the llamas, seeing but not really seeing them. He didn't. Still seated at the picnic table, Dawson gestured an invitation for me to join him. What does that mean? You two were married? You're saying you asked him? That might be a better scenario than what actually happened. Then what did? You can tell me. Everything inside of me squeezed tight. Might as well get the truth out. I rested my knee on the bench and set Sophia on it, bouncing her a few times. I don't think Rock would have asked me at all if circumstances hadn't forced us to it. I was stupid and reckless and let him take things too far on prom night. I got caught up in the moment. A teenage girl who thought I was in love and knew what I wanted. Shame filled me at the admission. How differently might my life have gone if I hadn't given in that night? I wouldn't have Cody then, though, and I loved my boy. I wouldn't trade him for anything. You were pregnant. So your parents forced you? Rock wanted me to abort the baby, but I wouldn't, and he was decent enough at least to try and take care of the mess he made. Dawson rested his fist on the table between us. His tone grew more irritated the more he spoke. You were more than a mess. And that boy in there is no mistake. If anything, I'd say he's a gift. I gaped at him, completely bewildered by his fervency. How could he feel this strongly about it when he hardly knew Cody or me? But he did. From the fire in his gaze and the way the side of his jaw leapt, he wasn't making this up. He meant what he said. Thank you, I said, tears stinging my eyes. Dawson leaned forward and wiped it for me. Did that clot ever do a decent thing for you in your life? Silence followed. I tried to think of anything I might legitimately say in answer to that question. He gave me flowers once on my birthday. Dawson snorted. Well, hot dog and ding-dong. What? They were pretty. Flowers? Once? How long were you married? My throat tightened. 8 years. He shifted. What's your full name? Your name before he ruined it. I couldn't speak for a second. Rebecca Wakefield. He lightly pounded his fist against the table. Sophia watched him with interest. "That's it, then. I'm glad you left him." "Dawson," he pointed at me. "I'm serious. Your life isn't over, Rebecca Wakefield. You deserve roses. You deserve remodeled bedrooms and blindfolds. I've half a mind to knock out that ex of yours if I ever saw him. He doesn't know what he let go of. Those kids. You. He's an idiot." Something soft and lucid had been set free in my chest, and I couldn't seem to be able to contain it. Dawson's words were a gate that led to a possibility, a gate I thought had been closed to me before now. I hadn't thought anyone would want me after this. I hadn't thought I would want anyone to want me. But now a future with someone, a relationship like he described, with a man who valued and appreciated me, began to glimmer. "We should head back to the house and scope out that room," I said. Belle had a few ideas of what she wanted to have happen to it that she broke down for me earlier. "We can start with tearing the Western-style border her grandpa has up along the ceiling and the wainscoting. That way, we can paint it the colors she had picked out. She's just been so busy with the bathroom that she hasn't had time to do that yet." "I can handle a wallpaper border," he said, stroking Sophia's cheek with his finger. When we stood, he slid his arm through mine. "Sounds like it should be pretty simple." I was feeling a little unsteady myself after our conversation. My entire right side warmed being so close to him. I disregarded it and began trekking toward the porch. Pumpkin meowed at our approach and pranced toward us, getting right under our feet. Dawson grumbled at the cat, and she darted off again just as quickly as she'd come. "I think it will be simple, too," I said. "They already got the carpet pulled up out of that room, so if we repaint and replace the baseboards with something a little more fitting of the new country style Belle is going for, we should be good to go." "You think she'll say yes?" "Are you kidding? Belle keeps wondering why Luke hasn't proposed yet. He'd better act soon, or she'll be asking him." "Then that means we'd better act soon, too." My steps slowed as a new idea brewed. "I'm taking the kids to their dad's tonight. Maybe I'll tell Luke he needs to take Belle out on a date this weekend so we can get started." Dawson's arm clamped mine to the side, pulling me to a stop. His eyes smoldered. "I see what you're up to." Being hit like a dart to a bullseye would have had less impact than that look. "What?" "Getting the kids out of the house, getting Luke and Belle gone too." He tilted forward and lowered his voice. "If you wanted me alone, you could have just said so." Movement was suddenly impossible. He was right. He and I would be alone. So completely, so very alone. The idea made my anticipation stir more than I would ever admit. "We're just fixing things up," I said, slightly breathlessly. "Nothing's going to happen." His eyes flicked to my mouth. "If you say so," he said. Chapter 14. Home alone all weekend with Dawson. No big deal whatsoever. I was absolutely not a package of nerves and shortcut wires with sparks flashing off both ends the entire drive to Rock's house. The whole time I hugged Cody, Paisley, and Sophia goodbye, my stomach did not loop with worms and butterflies simultaneously. Driving back to the farmhouse? Impossible to do in a coherent state of mind. Luke had invited Belle to an impromptu weekend away in Salt Lake City to see a play and do some browsing at the more plentiful stores and shopping areas there. He gave Dawson and me explicit instructions that we were to have the room ready for the bed she didn't know he'd purchased, and other items she'd vocally dreamed of but didn't know he'd also bought, like chairs for the seating area near the window, ready to be set up by the time he got back. "Can't make any promises, but we'll get as much done as we can," I assured him. "Think you can get the TV mounted?" Luke had asked his brother, his smile indicating he was joking. "We'll see," Dawson had said. "It'll be fine," I'd said. "Go have fun. Take her out on the town. We'll handle things here." "Do you have a ring yet?" Dawson had asked. Luke had patted his pocket as though it was in there, and then thought better of it. "I've had one picked out since Christmas." "You know she probably thinks you're taking her out to propose, right?" I'd said as he'd lifted her suitcase into his pickup. This had stunned him. "Is she?" Belle had mentioned as much to me when she told me about their surprise trip. "Seems like a romantic thing to do," Dawson had said. "If you've got the ring, you could pop the question while you're down there, then have the room all set up when the two of you get back." Luke had shaken his head. "I like this idea more. It'll be better to do it when she's least expecting it. Can't give her everything she wants. Not yet, anyway." "Yeah, where's the excitement in that?" Dawson had added, and the two brothers clapped one another on the back. The memory faded as my van followed the curve in the road. I was greeted by the stunning hillside, the cattle grazing in its wake. After a few more minutes, I took the turn leading to the one-way drive that eventually led to the farmhouse. The closer I got, the more anxious I grew. I was going to be alone with Dawson Holden, alone in a big, beautiful farmhouse that we were sneakily fixing up together, which meant we'd be in the same space for as much time as we could be while we were doing that whole alone thing. In the same room, same space with a man I was maddeningly attracted to. I was out of my mind. "It's not too late to call the whole thing off," I said to myself as I pulled into the barnyard driveway. Using a tractor and grader, Luke had smoothed some of the wider ruts created when winter had thawed, and the drive had become a muddy death trap. It was much easier to maneuver on without the trek across the ruts. I had to back out. I couldn't do this. Luke will understand. I can't be here. We can't. I thought of the way Dawson had teasingly kissed me during dinner. He'd done it as more of a flirtatious show than anything else. That much I knew, to get a reaction out of both the kids and me. But what would happen now that we had no audience? "It's fine, Bex," I said to myself as I shifted into park beside Old Blue. "Get a grip. It's just Dawson. He's not interested in you. You're a washed-up, has-been single mom, and you should be focusing on other things, not handsome cowboys." Ugh, what was I even gnawing at that for? "Get a grip," I told myself again. But I couldn't manage to extract myself from the vehicle. Going in meant this was really happening. I was divorced now. What did it matter if I dated someone else? Rock had long since moved on. Shouldn't I do the same? Could I do the same? The strangeness of the situation began to compound. What an emotional roller coaster this all was. 6 months ago, I'd never dreamed of finding someone else. 6 months ago, my life had been falling apart, and I'd been desperately trying to grasp the remnants of it. Hurt, angry, betrayed. I'd never considered I could have a second chance. "You still can't," I told myself, attempting to add a pinch of sanity to the fantasies that kept trying to take over. Who said anything about dating Dawson? That's not what tonight is. You're just fixing up a room. That's it. So suck it up and get in the house. Total mom voice. I chided myself for that one too, because it brought forward another reality. I was a mom. I had 3 children with another man. In what universe would anyone want me? Especially a good-looking man with no previous attachments whatsoever. The sky was the limit for someone like Dawson Holden. He was handsome, funny, flirty, charming. He was smart and personable, easy to talk to, kind. He could venture out and find any number of girls, fresh, young, unspoiled girls, that he could have a clean start with. And he had done so if the rumors I'd overheard about him at the Mercantile were true. Oddly enough, that thought gave me the gumption I needed to move, to open the car door and make my way up the porch steps and face whatever this weekend would bring. We were just 2 friends fixing up Belle's room. That was it. The house was too quiet. When I walked in, Dawson was waiting near the stairs. My heart gave a little flip at the sight of him. He was rakish, with his hair slightly mussed as though he'd been resting before I got here, which he probably had been. I knew exerting himself much at all in any way took a toll, as his brain still wasn't healed enough to handle regular movements like a fully healthy person's could. That was additionally comforting. Sure, we'd be here alone for the next 48 hours, but he couldn't handle the same physical movement I could. That meant he'd have to rest repeatedly the way he had after our walk. "You were waiting for me?" I asked, setting my purse on the floor as I slipped out of my shoes. "No, I was just making sure the banister didn't fall over in your absence." I suppressed a laugh. "How'd it go dropping off the kids?" "Torture. Fine. We stared at one another for a few more seconds while the room grew gradually smaller. I had to move before I went mad. Let me dart back for a few things and we can get started. He cleared his throat. You got it. I'll just get a head start on these stairs. I hurried to the back room, telling my nerves to get a grip on themselves. It should be easy enough to get that wallpaper off. I grabbed 2 scrapers and the stepladder and paused at the sight of the paint cans. Belle had chosen a continuous theme of minimalist neutral grays and barely there shades. She wanted a coordinating gray in the main areas, and a more pronounced, yet still unintrusive, gray for the bedrooms. Gotta get the border off first. I mumbled as if the paint cans needed an explanation for why I wasn't bringing them up yet. I hauled my few items up the stairs and down the hall. Dawson had a hand resting on the wall outside of Belle's room for support as he went, and shifted his entire torso to peer back at me where anyone else would have simply turned their necks. Got what you need? Yep, I said, peering through the rungs of the stepladder I held. Let's see what we're dealing with. He opened the door and waited for me to go first. I headed for the windows to pull back the blinds and allow the late afternoon light in. Sunshine took the opening and spread itself in as much of the empty room as it could reach, highlighting the wood floor. You ever been in here before? Dawson's eyes swept the space. Not really, other than in passing, I said, and in coming through to work on the master bath. I knew this was where the room he was talking about was, though. Decent space, he said, if a bit dated. He gestured to the wooden chair railing and the leafy border lining the wall directly above it. He would be painting that chair railing white as soon as we moved the border off. I crossed to the wall to the right of the bathroom. Yeah, this is the wall Luke wants the TV mounted on. You know, if we have time, I bet we could do that for them, too. It'll be directly across from the bed. I cringed slightly, not sure why it felt suddenly awkward talking about beds. We'd mentioned them before when he'd helped me tuck in the kids. The bed? Get a grip. Dawson strode to the wall near the light switch. Looks like we might need to remove this to get the border off. Did you bring... Got it here. I made my way to him with a screwdriver in hand. Dawson took it from me and removed the screws one at a time. I offered a hand, ridiculously aware of everything about him. The motions he used while twisting the tool, the rope-like shape of his forearms, the careful concentration on his features, the way his fingertips felt against my palm. I closed my fist over the screws. I'll just set these on the windowsill. I felt Dawson's eyes on me the entire trek to the 3-paned hexagonal window, and as I set the light switch plate and screws there. When I turned, he glanced away. Should we start here? He asked. Sounds good to me. He began to pick at the edge of the border with his fingernail. A small portion came free but tore quickly, leaving an uneven snatch of white in its place. Something tells me this isn't going to be as easy as it looks. Hang on. I went into the newly renovated bathroom and bent for a rag beneath the sink, wet it with water as hot as I could stand, and returned. It was too bad we didn't have a spray bottle on hand. Try this. The adhesive might be pretty set, but if we work at it, I bet it'll come right off. Dawson dabbed the cloth at the border. That'll take forever, I said. Cover as much of it as you can. He dabbed faster and I laughed. Like this. I took the rag from him and flattened my hand against the wall with the rag beneath. I get it, he said, and then he flattened his hand over mine. The nerves that had been generating all afternoon fired off in all directions. I tried to pull free, but only succeeded in tripping on his foot and having him slip an arm around my waist. What are you doing? I asked. Helping. I gave him a sideways glance. He didn't appear ashamed in the slightest. In fact, he smirked at me as if waiting for me to relent. I gathered my senses, and though I wanted to remain in his arms, I wormed free. Good. I'll let you handle this side while I start over here. That's far away. I ignored this and stalked toward the bathroom. Once alone, I expelled a breath and staggered against the wall, in need of support. This was a bad idea. The man had a compulsive pull to him that somehow drew me closer when I didn't know what was happening. I had to keep my distance. Chapter 15. I retrieved a bucket, filled it with hot water and another rag, and returned. Dawson had already gotten about a foot of the border removed from where he'd started. "Imagine what this place will look like when the repairs and updates are all done," he said, the scraper scratching against the wall. "It's a mighty fine house, and once it's done, it'll be an oasis." "I agree," I said, climbing the stepladder to make for the border along the ceiling. "Although it already feels like a refuge to me. I know I should move out, especially once Luke and Belle get married. They'll need the house to themselves. But a part of me doesn't want to leave a place that has so much charm. They don't make houses like this anymore, that's for sure. Makes me wonder if there are secret passageways behind the bookshelves or something." I laughed at that. I wouldn't be surprised if there were. "You know, if I ever built a house of my own, I'd put in a secret passageway." "Where would it lead?" I asked, arms lifted to press the warm rag against the next portion of the border. With ease, it began to peel away. "My man cave," he said. "Your what?" "Man cave. Need a place for my guns, reloading equipment, hunting gear." "Oh, you hunt?" "Sure do, in the winter when I can't ride. You ever been hunting?" Rock liked to hunt, but I never wanted to go. I don't think I could ever kill an animal on purpose. "Even if it meant feeding your family?" I peered at him. The two of us were slowly making our way around the room, heading in one another's direction. He was making vaster progress than I was, and I would be in his way in minutes. The ceiling inclined slightly toward the center of the room. I was beginning to see a problem. I said, changing the subject and not answering him as I stepped down to move the ladder and wet down my rag. I looked at the ceiling's diagonal slant and held the damp rag in my hand, considering my options. At 5'3", I was lucky to reach the bottom shelf of my kitchen cupboards and often had to use a stool for the upper items. I'd barely been reaching the ceiling border as it was. "Short people problems?" he said, smirking at me. He shifted his complete torso to peer upward. Understatement. This would be bad if I couldn't reach the upper portion of the room. I hadn't thought about this little snag before. What was I going to do? Maybe they have a taller ladder in the basement or something. I bet there's one in the barn. I got it. Dawson gripped the handle of the stepladder, rag in hand, and climbed. "Dawson, are you sure that's a good idea?" "It'll be all right." He braced a hand on the wall, and with his height and longer arms, had no problems whatsoever reaching the ceiling border. Rather than continuing from where he was with the middle border, I stayed close. I couldn't explain why. It wasn't as though the stepladder was all that high off the ground, but I felt this need to be near him in case he needed steadying. "Here," I said, lifting my hand to take the residue of the wallpaper. Mindlessly, Dawson placed the pieces in my hand, working them off until it was entirely cleared. He attempted to step down almost casually, like a person with normal equilibrium would, and then he lost his balance. His hands gripped mine, and he clumsily attempted to make his way the rest of the way down. His foot caught on the stepladder, knocking it into the wall. I thrust myself against his chest, hoping to steady him. A tantalizing woodsy scent of something masculine drifted to me as his hands clamped my shoulders and slumped the both of us against the wall. His body was firm and warm. His arms didn't just hold me. They clung tightly as if he needed me. He needed me. Against my better judgment, I placed my cheek against his chest, hearing his rapid heartbeat thrum, soaking in just how good it felt to be held and inhaling his dizzying scent. "You okay?" I asked. Dawson clung to me, keeping his grip tight around my shoulders, but from his closed eyes and stiff posture, this wasn't a romantic move. Though his body didn't swivel, I sensed the reeling going on in his mind as he waited for the room to settle again. "Dawson?" "I'm going to pay for that for a little while, darling. Give me a moment." Slowly, a blink at a time, his eyes opened, and whatever blurred his sight cleared. The dice in his head stopped rolling. "What can I do? Can I get you some ice?" "Just give me a minute till everything settles." He seemed to regain himself and let his hands slip from my shoulders, but he didn't remove his touch. Instead, he stroked my arms, sliding softly along until his hands made it to mine. Every motion was a delicious sensation, flaring from somewhere deep inside. I'd heard about studies on babies who weren't held when they cried and the effects it had on them later in life. How anyone could ignore a crying baby was beyond me, but that wasn't the point. It was also proven somewhere, and something I'd read, how crucial the sense of touch was to us as human beings in general. There was a statistic of the number of required hugs for ideal thriving and survival. In fact, a friend I'd had in high school went around hugging people just because she claimed everyone needed 4.5 hugs a day. I embraced my kids daily, and that was a beautiful connection I shared with them. I made sure to show them affection every chance I could. They needed to know how much I loved them, how vital they were to me. But this touch, my leaping forward to help keep Dawson from losing his balance, was courteous. His hands landing on my shoulders was a completely normal thing to do. He could have brushed it off, made a joke, righted the ladder, and sauntered to retrieve wherever his rag had fallen to. But he kept my hands in his. With his gray eyes intent on me, with deliberation, he turned our hands and lifted them as he interlocked his fingers through mine. That look and the touch that accompanied it was a symphony, a blend of so many different voices chorusing from different places and yet blending together with just the right timing to create a work of art. I was aware of myself in such a powerful way, aware of him, too, of every pulsing beat of this moment, this unexpected, unwarranted, yet completely essential moment we had fallen into. Rock's rejection had left me wounded. It had left an aching, disconcerting sense of neglect and estrangement. I'd accepted it, as though it was something I deserved. But all at once, that acceptance shook off the dust and suggested the notions were lies rather than absolute truth, like I'd thought. I never thought anyone would want to hold my hand again, I said, the admission a calm addition to the songs spinning between us. I want to. He lifted our joined hands to his mouth. Dawson placed a kiss on the back of my hand. The feel of his mouth tasered awareness down my arm and straight into my chest. It was so overwhelming that I became the one who was dizzy. My eyelashes fluttered and I took a shallow breath. Why? I said. Dawson took a step forward, putting himself even more in my personal space. But the heat of him added to the euphoria and the absolute disbelief and yet willingness to accept wherever this was going, because I wanted it to be as real as it promised to be. His hand released mine and slid to my cheek instead. You caught me when I fell. I lost myself in the intensity of his eyes. He cradled my cheek, staring at me as if my gaze had the same effect on him. There was something else in his expression, however. Something pained and striking. It flashed long enough for me to notice before he released me and turned away. What's wrong? I asked. He spoke to the wall. I fell, Bex. It's been 6 months. 6! I just keep thinking. He exhaled. I know it's stupid. What? You can tell me. I took a step toward him. Are you talking about your injury? He rested a hand on his hip and peered in the window's direction. The curtains had been taken down, so the barnyard was visibly dark in the moonlight outside. He didn't speak, so I went on, treading carefully as though approaching an agitated animal. Do you want to know what the craziest thing about your injury is? To me, anyway. What's that? You look perfectly fine. You don't look as though you're wounded at all. Though I meant it to be comforting, apparently this was the wrong thing to say. He swore and his jaw clenched as though my mention of it allowed the dam blocking his emotions to burst. That's just it. I look normal, but I'm not. I'm a freaking pansy. It takes a fetching long time to get it together whenever something like coming down from a ladder the wrong way happens. I tilt my head in the wrong direction or clobber myself, and then it all comes back with a vengeance. He tightened his fists at his sides. Tension rippled from the line of his shoulders. Did the doctor say there's anything you can do? Rest, he said scornfully. Do you know how hard that is to do? I hadn't ever given it much thought. Most people wish they had that problem. I know. Any other time I would too. At first all I could do was lay there. I couldn't read anything, couldn't handle much sound, no music. TV was out too. All the normal things people do to pass the time were unavailable to me. All I could do was just be. Do you know how awful it is being stuck with nothing but your own thoughts? Give yourself more credit, I said. Oh, believe me, I do. I know I'm a sexy beast. But my life, my thoughts, he hung his head. For weeks, they were all I had. I considered this, being unable to move, resigned to lying in bed because any kind of exertion was impossible, left with a pounding head, dizzy balance, and rolling eyes, being left with the things you want to do but can't, with recollections of regrets and wishes. I've heard solitary confinement is the worst because of that reason, I said, because you're left with nothing but yourself. Exactly. I wasn't solitary. I mean, my mom and Hoss were there, and they sat with me sometimes. Hoss? It's what we call him, Dawson said. Kyler likes the nickname, so it stuck with him. In any case, he had school, Mom had work, and Bryce had his life, and that left me to face mine. We're always harder on ourselves than others are, I said. God is forgiving, Dawson. It's okay for you to be too. He shook his head. The thought that I wouldn't always be like this has kept me going. But moments like this, like making a fool of myself coming down a freaking ladder, just hit me hard. Why? I asked. Because I thought things would heal faster. I thought I'd be back out on the circuit in no time. Now I'm just starting to realize. He shook his head and clamped his mouth shut. You're young, I said. Your life isn't over yet, and from what it sounds like to me, you're blessed to be alive at all. He pinned his gaze to mine. You're right. I am. After an exhale, he added, I'm not confined to a bed and only have myself for company anymore. That's saying something. It is, I said with encouragement, bringing my hand to his. His fingers accepted my outreach. They clamped around mine, and the touch seared through to my chest. I know you want to be healed faster, but it's okay to take your time. Maybe there's something you need to learn from this experience, and as far as rodeo goes, I'm sure that's hard to let go of. But you have your whole life ahead of you. That's such a gift, Dawson. You have the chance to explore other options, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. You think so? Of course. I'm sure in a few years you'll be well enough to try riding again. I know how much you love horses. The tension seeped from his body as his shoulders relaxed. He released an exhale and then offered a hand, opening his body to me. I took the invitation and settled myself in the cocoon of his arms. Dawson held me, resting his cheek against my hair. Thank you for being so strong, he said, still holding me. I pulled back. I don't know about that. He stroked my cheek. I can see strength in your eyes every time I look at you. I don't mind you giving me advice on adjusting to unexpected changes, because I know you're dealing with your own bucking bronc. You got thrown too, but you're giving this everything you've got. I was speechless. Truth and admiration glittered in his eyes, and then he lowered his gaze to my mouth. My anticipation heightened. My body went rigid. Was he going to kiss me? Was I going to let him? Moments passed and Dawson lowered his hand. I think I'm going to call it a night. Mind if we pick up in here tomorrow where we left off? I don't mind. I was still too stunned by the thought of kissing him to think clearly. He knuckled my chin. Good night, Miss Rebecca, he said, and then he stalked to the hall and out of sight. Chapter 16. Dawson's words stayed with me the rest of the night. They emerged again the minute I woke the next day like flowers in springtime. The sun shone bright around every one of his compliments, and what was more, they beamed directly through me, warming me in my coldest, most neglected places. He thought I was strong. He cared about me. And if I didn't know any better, he wanted to kiss me as much as I wanted him to. I was eager to join him for breakfast downstairs. I was thrilled over the ease of our conversation as we cleaned the kitchen and then meandered outside to feed and tend the animals. We worked together all afternoon, scraping away wallpaper, and I did what I could to help him feel like he was being useful. I'd like to take you on a date, he said as the afternoon waned. We were gathered together in Belle's master bathroom, washing our hands in the new pedestal sink. I inhaled the floral scent of soap and stepped aside to dry my hands, giving Dawson room to wash his. You do? We can hit up that cafe tonight, or we can drive up Mount Harrison to that lake Luke was telling me about. Lake Cleveland? That's the one. I stared at his fingernails and calloused palms, signs that he'd been able to work with Luke, which was good. That would be amazing, but if we're visiting the lake, we won't get a whole lot done here. I'd love some dinner, though. Want to finish up here and go out to the frontier? The inn? Their cafeteria is amazing. Dinner it is. We finished removing the border, and I took a few minutes to clean up. Dawson had seen me roll out of bed. He'd seen me at my worst. But this was a special occasion, wasn't it? I picked one of my few nice shirts, a navy blue blouse and a cream cardigan, and my best jeans. Fortunately, he was readying himself downstairs, so he didn't notice me venture into the bathroom to fluff my hair and throw on some mascara and lip gloss. He was waiting for me at the base of the stairs, and it was a complete Cinderella entrance. This staircase was ideal for being picked up on dates, especially if it were to go to something like a dance. I wondered if Belle had ever gone to any dances and had the opportunity for an elegant entrance to meet her date by the door. You clean up nice, Dawson said, offering his hand again. So do you. He did, too. He'd put on a clean shirt and jeans and had run some gel into his hair. He'd also run a razor over the growth that had been on his jaw, and the sight of him tripped my heart, taking a few of its beats. I drove because, for one thing, Dawson didn't have a vehicle here, and for two, he had a hard time discerning at night when there were so many lights interrupting the darkness. His brain couldn't yet register the contrast between the two well, and he had to close his eyes often, especially when we got into town. The frontier was situated a block away from Main Street, where the Mercantile and the Elkhorn and other shops were located. Aside from the Elkhorn Cafe, the Frontier Cafeteria was the only restaurant in town. "Hey there," Tesha said when we entered. Tesha Bradshaw owned the inn, and she was often on the premises, volleying back and forth between the inn's front desk and overseeing things with the restaurant. She wore a forest green polo shirt that coordinated with the inn's branding, and her raven hair was pulled back in a ponytail. "Hi, Tesha," I said. "Got any tables?" "I'd say you could have your pick tonight. Want a window seat?" "Sounds amazing," Dawson said. "I'll show you to your seats," Tesha said, leading the way through the mostly empty dining room. Several townsfolk were here, but there were also others I assumed were guests staying at the inn. Bridgewater got a lot of people who brought four-wheelers and side-by-sides to go off-roading in the mountains, and since you couldn't get to said mountains without going through Bridgewater, they often stayed at the frontier. "Perfect," I said by way of thanks, sliding into my chair at the two-seater table and enjoying the scenery outside. On the outskirts of town, as it was, the frontier looked out over a pond that reflected the pinks and purples swirling in the sky. Several birds coasted over, and I wondered if they noticed their reflections in the water below. The two of us ordered our meals. Chicken fried steak for me with corn and mashed potatoes. Dawson ordered a steak and shrimp with a salad. "If I'd planned this a little better, I would have cooked you dinner," Dawson said once the waitress left us to give our orders to the chef. "I had no idea you could cook." "I eat out a lot when I'm on the road, but sometimes it's nice to be able to have a home-cooked meal. I'm not too proud to admit I called my mom and asked her for some suggestions and tips on cooking for myself." "Nothing wrong with asking your mom for help. I'm glad you think so, because my mom is amazing." "Tell me about her," I said, taking a swig of the water the waitress had brought. It was sweet hearing Dawson talk about her like this. I knew the Holden boys were from Burley, but I hadn't ever met their mom. "She's one of the kindest people I know, and would give you the shirt off her back if it wasn't so weird of a thing to do. You hear about people in foreign countries who give people their shoes, though, you know? She's one of those shoe givers. Mom had it rough her whole life. She married my dad and they did pretty well together, but they divorced a few years back, so she had to dust off her unused college degree." "Sounds familiar," I said. Dawson nodded as he brought his cup to his lips. "You have a degree?" "I never went to college," I said. "Having babies so young made that a little hard. But I've had to dredge up whatever skills I have to put together a resume. Didn't have much to add to it, but fortunately my brother helped me out. Hopefully once we moved I'd be able to find something more than part-time. I'd have to. Your brother lives around here? Dawson asked. Yeah, our parents moved to Boise, but my brother and his wife live in Bridgewater. He owns Wakefield Insurance and has let me help him file papers and answer phone calls. That's decent of him. Working with family can turn out to be a nightmare. My brothers Colton and Bryce went into business together, but they got into a tiff over the purchase of some land. Bryce went and bought a corner plot under their company's name, but he didn't consult Colton first, and Colton owns the company. It put bitter feelings between them, which doesn't resonate well when you cross over family lines, especially since it sounds like Bryce wants to build on that land instead of farming it. That doesn't sound good. I'm sorry that caused a rift between them. Then something else he said finally struck me. Our waitress appeared with plates in her hands. I waited to ask about the epiphany I'd had until she set our plates of food in front of us. The teasing smells of steak and chicken taunted my stomach. Wait a minute, I said as soon as she was gone. What corner plot of land? In the middle of unrolling his silverware, Dawson paused. That corner plot right where you're coming into town? You mean the Colesbury lot? The one that was for sale? Your brother is the one who bought that? I'd been calling around trying to find out who owned it, and hadn't made much headway. If we were being honest, I'd forgotten about it as of late, but this was a new lead. Bryce Holden. I hadn't even thought to ask Luke or Dawson about it. Yeah, and it caused quite a bit of hot water for the farm because Colton had already arranged to purchase some more equipment, so it put the farm in the red. I stared at him. The mystery has been solved. What mystery? I laughed. I couldn't help it. I knew the news he shared was so not the laughing kind, but the irony of the situation was comical. I'm on the community board, and we've been trying to find a new location for the spring animal days. It's usually been held on that lot of land, but someone unexpectedly bought it, and whoever it is hasn't been returning anyone's phone calls. Sounds like Bryce, Dawson said, skewering a potato with his fork. Do you think you could ask him for me? The committee has been hounding me and accusing me of not doing enough to get to the bottom of things. We can't seem to find another space where people are willing to allow a bunch of animals in their enclosures to be displayed for the community. Sure, I can ask him. You might have to give me your number so I can pass it along to him, of course. Dawson asking me for my number was kind of adorable. I wasn't about to let him know that. Or you could give me his. I don't know, Bryce doesn't like strange women contacting him out of the blue. I threw a potato wedge at him. It hit his shoulder. Hey, you deserved it. Maybe I did, but Miss Tesh's dining room doesn't. What will she say if she comes out here to a mess? Because you know I'm going to have to defend myself from such an unprecedented attack. Before I finished, a piece of potato hit me on the cheek. Dawson! You started it. Another potato struck. That's it. I plucked off a bite of chicken and flicked it at his face. Dawson ducked, disappearing beneath the tablecloth. Hiding? A sign of cowardice. I never said I was hiding, he said, and then his hands clamped on my knees. Sabotage, I called in the midst of a fit of giggles. How did he know I was as ticklish as a porcupine? I grabbed his hands and attempted to back away from the table, but the carpet made that difficult. He was going to get kicked, and it wouldn't be my fault. I managed to slide my chair back. Dawson crawled out too, and knelt before me, resting as though he hadn't meant to make himself dizzy again. Either that or the rest was a ploy to catch me off guard, because he dove in again. Dawson! I giggled more as his hands made their way to my waist. I don't want to hurt you, but... He emerged from the space he'd cleared as he pushed me away from the table. He slowed, resting his forehead against my knees. Stabilizing, he said by way of explanation. Sometimes I move without thinking. How do I know you're telling the truth? What if this injury of yours is just a ploy, a reason to rest your head in my lap? Darlin', he said, lifting his head to me. His hands went back to my waist. If I wanted to rest my head in your lap, would I really have to give you a made-up story to do it? I stared at him, struck by the moment and our positioning. It was a good thing we were the only ones left in the Frontier's dining room. The other guests had apparently finished their meals and left. What? He asked. I've never been in this position before, I said. What position? He waggled his eyebrows. I rapped his shoulder with my knuckles. This, with a man kneeling before me in any kind of way, it's kind of sweet. That husband of yours, ex-husband, he never knelt at your feet to help you with your shoes or to offer himself as your husband? I'd already told him Rock had never officially proposed to me. He never saw our marriage in that way. When I refused to abort the baby, we met together with our parents, and they said we had to do the right thing. They said we had to get married, and that it wasn't right for him to leave me to raise the baby on my own. At least he had that much decency. But when the decision was made, Rock offered to be my husband with a glare and a shrug. The memory left my chest tight. I'd never think of treating a girl that way, no matter who she was, but I'd never do that to a girl I cared about. Dawson's hair draped in his eyes. I stroked it away from his face. He seemed amazed by my touch. That's what I like about you, I said. You do like me. You thought I didn't? A shrug. It's nice to hear. I continued running my hand through his hair while he knelt across my lap, his forearms resting across the top of my knees. And Dawson watched me as though I was a work of art he was studying, as though I were the only remaining riddle in an escape room he wanted no way out of. I'm kneeling before you now, Miss Rebecca. I may not be proposing marriage to you, but I am proposing you give me a chance. My hand stilled. I know you had your heart broken, but you could give me a chance. I like being around you. My life is going to change. I won't be able to go back to the life I led before, moving from place to place, riding broncs, and holding on for dear life. I can't go back there. That means I'm going to settle down. I'm not saying I want you to settle with me. I'm still healing, and I need to find my permanent place. I know that's too much commitment for either of us right now. But I'm willing to be friends, Bex. You've let me be a part of your kids' lives, and I'd like you to let me into yours, too. I swallowed and read the sincerity in his eyes. I already considered you my friend, Dawson. I also feel like I don't deserve you, like I don't deserve the attention you pay me. I've never had anyone treat me like that before, and I don't really know what to do with it. I'm going to adore the heck out of you because you deserve it, he said, because a knockout like you should have been treated like a queen by the man who was supposed to love you. I'm going to do it until you get used to it, until you see yourself as I do. That's sweet, I said, my breathing unsteady, but that's the kind of thing I don't know how to handle. He knelt up taller so our faces were directly across from each other. His hands rested on the chair's armrest this time, but their proximity to my arms felt more intimate than if he'd been touching me. He provided a cage, an illusion of safety, of being wanted, one I couldn't keep ignoring. Chapter 17. Miss Rebecca, Dawson said, still kneeling before me. My heart caught. I had never admitted as much to him, but I loved that he called me by my full name. It made me feel special. Yes, I don't want our date to end. I was going to ask if you'd like to watch a movie with me tonight, but I can't yet. So how about an audiobook? You listen to audiobooks? Or a podcast? I've got to have something to do while I'm just lying there sometimes. I placed a hand on his shoulder. I'd love that. But we have a room to paint. I've got it all prepped. Are you up for painting? Using my chair's armrests, he pushed himself to his feet. I offered my hands for him to hold while his brain resituated. I think I could handle that, he said. Not too much heavy lifting. And so long as I don't angle my neck in the upward direction, I'll get by. Paint first, then audiobook? I'm in, I said, unable to keep my smile from lifting. Dawson's returned smile was more appealing than I could handle. Tensions strung between us, building higher like flames catching to wood. Good, he said. He rested his hand on the table and offered the other to me. After changing into our grubby clothes once more, we spent the rest of the evening painting. Though the changes were mostly cosmetic, they were an improvement. I noticed Dawson slowing as the time drew on, and I remembered what he'd told me about his energy waning around 8 o'clock at night. Sure enough, it was nearing 9. I gazed at our hard work. With the transformation of the neutral color and lack of border, the room appeared slightly larger than it had before. We still had a little more touch-up work to do, but we could take care of that later. With that new bathroom and this paint job, this room will be perfect, I said. Dawson pulled the pad free from its roller and let it fall into the garbage. Then he soaked the handle in the water bucket on the drip pad, protecting the wood. His head drooped. His motions were decidedly slower. Once towels were wrapped around the brushes I had just cleaned, I approached him. "You sure you're up for anything after this?" I asked, resting a hand on his arm. His shoulders sagged. His head drooped forward. He looked weak and tired. "I might have to withdraw my offer." "Maybe we can do something tomorrow," I said, "before Luke and Belle get back." "What time will that be?" "Sometime in the afternoon, as far as I know. They're heading to something in the morning, and then they'll head back after lunch." "And your kids, you pick them up tomorrow too, don't you?" "They have to be at Rock's until 5. We'll have time for our audiobook date tomorrow. You helped me a lot today. Why don't you get some rest?" He quirked a brow. "You going to tuck me in?" I rested a hand on my waist. "Don't make me bust out my mom voice on you." "I like your mom voice," he said, swooping in to place a kiss on my cheek. He didn't pull back, but kept the bristle of his jaw close to mine. "At least walk me to my door," he whispered. I shivered, powerless to resist the request. Every step we took was charged with anticipation. Dawson's fingers brushed mine, but he was ever the tease, never fully taking hold. He flicked the light on in his room but didn't fully enter. Instead, he remained with me at the threshold. Wordlessly, he dipped his face toward mine. He took his time, as though gauging my acceptance. I questioned the soundness of the decision for only seconds. Kisses had become commonplace afterthoughts in my life. The last time Rock had kissed me, the last 8 years of kisses really, had been inconsequential. So inconsequential I'd forgotten what a purposeful kiss felt like. Something told me Dawson kissed like he meant it. That thought scared me so much I pulled back just as I felt his breath hover over my lips. "I'm scared," I admitted. "Let's take this slow then," he said. A fraction at a time, pulling the seconds like taffy, his hand settled on my waist. The touch reverberated through me, affirming what I needed. This was real. He wasn't pulling back. "How's that?" I nodded, my forehead touching his chest as I inhaled him, deep and long. His scent of woods and stars cemented into my subconscious, and I placed my hand on his chest. "So far, so good." "I'm dizzy on a good day, but the thought of you has my head spinning in a completely different way," he said, his fingers taking my chin and lifting my face toward him. He stroked my jaw, his thumb caressing my lower lip. "I admit, when you suggested Luke and Belle take the weekend so you and I could work together, that got my hopes up." "You weren't sure about me before that?" I said. My heart still pounded too hard, but I let myself touch his arm. "Just been hoping you were as into me as you seemed you might be." I feel like my feelings don't matter. Like I had my chance, and that was it. Like I'm... He brought his head lower, closer to mine. "Whatever you're telling yourself, don't listen. You can't tell me you have any interest in me, Dawson. And I'm here telling you I do." "But how? Why?" I asked again. "I'm going to kiss you now, in case you needed the warning. Are you ready?" I closed my eyes, and though I shook my head, I didn't accomplish it in time before his lips found mine. A tear stung the corner of my eye, and my capacity to do anything else slipped away from me as his arms wound their way around me. His lips found mine with intention and rightness and purpose. It was perfect, too perfect, and I knew I'd never recover from this. I'd never been kissed like this before, with the movement coursing down every inch of my body and lighting up every nerve ending I had. His mouth was gentle but consuming, healing, and yet creating the potential for new injuries I was fairly certain my heart couldn't sustain. And yet, despite that fact, I gave in. I decided to surrender. I opened my mouth against his and took as much of him as I could. Dawson released a noise and braced a hand against the wall as his other hitched me closer. The kisses grew ravenous and rapid, and when his lips left mine, he left me gasping. "Does that answer your question?" I was too shaken up to answer. He was attractive as all get out. That much had been obvious from the minute I'd laid eyes on him in the dark that first night. Sparks had been flying between us in every moment since then. But was that all it was? "Only that you're attracted to me?" The question was breathy. He dipped in for more, but this sultry explorative kiss didn't last as long as the previous one. "You turn heads. Turned mine, anyway. I like being with you. You're easy to talk to. You're an amazing mom, Bex. We could have all bets off this weekend. Live it up and act like nothing else matters. Pretend there's no one but us." He brought his forehead to mine. "I'm lonely. You're lonely. We could take comfort in each other. I could kiss you senseless if you wanted. Take away your worries, at least for a little while." I pictured every delectable thing he described and longed for it. I had no doubt Dawson could carry out every aspect of that. He'd pull me under fast, and I'd relish every heartbreaking moment of it as long as it lasted. But that was the problem. That kind of thinking implied it wouldn't last, and that wasn't going to work for me. He was only talking about this weekend. What would happen once the weekend was over? This as good as confirmed my suspicions and the gossip around town. He'd done this during his rodeo days, too. Lived it up with girls until he moved on to the next town. I didn't want to be just another girl to him. "The last time I let myself indulge like that, I got pregnant and was forced to get married," I said. "I love Cody, but I'm still paying for that mistake. I can't do it again." The burnished flames in his eyes fanned down to embers. He had the decency to look ashamed. "I should have known not to go there," he said. "I can't live like there's no tomorrow. There's always tomorrow, Dawson. And if you take me there, once with you, a weekend with you, isn't going to be enough. Maybe that's more than you wanted to hear right now, but I want tomorrows." "And I don't?" "I don't know. But you can't have that with me. Honestly, you deserve better than me. Kissing you just now made me believe the impossible." "What's so impossible?" "Anything where I'm concerned." That's what I was trying to tell you. What I couldn't figure out how to say. I had my chance and blew it. The best I can hope for now is to be sane and stable enough to give my kids a decent life. No men. Not for me. Not ever again. "I don't think that's all you can hope for," he said. "But I understand." Thank you for an amazing night. And for that kiss. I'm not sure I'll recover anytime soon. I'm happy to jog your memory anytime you want. I smiled and took a step back before giving in to temptation again. Good night, Dawson. Chapter 18. I was in a complete daze the rest of the night. I readied for bed, fighting the stampeding urge to give in and return to Dawson's room. As I sat there in my bed, my pulse still as voracious as it'd been during our kiss, I knew I couldn't settle down anytime soon. I needed something to do, something rather than being alone with my thoughts. Keeping my actions as quiet as possible, I slipped back into Belle's room. I'd hoped the motion of painting would give me something else to focus on, but it turned out it let my thoughts wander even more. This doesn't happen, not in real life anyway. How could I have found someone this amazing so soon? Wasn't a second chance at love a month after your divorce one of those freak things? Except this wasn't a second chance at love. Rock never loved me. Dawson was a second chance at finding the right one. Was he the right one? I sent a heartfelt prayer heavenward. Please, God, can I trust this situation I find myself in? Can I trust Dawson? I hadn't given my Heavenly Father a passing glance while dating Rock. but I had relied heavily on his heavenly power, guidance, and forgiveness all through each of my pregnancies and in raising those 3 beautiful children essentially on my own. I'd prayed harder than I ever had after finding Rock in bed with another woman. There were times when I doubted his hand in my life, when I felt lonelier than a marooned man at sea. But after each speculative moment of doubt, God showed his hand in one way or another. Like when Cody had been climbing up the front of his bookshelf to reach something on top, and the shelf had tipped, the heavy object sitting on the center shelf would have fallen and possibly killed the little boy. Yet it somehow fell without hitting him. Or when Belle had offered us a place to stay at the exact moment we needed it. He'd shown his hand when I'd heard him speak comfort to me during a devastating night when my life was slipping through my fingers, when everything was in shambles and I didn't know what I was going to do or how I was going to get by. The words, "I am with you always," were spoken as clear as day in my mind. I'd never forgotten those words, but more especially the encapsulating assurance I'd felt along with them. I am with you always. Lord, be with me now, I said, pleading for guidance. Using the paint roller's long handle, I managed to reach the ceiling. Once the room was painted and hours had passed, I cleaned up, basking in the sight of the room to appreciate the beauty of a job well done. I slogged my way to the bathroom for a quick shower, missing my kids, thinking of them, of Dawson. My head hit the pillow. My sleep was filled with him. I was in that fluttery state I hadn't known I could experience again, the one where he consumed every direction my thoughts took, the one where I felt like I was a little girl with a crush on the hottest guy in school and had just found out he liked me back. I wasn't sure I'd slept more than 20 minutes when my phone vibrated against the nightstand. The sound jerked me, the way the rumble strips on the freeway did when your car drifted too far to the left. I shook the sleep from my eyes and checked the screen. The picture of my 3 kids shook me completely awake. "Cody?" I mumbled, hurrying to answer. "Is everything okay?" I took a quick peek at the time. It was about 3 in the morning. Why was he calling me at 3 in the morning? "What are you awake now for? Is something wrong with Sophia?" Cody's words were intermingled with garbled tears, making it hard to understand him. "Dad, coming back, waiting up, but he's not back yet and I'm scared." I shook my head. "Your dad left you kids alone there?" "He said we'll be just fine. He said I'm big enough to watch the girls, but he was only supposed to be gone for a few hours. He won't answer his phone. I'm scared, Mom." "It's okay, Cody. You did the right thing by calling me. How are Pace and Soph?" "They're sleeping. It's just me. I don't know where Dad is. He's not answering his phone." "Calm down," I said, doing the best I could to stay calm too, because inside, I was livid. I slipped out of bed and headed for my shoes situated near the door. "I'm putting my shoes on right now, okay? I'm coming to get you." Courts be hanged. If the kids were all alone, I refused to let them stay that way. "Don't hang up, Mom." "I won't," I said, keeping my voice a quiet kind of calm. A soothing, in-control calm, though I felt anything but. "I'm right here. We'll just talk until I get there, okay?" Brightness entered my tone, an attempt to settle and soothe him. "You know, Grady and Sweetie have missed you." "I miss them too," Cody said. "I don't want to come to Dad's anymore. Can we stop?" I slipped into a jacket and grabbed the keys to my van. "Hang on, I'm just heading outside and don't want to wake Dawson up." "I wish he was my dad," Cody said. "Him or Luke. I like them both." "I like them too," I said the minute I was outside. Soft rain drizzled on the dark morning, turning the air cold. Moonlight spied on me as I crept my way past Belle's blue pickup to where my minivan was parked. The engine kicked to life. I triggered the windshield wipers and I crept out of the yard, glad Dawson's room was at the back of the farmhouse so I didn't wake him up. I talked to Cody the entire way to Rock's. The living room lamp was on, casting a yellow hue on the front window. When I pulled into the driveway, Cody thrust open the side door before I managed to shift into park. I unbuckled and dashed out, quick to wrap my little boy in my arms, heedless of the raindrops coasting on us. "I thought about calling Uncle Kyle if you didn't answer," he said. "He would have been here in a heartbeat," I said, wiping his cheeks. He stared at me with big brown eyes I'd fallen in love with the instant I'd looked into them when he was much smaller than this. He'd grown so much since then, but he was still my baby boy. He would always be my baby boy. "Come on, get your stuff." "What? I'm taking you all back." "But the girls are asleep." "They'll be okay. You shouldn't be here alone, and it's clear your dad isn't coming back anytime soon." Cody scrambled inside, but I waited a few moments before following. I had one more call to make. The call went to voicemail, as it did the next 3 times I attempted. On the 3rd try, I left him a message. "Rock, it's almost 4 a.m. Cody called because he said you weren't here. I'm here now to check on them. I can't believe you left our kids alone in the middle of the night. Are you okay? Do you need help? Call me. I'll be up for a little while." I wouldn't be able to sleep soon, not with the stampeding bulls in my bloodstream. For documentation purposes for the court, I sent him a text as well. "Just left you a voicemail, but I'm here at your house. It's 3:39 in the morning on your weekend to watch the kids, and you're not here. Cody is nowhere near old enough to be left in charge of his siblings. I'm taking them home with me as a matter of safety. This is so not cool. So wherever you are, I hope it was worth it, because you'll be hearing from my lawyer." I stalked through the darkened hallway to the room Sophia and Paisley used to share. They were sleeping in their beds. I snatched their things and had Cody take them out to the car first. Then carefully, gently, I woke Paisley first, carrying her somber, sleepy, relaxed form out to her car seat. Sophia was next. She barely stirred as I lifted her into my arms, and together Cody and I meandered out to the van, whose headlights cast gold onto the paint chipping along the edges of the old garage that had served as a storage unit more than a place to park our cars. By the time we returned to the farmhouse, all 3 kids were fast asleep once more. I hated to disturb them again, but I wanted to get them inside where they were safe. I pulled directly in front of the house, killed the ignition, and went for Cody first. He was too big for me to carry inside. I shook his shoulder, put a finger to my lips, and then offered a hand to help him down. Then, without turning, I bent for Paisley. She snuggled into my shoulder, and when I turned around, Dawson was there. His head bobbed, indicating he grasped what was going on, at least a little, and that I should go on in while he got Sophia. "Thank you," I whispered, climbing the porch steps and heading into the dark house. The stairs creaked beneath my steps. Paisley stirred and lifted her head. "What are we doing, Mommy?" "Shh," I soothed, patting her back. "You're back at Belle's. Go back to sleep, it's still early." We approached her room and I laid her down, kissing Cody and tucking him in as well before heading out to find Sophia nestled against Dawson's chest. "You made it up the stairs okay with her?" I said. Concern rimmed his eyes. "I took it slow, and she's not that heavy." "What happened?" I took Sophia from him but cradled her to me instead of laying her down. I wasn't ready to let her go yet, embracing her perfect, tiny, slumbering form. I was still too rattled at the thought of the 3 of them being left on their own all night long, at the fear in Cody's voice and the lump that still hadn't left my throat. Where was Rock? What was he thinking? "If anything happened to them..." I didn't finish. "Did he hurt the kids? What happened?" I told him everything, about Cody calling me in the middle of the night, about my boy being scared and left with too much responsibility, about the fear I had for my kids' safety. "I don't get it. Rock was many things, but he was never negligent like this," I finished. "He's getting worse, I take it." "He is. This isn't the first time. Last time his mom was watching the kids when I picked them up." "New girlfriend?" Dawson suggested. "The same one he left me for, I'm assuming, but come on. At the kids' expense?" "A man should be there for his family." From his tense expression and stern voice, I could tell Dawson's jaw was clenched. He trailed into his own thoughts for a few moments before he said in a much calmer manner, "You know, I owe you an apology." For what? The thought was almost laughable. My offer earlier, I should never have gone there with you. I want you to, well," he grimaced, angling his head and then lifting it. Sophia inhaled sweetly in my arms. "I've never met your ex-husband, but from what you've told me, from what I've seen, I picture he didn't take no for an answer all too well. I'm thinking he used his personality and whatnot to lord over you." I was too emotional, too overrun to reply. "I'm not like him," Dawson went on, keeping his voice soft. "I wasn't planning on using you, Bex. I felt something with you, something like friendship and this insane desire to be wherever you are. Every time you catch my eye, there's this pull, and I just want you in my arms." I suspected if I didn't have a baby in mine, he would pull me to him now. Dawson placed his hands on my shoulders. The pressure of his touch held me together in that moment. He inched in, leaning over Sophia to place his forehead on mine. "That stuff I said was so backward. It was the wrong way to go about seeing if you felt like I do." I trembled, quivering, living every molecule of the moment, as though I felt it pass through me as it happened. "I don't know how you feel," I muttered, though I had a notion he'd basically offered me the world, if temporarily, earlier. "But I'll tell you how I feel. I'm hurt inside, broken and riddled through with holes like Swiss cheese. My entire life has been thrown in the dumpster. I'm drowning, Dawson, doing everything I can to keep from being pulled completely under. Every day is a desperate dog paddle, but the closer I get to shore, the farther away I realize the shore really is. I'm homeless, directionless. My kids are relying on me, but a small part of me feels like they shouldn't, because I'm not who they need right now. I'm a cast-off, a reject, and I don't know what tomorrow is going to bring, so I just go through the motions because it's all I can do." Dawson caressed my jaw, directing my gaze to meet his. His eyes glittered in the darkened room. "I know you've been through hell and back, and I know my struggles are nothing in comparison, but I have been too. That's all I was getting at back there after we kissed. I should have put it differently." Sophia groaned sleepily, pivoting. It was time to lay her down before holding her woke her up. "I want to help you," I said, wishing there was more I could say, but I was exhausted, both emotionally and physically. I didn't know what to do about Rock. I couldn't worry about how to handle things with Dawson right now. "We can be friends, but that's all I can offer right now." "Then I'll take it, if you'll forgive me." "I can't believe you want that from me," I admitted, making for Sophia's room. Dawson planted a hand on the wall, barring my way. "See, that kills me. Makes me want to strangle your ex-husband or knock him upside the head a few times at least and ring his bell. What did that fool do to you to make you feel so low about yourself? Can't you see what I see, Bex? Can't you see how amazing you are?" Tears pricked my eyes. I blinked them away, turned my face from his. Another time, not now. I couldn't do this now. I'd lay Sophia down. I would nestle myself in my covers and pretend I didn't exist, if only for the rest of the night. Dawson lowered his hand. "I'll be your friend, Bex, until you're ready for me to be more." I gave his arm a reassuring squeeze. "Thank you, Dawson, for everything. I'm going to get some sleep, and then on Monday morning, I'm going to call my lawyer." Chapter 19. Sleeping didn't come that easily. I rambled through conversations in my head where I spewed every single spiteful thing I wanted to say to my ex. The conversations ran circles through my head like a bad circus act, so that by the time I woke up, I was sore with them. I checked my phone. Rock hadn't texted. The rain had continued. It pattered on the windowsill with its soft melody. Paisley had climbed into bed with me sometime in the night, and I curled my arm around her and breathed in her soft hair. "I dreamed about Popsicle's horse," she said, stirring and placing her small hand over mine. I smiled. "Oh, you did?" "She's so beautiful. Her name is Heartbeep, and she's very rainbowed." "You dreamed about a horse named Heartbeep?" She nodded against the pillow. "It was Popsicle's horse." "Oh, I see." Cody's head popped up from his bed across the room. "There's no such thing as rainbow horses." I wondered how long he'd been awake. "Yes, there is," Paisley argued. Chattering drifted through the door from Sophia's room. I loved her senseless babble and would often lay in bed and just listen to the sweet sounds. This time Paisley hopped out of bed and seized my hand. "Sophia's awake. Let's go get her, and I want breakfast." "Please, may I have breakfast?" I corrected. The minute we stepped out into the hall, the sizzling scent of bacon swept its way up the stairs. Belle and Luke weren't back yet, which could only mean one thing. Dawson was cooking. In light of our conversation during dinner the night before, the thought brought a smile to my face. Last night he'd been so reliable, so lean-onable. Help me to trust him, Lord. Paisley and Cody dashed down the stairs, and in moments their voices heralded, "Bacon! Dawson made breakfast, Mom!" I chuckled, retrieved a happy Sophia, and trundled my way down as well. Sure enough, Dawson stood near the stove, tongs in one hand and spatula in the other. The sounds of sizzling bacon outdid the scraping coming from the skillet as he scrambled the eggs, which had probably been gathered from the chicken coop by the kids earlier this week. "Good morning," I said, washing my hands and drying them. "Smells amazing." "Morning," he said, handing the spatula for the eggs into my proffered hand. "Thought I'd surprise you." "You did at that. This is a great surprise. How long have you been up?" The clock above the stove said 9:15. That meant we'd gotten at least 5 hours of sleep. He stifled a yawn. "Since you got back." I gaped at him. "You've been awake this whole time?" "I told you I'm an early riser. My body has been on this weird biological clock since the accident." "That is so early," I said, scraping the spatula and seeing the eggs cooking. "I got up and fed the animals," he said. "By yourself?" "I've been able to do a lot more than I thought I would. You impressed?" "I'm stunned. Dawson, this is great. If you're able to do more things, you could be healing." "I am," he said, concentrating. "I'm healing a little every day, but today was different." "You're going to need a nap," Cody said. The two of us turned. I didn't realize he'd been there listening to our conversation all this time. "Yes, I am," he replied with a smile, setting pieces of bacon on paper towels and dabbing away the grease. "It's Sunday today," I said. "We have about an hour before church. Dawson already fed the animals, but—" "Not the goats. Luke does that with the equipment. And I didn't fire anything up this morning." "All right then, we'll team up and feed the goats, and then we'll get ready for church. How does that sound?" The kids sounded their excited approval, though Dawson didn't respond. He was concentrating on draining the bacon grease, but I suspected there was more to his silence than he let on. He didn't have to come with us, I supposed. I'd included him in the invitation without thinking, and a small amount of chagrin settled over me. After breakfast, we ventured outside. Bolts of sunlight burst through the rain clouds. The ground was wet, and the gravel drive was muddy in some places. I got after Cody and Paisley for jumping in more than one puddle. They still needed baths before church, I supposed, but it would be easier if we didn't have to deal with mud in the process. "Look, Mommy!" Paisley jumped up and down on the gravel and pointed excitedly to the sky. "A rainbow!" A magnificent, multicolored arch bent its way across the blue sky, creating a bridge across the clouds. "So it is," I said. "I want to chase it, Mommy. Popsicle likes to chase rainbows, and one time she catched one." "You chase that rainbow all you want," Dawson said, "but you'll never catch it." Paisley's face scrunched. "I want to," she said defiantly. I stroked the stubborn curl from her face. Dawson is right. Rainbows are pretty to look at, but they're just a symbol for something more. "A thimble?" "Symbol," I said again. A symbol is something that looks like one thing, but can mean something else. "Like the American flag stands for freedom?" Cody said. "Exactly. Just like the flag means two things, a rainbow means two things too." "Did you ever hear the story about Noah?" Dawson asked. I was surprised. He hadn't been all that interested in discussing theology the last time we'd walked outside together. "I heard it," Cody said, scratching his ear. "Me too," Paisley said. "At church, all the animals got on a big boat, and it rained and rained." She lifted her little fingers in the display. That's right, I said. Do you know why God gave us rainbows? Because he promised he would never make it rain that much again. It's like he gave the earth a do-over. I get those sometimes when I don't turn in my homework, Cody said. I need do-overs sometimes too, I said. Same, Dawson added. The kids mulled this over in their minds for several seconds before I went on. Do you know what I always liked about rainbows? It's like God is making the sky smile. The sky is smiling at me? Paisley said. You, Miss Paisley, make everyone smile. Dawson rumpled her hair and freed the curl I'd set aside minutes ago. It dangled in front of her face, causing her to shake her head to clear her vision. I'd never been with Luke as he prepared the machinery to feed the goats, but Cody and Dawson had. Together they teamed up and managed to lay a spread of straw for the little horned heads to poke through their enclosure and munch on. With the tasks done, I herded everyone back inside for baths. And then church. Are you coming with us, Dawson? Cody asked before we reached the farmhouse's porch. Dawson retreated. Oh, I'm pretty tired, he said. And after all this walking and lifting, I need to rest my head. Our dad doesn't want to go to church anymore either, Cody said, taking my hand as we made our way back to the house. He said God doesn't care what we do. I was astonished. He told you that? Look at what happened to our family. Look at what Dad did to us last night. God wouldn't do that. God didn't, Dawson said. That was your dad's choice to leave you all by yourself last night. Then why don't you want to come to church? Dawson gaped at Cody. I couldn't help the fact that I wanted the answer myself, if only to understand him better. He'd come across as being so bitter against God, and had said something similar to Cody's cynical statement a few moments ago. Dawson had all but blamed God for letting the bull kick him. Dawson struggled for words. It's okay, I said, placing a hand on his arm. He didn't need to give an answer, not if he wasn't ready to. Cody turned to me in confusion. But you said unless we're sick, we go to church because it's where God wants us to be. Dawson is a grown man, sweetie, I said, climbing the porch steps. He doesn't have to listen to his mom if she tells him to go to church. But you're a young boy, and you're my son, and we go to church. Cody paused on the top step. What if I don't want to? My hand rested on the screen door handle. Then I guess when you get to be as big as Dawson, you can decide that for yourself. We walked inside, and I was so conflicted. Cody had every right to question things. It was how he would come to know God for himself. I drew a warm bath, herding Cody, Paisley, and finally Sophia in. With her hair wet, Paisley's curls were more defined. I helped her into a plain but cute blue dress with a stripe of brown fabric along its hem. Sophia's curls had turned fluffy as they dried. She had a polka dot dress with pockets, and I stuffed her little feet into some tights. Fortunately, Cody was big enough to get himself ready. I managed to throw on my blue and white striped dress, pull my hair back, and dust some mascara and lip gloss on. Hurry, hurry, I said, ushering the kids down the stairs. We still had roughly a 10-minute drive to the church house in Bridgewater. We'll make it if we hurry. Don't leave without me. Dawson appeared at the end of the hall. His brown hair was wet, but rather than his usual tousled look, he had it combed to one side. He wore a nice shirt and tie with jeans, and my heart just about broke right through my ribs. I thought you were going to stay here, I said. He probably needed a nap in the worst way. I was a wreck when I was up all night long, and that was without a brain injury. Are you coming with us after all? Cody said. Hope colored his tone. If you can get yourself to church, Dawson said, taking a few steps toward him. I suppose I can too. He smiled in a sweet kind of way, but that smile was also lighter somehow, more genuine. Cody ran to him and threw his arms around Dawson's waist. Dawson's chuckle was endearing. He stroked the little boy's back. And of course, there couldn't be a hug Paisley wasn't a part of. She wormed her way to his other side, and Dawson found his hands full. Those hugs were just what I needed, he said, smiling as they pulled away. Church was uneventful. if you can call having my palms sweat and my pulse thrum, stealing glances with the handsome cowboy sitting at our pew, and receiving questioning stares from others in the congregation, uneventful. I was sure people were wondering at the sight of Dawson with me. I caught Belle's Aunt Sarah peering in our direction more than once, and it brought heat to my cheeks. I didn't care what others thought, not really, but it was hard to be wholly unaffected by circulating speculation. They were merely curious, that was all. And in a town with a population of less than 300, curiosity was bound to happen. I couldn't say I blamed them. Curiosity brewed for me as well, especially when Sophia dove for Dawson's lap halfway through the sermon, when Paisley wedged herself next to Cody on my other side, leaving room for Dawson to scoot closer to me, and he did so, sitting close, holding Sophia and taking my hand with his other. Curiosity raged like a rampant rhino through me. I was fairly effervescing on the inside from his proximity, the smell of his cologne, and the gleam in his eyes every time they caught mine. Once church ended, the congregants began filing out. Several townspeople stopped by to say hi, including Natalie Brown and her parents who owned the post office. Geraldine and Jim Perry gave me a little wave, and Emily Stone eyed Dawson with interest of her own. There weren't many options for dating here, so when a striking single man manifested himself, of course she was going to sick herself on him. An illogical, possessive urge to pull him close came over me, as though I needed to stake some kind of claim on him and tell her to keep her mitts off. The church was several blocks away from the park, so after services ended, the kids pulled us in its direction. Dawson's hand claimed mine once more. Walking with him in the spring sunshine felt surreal. It was deceptively beautiful, as though my life hadn't just fallen to pieces, as though his hadn't either. "Swings!" Paisley said, rushing toward the grassy corner and the swing set beyond it in her dress, her curls flying behind her. "I'll beat you there!" Cody took off, running faster than she could. Sophia walked on my right side, her hand holding one of my fingers. Dawson had been mostly silent since the sermon had ended. Few people spoke or acknowledged him in any way, and I wondered what had him so quiet and contemplative. "You didn't have to do this, you know," I said as we stepped onto the sidewalk around the square. "Come to church with us?" Hands in his pockets, Dawson stared up at the cloudless sky. "Yes, I did. That boy got me in a direction I've been avoiding for far too long." Laughing, Sophia broke from my grip and toddled her way to join her siblings at the park. She entertained herself at the base of the bright purple stairs leading up to the jungle gym, climbing up and slipping back down again in a repeated fashion. Dawson sank onto the nearest park bench. I sat with him, and for several moments we just existed together. Finally, he exhaled and sank back. "I've been blaming God for so long." The moment turned supple, much more relaxed and open. Why? I was raised believing in him, believing he watched over me. But after my parents divorced, I closed myself off from him. I did a lot of things I'm not proud of, Bex. "We all have," I told him, wondering if he was talking about the rumors I'd heard. "That's the beauty of Christ's redemption. Even though we've messed up, it's never too late to try again, to get our redos, just like those rainbows say we can." He bent at the waist and leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. "I've been angry with him since my parents' divorce, but my anger only got worse after the accident. I couldn't understand how a loving God could let something so awful happen to me. This concussion is worse than anything I've ever dealt with. When you break a leg, it's just a leg. I mean, it's rough, don't get me wrong. But when you break your brain, that's your main headquarters, you know? It has all kinds of anxiety wrapped up in an injury like that, and that's something I never anticipated. Why would God let that happen to us if He loved us?" I considered carefully. My thoughts strayed to the sermon we'd just heard. Remember earlier when the preacher quoted 2 Corinthians? Christ said His strength is made perfect in weakness. I think it's to get us to rely on Him. If things were easy all the time, we'd never turn to our Savior, It's not a punishment from a harsh God. This is God bringing you to him." Dawson's head hung. He sniffed, and it made me wish I had a better look at him. Was he the kind of man who got emotional? I'd only seen Rock cry once, and that had been when we'd been dating in high school. The end of that verse said something about taking pleasure in infirmities. I went on, trying, hoping to help him. That we can find hope in our hard times because the power of Christ rests on us when we do. It says when we're weak, he makes us strong. "So you're saying our infirmities are more like our superpowers?" He slid a glance at me without lifting his head. I still caught sight of the quirk of a smile. "Something like that, because we have a savior, Dawson." I slid my hand through his arm and laid my head on his shoulder. Dawson's hand clasped mine, and we sat together, each lost in our own thoughts. Cody and Paisley were dominating the jungle gym, laughing and chasing one another across its varying levels and platforms. Sophia made her way back down to the bits of shredded tires, content with her place on the stairs. Dawson's hand squeezed mine. He sat up, pressing his back to the bench, and put his arm around my shoulder, hooking me close. "I love how easy you are to talk to," he said. "I like that with you, too." It was true. Dawson had been something like a sanctuary for me this weekend, especially after the way he rose to the occasion and helped with the kids. A vibrating hum distracted me from the moment. I dug my phone out of my purse, and the instant I saw Rock's name on the screen, a shot was injected into my blood. "Hang on," I said, standing. I couldn't sit still for this conversation. "Rock," I added by way of explanation. Dawson's fists clenched. "Where are you?" I said the minute I answered. "What the heck?" Rock's voice boomed. "You weren't supposed to pick up the kids until this evening." Really? He was mad that I'd picked up the kids. "You left me no choice. My mom was coming over." This was unbelievable. "It's not your mom's weekend with them, Rock. It's yours. You've got to step up and take some responsibility with them. You can't pawn them off. What's the point of having joint custody?" That wasn't the worst of it. I braced myself, ready for the meat and potatoes of this conversation. "I can't believe you left them by themselves all night long. Cody was terrified, Rock. He called me and was so scared that you left, and he didn't know where you were." "He's a big kid." "It was wrong," I shouted. I couldn't believe I had to spell this out for him. "I'm calling my lawyer." "What for?" "The last few times I've come to get them, you haven't been there. You're not reliable, and I'm doing something about it. You can't leave them alone, Rock. It's your weekend with them. Cody said he doesn't want to come over anymore, and I don't blame him. Not when you basically ditch out on them every time." Silence. Was he still there? Had he hung up? "Rock?" "I didn't mean to scare him." "What?" "We don't need no lawyers. We can solve this ourselves." "I don't want it to come back to bite me, but I'm not bringing them over if you're not even going to be there to spend time with them. They're your kids, Rock." "I get it, all right. I get it." He'd better. "If this is about me, let it be about me, but don't take whatever you're dealing with out on them. They don't deserve it. They deserve to be loved and to spend time with you. Heck, they deserve to feel safe when they're with you. You owe them that much." I didn't realize how far I had paced away from the jungle gym until I glanced in that direction. I'd paced at least 30 feet away, closer to the war veteran memorial in the center of the square. A quick glance showed Dawson standing close to Sophia. He crouched toward Cody and Paisley and jutted out his hands as though he were playing with them. "No lawyers," Rock said. "Then be the father they need." "Got it." Without saying goodbye, he hung up the phone. Chapter 20. We spent the rest of the afternoon at the park. It took a handful of minutes for me to calm down enough that I felt like I could rejoin the others without letting them see how furious I was. Dawson asked if everything was okay, but I shook my head. I didn't want to go into anything in front of the kids. So we played. Dawson and I took turns pushing the kids on the swings. We laughed and chased and lay down in the spring grass, and I did my best to hide how derelict I felt inside. Several hours later, we clambered into the van and headed to the farmhouse. I was surprised to find Luke's truck parked next to Old Blue in the yard. "They're back," Cody said as we pulled into the circular gravel driveway. Through the rearview mirror, I saw him point excitedly. "So they are," I said. Dawson and I exchanged a glance. He leaned closer. "Good thing you got the room done." "Almost," I said. We hadn't gotten the bed assembled or the TV mounted. I'd been planning on doing that this afternoon. Ah well, best laid plans. I didn't have Luke's number, or I would have texted him to see if he wanted us to quickly put those last few items together for him. Too late. I considered having Dawson text him, but Dawson had already gotten out of my van and closed the door. We trekked our way inside, and I helped the kids change into play clothes before changing myself into a pair of gray sweats with a drawstring waistband and a fitted t-shirt. When I made it to the dining room, a sizzling sound accompanied the tantalizing aroma of vegetables on the stove. Luke stood beside Belle, shaking a container of spices over the pan. They giggled, stole touches, gazed at one another. Luke tilted in to whisper something in her ear. All normal behavior for those two. There was no indication that he'd jumped the gun and proposed to her while they'd been gone. If he had, Belle would have been brandishing the ring and the story right along with it. But so far, she'd only greeted us and mentioned the play she and Luke had gone to see. Luke had stayed strong. Impressive. Dinner was as delicious as ever. We sat on the mismatched chairs and filled one another in on our weekends. Dawson and I, of course, left out the details of painting and of how we neglected to set up the bed or mount the TV. I also left out the kids' nightmarish experience, but we did mention going out to dinner and then to church. "You?" Luke said in stunned blandness, staring at his brother. "You went to church." "Shocker, I know." I could tell Dawson was trying to play it off. It made me wonder what Luke knew of the feelings Dawson had shared with me earlier. "And you kids?" Belle said, taking a drink and smiling as she placed her cup on the table. "How was your dad's?" Without warning, Cody slammed his fork against his plate. I startled and rested my hands on the edge of the table. "Cody? What's wrong?" He scowled at his plate, his glasses slipped down his nose. "Nothing." Belle gave me a helpless kind of look. I shook my head at her. Had Cody been put out this whole time, or was it only the mention of the weekend at his dad's? I'd been too caught up in the conversation with Luke, Belle, and Dawson. I hadn't noticed anything was bothering him. What was going on? He seemed to be happy the whole time we were at the park. "Come on and eat your dinner," I said, hoping to distract him and get him to talk while he ate. He pushed away from the table. "What's the point?" he said before rising and storming down the hall toward Dawson's end of the house. I caught Dawson's eye first, then Luke's and Belle's. "Is he okay?" Belle asked. "I didn't mean to upset him." "You didn't," I said, resting my fork down. "I'll see what's going on." I rose to my feet to follow him. A soft glow in the darkened hall gave me a good indicator of where he'd ended up. Cody had sequestered himself in the bathroom down the hall from Dawson's room. He sat on the closed toilet lid with tears streaming down his face. "Cody!" I knelt at his side and reached for his hand. He shirked away from my touch. "Oh, Bud, what's wrong?" "I hate Dad. He didn't even care. We were all alone and he didn't care." I didn't know what to say. I'd made myself a promise not to badmouth their dad in his absence to the kids. They didn't need the conflict of knowing I severely disliked the numbskull I'd married, not when they still had to have a relationship with him. I searched for the words when Luke got to it first. "I was mad at my dad when he first left my mom, too," Luke said. I hadn't realized he and Dawson had followed, but the brother stood outside the door, looking in with concern. It sounded like Dawson wasn't the only one who'd been affected when their parents had separated. Divorce was hard, no matter how old you were when it happened. Cody sniffed and smeared a hand across his cheek. "Your dad left your mom?" "Yep," Luke said. "Did he cheat on her, too? That's what my dad did." A lump welled in my throat. I tried keeping that out of his earshot, but who was I kidding? Cody was a smart boy. He had to have an idea of what was going on by now. I considered that for a moment. He and I had talked about how Cody felt about what had happened in our family, but I'd never really talked to him about why it had happened. But he knew. Somehow, he knew. "No," Dawson said. "He didn't cheat. They just decided they didn't want to be married anymore." "Why would my dad just leave us? He didn't even care. I was there all by myself with Soph and Paige. He left us all by ourselves." Cody's face crinkled, and more tears streaked down his cheeks as he hung his head. "That wasn't cool," Dawson said, stepping into the bathroom. I made space for him, perching myself on the bathtub so he could kneel in my place. "Your dad made a wrong choice. My guess is that he loves you." "No, he doesn't." "Maybe not," Dawson said. "Maybe you're right. I don't know. I've never met your dad. But your mom loves you, and Luke and I sure think you're an amazing kid." Cody sniffed and his eyes lit up. He scrubbed a hand over his cheeks. I tilted in and rested my hand on his back. Luke stepped forward. "Never seen anyone work harder than you do," he said. "You love those animals, and you're the best help I could ask for. That says something about you, kiddo." Cody's smile spread. He slipped from the toilet and wrapped his arms around Dawson, who hugged him back just as tightly. Then Luke crouched outside the door to welcome Cody into his arms, too. I was going to lose it. I couldn't help the tears that sprang to my eyes, but I did what I could to blink them away. I expected him to dart off and find his sisters again, but to my surprise, he halted and pivoted. In an instant, I found myself barreled into by the warmest hug. I held my little boy tightly, clasping him to my chest and hoping he could feel every word that Dawson had confirmed. I loved this boy so much, more than I could ever express. "You're so special, Cody," I said softly into his ear. "So special." "I love you, Mom," he said. He pulled back and gave me a bashful little smile, showcasing his missing tooth and the one growing in right beside it. Using my thumb, I wiped a few more of his tears. Just as quickly as he darted in, he was off again, scurrying out once more. The moment felt breakable, as though the wrong move could shatter the incredible love that had just been spun in a little boy's heart. Luke straightened, and Dawson used the sink to hoist himself to his feet again. Once he was steady, he turned to place his hand on my shoulder. "You okay?" he asked. I wiped a hand across my cheek. "You're worried about me?" "Must be hard to see your kid hurting." "It is," I said, stepping into the hall with the two brothers and shutting off the light behind me. Luke and Dawson headed toward the kitchen, but I grasped their wrists. Both brothers turned back and faced me. I attempted to phrase what I wanted to say carefully. "What you both said, that meant the world to him. He looks up to you both a lot." There was more I wanted to add. How rare it was to find men like they were, men who were reliable, who noticed the good in others, who did good for others, men who worked hard and were easy to talk to and connect with, men who put others before themselves, men who took the time to treat a small boy like he was special. Hands in his pockets, Luke dipped his head. "Divorce was hard on us as adults. I can only imagine how hard it must be for a child." I needed to change the subject, or I was going to crack all over again. "How was your weekend?" I asked, wanting more details he probably wouldn't share in front of Belle. Like, did he propose, or was he still on board with the plan? Luke expelled a breath and answered distractedly, directing his gaze toward the dining room and kitchen. "Perfect, except for one flaw." "What's that?" "Belle isn't my wife," he said point blank, "and I want her to be in the worst way." Dawson laughed and clamped Luke's shoulder. Luke smiled at his brother. "How'd it go on your end?" he asked, peering behind to make sure Belle wasn't within earshot. From the sound of things, she was doing dishes in the kitchen. "Room's all ready for you," Dawson said. "Just about," I amended. "We didn't get everything done, but it's painted. We even put a rug in there for you to kneel on." "Excellent. Then it's go time." "Now?" I said too loudly. Did he want to wait for the bed, the TV, the chairs that were going to go by the window? "I'm not waiting another minute. I love that girl, and she needs to know just how much." "Because a weekend away with her wasn't enough to give her that hint?" Dawson's tone was dry. Nothing but forever will be enough with her. My heart literally just skipped, I said, placing a hand there. Maybe it was because I was already emotional after the confrontation with Cody, but seriously, who says things like that? You can't make this stuff up, Dawson said, shaking his head. I knuckled his shoulder. Are you kidding? I'd kill to have someone be that gushy over me. Luke pulled a folded red handkerchief littered with paisley designs free from his pocket. It's now or never, and never isn't an option. Here, use this. A blindfold? He jutted his jaw toward the stairs. I'll head up there and get into position. Get Belle to come in, but make sure she doesn't suspect. You mean make up a reason? Dawson said. Luke acted as though he were about to suggest a few ideas, but I cut him off. We're on it. Go on, I said, pushing him along. Luke gave an adorable grin and a hand signal across his left brow, as though it was something we'd pre-planned and then bolted for the stairs. He might as well have kicked his heels for how light his step seemed to be. What's the plan, then? Dawson tapped his fingers nervously against his thighs. Leave that to me. Then I lifted my voice. Cody? Pays! Kids were perfect for this kind of thing, where Belle might suspect something was going on if Dawson or I asked her to put the blindfold on. One of the kids could do it easy peasy, and she would only consider it as part of whatever game they were playing. Footsteps pattered, and then my adorable offspring appeared, cheeks flushed and eyes bright. Yes, Mom? Cody asked. We're going to play a game, I said. Popsicle loves games, Paisley jumped up and down. But I need your help. I've got to find something upstairs, but I'm not sure where it is. Belle might know, Cody suggested, reaching a finger beneath his glasses to rub his eye. And this was why I loved him. Thank you, Cody. You know, I think you're right, but it can't be too easy for her. I thought we could have her put this on. Can you talk her into wearing this? I put the blindfold around Cody's eyes. I want to wear it, Paisley added. Yeah, Cody said, pulling the blindfold down and beaming at me. I'll ask her. What do you want her to find? What are we looking for? There's something in her grandpa's room, Dawson said. That's all we know. It's hiding in there. Okay, Cody said. Let's go find Belle. He took Paisley's hand and the two of them darted toward the kitchen. Toddling in from the living room, Sophia extended her arms to Dawson. Swiveling, he took the baby, and we walked toward the pantry where Cody and Paisley had cornered Belle. I heard their insistent voices. Please, Belle, Cody said. We need you to play. We need you, Paisley added. Popsicle said this is the mostest game there ever was. I'm kind of tired, came Belle's reply. Please, Paisley added in her best adorable tone. Dubbing it to be the right timing, I paused behind them and raised my eyebrows. Belle stood with her back to a shelf laden with baking supplies. Small, clear tubs were labeled with walnuts, flour, sugar, and baking powder. Any luck getting her to play your game? I asked. Belle shot me a look. She did look tired, and I didn't blame her. Travel wore me out, too, and she hadn't had a chance to rest much since they got back. Ever her pleasant self, she turned her smile to the kids. Okay, one quick game. Yeah! Here, Cody said, thrusting the red fabric at her. Blindfolded? Here, I said before she could argue. I'll help. Reluctantly, Belle turned and waited while I tied the handkerchief around her head to cover her eyes. You won't let them lead me somewhere crazy, right? Right, I said, guiding her around to face the pantry's exit. Together with Cody and Paisley tugging her hands, we led her upstairs. Dawson followed behind. I fail to see how I can find anything when my eyes are covered, Belle said, reaching up to pull the blindfold away. Cody fanned his hands toward her. No, keep it there. Just keep it on, I said in an exaggerated tone, doing my best to sound like I didn't know what he was up to. Okay, she said, though her skepticism showed through. In here. Cody pushed open the door to what used to be Hank Toby's bedroom. I was amazed at the changes that had come over the room in the past few days. Even though I'd been part of those changes, it took time for them to sink into my brain, and I was agreeably surprised and pleased with the light color of the walls, the lack of border, The rug in the center of the room, the headboard, bed frame, and mattress we hadn't set up yet. And Luke, standing beside the bed's parts, with one hand in his pocket and the most adorable nervous excitement flashing on his features. His eyes literally lit up at the sight of Belle in the mouth of the room with her hands outstretched. "Can I take it off now?" she asked. Luke gave Cody a wave. Cody guided Belle to stand near Luke, who then lifted his hands to the blindfold and slipped it from Belle's face. "What are you doing in here?" Her gaze swept to the headboard, the walls, the surroundings, up to the vaulted ceiling, back at us, and then at Luke. "Oh my gosh, it's gorgeous in here. When did you do all of this?" "I had some help," Luke said. Belle circled in place, mouth gaping in surprise. Her eyes widened, and she goggled as though taking in a truly mesmerizing sight. "It looks amazing." "It's all for you," Luke said. She ran her hands along the cream-colored, squared-off footboard. "This is the bed I was looking at. How did you even get it here without me knowing?" "We can put a seating area over there where you can read on rainy days." "And the TV?" She pointed to its box slumped against the opposite wall. "For days when we want to stay in." "Luke." Belle placed a hand on her chest. She glanced to where Dawson, the kids, and I stood, intuition seeping into her eyes before turning back to him. "What are you saying?" He lowered to one knee, simultaneously pulling an ostentatious ring box from his pocket and opening it in her direction. With presence of mind, I pulled my phone out to snap the picture I knew she'd want later. Luke held the ring in its box before him, his gaze fixated on hers. Belle clasped her hands to her mouth, her shoulders trembling, and the emotion between them was palpable. "I've felt it for some time now, but this weekend together only confirmed everything. I loved every minute of our adventure this weekend, except for the separate hotel rooms. I love every aspect of our life, except when it's time to say goodbye. When I go to my house and you stay in yours, I want my space to be the same one you're in. I want your name to match mine. I want every goodnight kiss to be a beginning instead of an ending. When the day ends and a new one begins, it's you and me. Belle, Toby, you've had my heart since before we met. Will you marry me?" He lifted the case higher, showcasing the exquisite diamond within. Belle's shoulders trembled, her hands cupped her cheeks. The moment quivered with anticipation. Of all things he could possibly do, Dawson's fingers crept over to link with mine. The touch blasted into me with the same intensity as standing beneath a fireworks stimulating boom. "Yes," she said. Then she laughed. "Yes!" With a grin that was both victorious and the slightest bit relieved. He couldn't possibly have thought she would say no. Would he? He plucked the ring from its cushion and snapped the box closed, leaving it on the rug. Then he slid the ring onto her finger, rose to his feet, and snatched her up in an embrace. After giving Dawson's hand an apologetic squeeze, I let go. Embarrassment cascaded over me. What did I care if they saw him holding my hand? But I did. Heaven help me, I did. I couldn't bring myself to look at him. I wasn't prepared to address the disappointment or confusion I might find in his expression. Instead, I snapped pictures, fluttering the entire time. Cody and Paisley danced around excitedly, and Sophia clapped her hands in oblivious joy. Belle turned to the kids. "You sneaky little accomplices," she said. "Did you know what he was up to?" Paisley nodded yes, but Cody said, "Not that. Mom just said we had to get you to play our game." "Oh, she did she?" Belle gave me a glare that I knew she didn't mean. "I figured you'd forgive me later." "Darn right." She lifted her left hand to admire the sparkling rock residing there. Luke took her hand and inspected it too. "You like it?" She peered at him with stardust in her eyes. "Are you kidding? It's beautiful." He guided her hand to his lips and placed a kiss on her knuckles. "I knew you still had your old ring, but I tried picking something that I thought would fit you perfectly." "You did. I love it so much. I'm never taking it off." She placed a hand on his cheek and tiptoed up for a quick kiss. "You might sometimes. he said as she pulled away to make heart eyes at the ring all over again. Maybe while painting? I suggested, eyeing the splats of paint on my skin I'd missed when I'd washed up earlier. Belle squealed and pulled me into a hug as though she had only just remembered I was in the room. With her Cloud9 blinders, I wouldn't falter if that was the case. I should have known there was something more behind this weekend away, she said, releasing me and jabbing her finger in my face. You painted while we were gone, didn't you? We did, I said. Dawson helped me bring up the TV. It looks beautiful, Belle said. Thank you, Luke said, striking his brother's arm. I didn't know if that shook Dawson or not. In any case, he recovered well. Congratulations, he said. Engaged. Thanks, Luke said. Any idea on the big day? Figuring we were done with pictures, I pocketed my phone. The sooner the better, Luke said. We'll need time to plan, Belle said. You two should have an engagement party, I said, throwing myself completely into the moment. I'd be happy to throw one for you. Invite your family and friends to celebrate the big news. Mom would love that, Dawson said. I bet she'd even help if you wanted. Oof. I didn't think about that part of things. I wasn't sure why the idea of involving Luke's mother in the party I just interjected off the cuff made me stiffen. Probably because she was also Dawson's mother. Meeting her felt like a little too big step. I considered retracting my offer, but I couldn't back out now. Chapter 21. The clock moved much too slowly. I helped Cody get ready for school, packed Paisley's and Sophia's bags, threw quick ponytails in Paisley's hair, and a little tuft of one in Sophia's, and then drove to Kyle and Stacy's. When the kids were all situated, I made my way to the mercantile, ducked my head in to let Jerry Lynn know I'd be a few more minutes, and then stepped outside and dialed my lawyer's number. Rock had to know he couldn't get away with this. Whether he wanted to resolve this ourselves or not, I wouldn't stand by and let him endanger our children again. I knew if I did what he wanted and left things alone, then nothing would change. Yeah, that wasn't going to work for me. I'd been heartsick all weekend with scenarios running through my mind of things that could possibly have happened to them while they were on their own. The house catching fire, someone breaking and entering, Paisley wandering off on her own. Too many things could go wrong. The kids should never have been left on their own like that. With every repeat of the dial tone, my nerves strung a little tighter. Finally, Mr. Whitnar answered. I explained the entire situation the best that I could, while remaining as calm as I could, though that was a serious feat. I told him I had proof in the text that I sent and how rattled Cody was by the entire situation. Can we do anything about this? I asked when I finished. Let's see, Mr. Whitnar said, as though thinking things through. I can rifle a temporary suspension of his visitation rights until the courts can look into things further. How soon will that go into effect? As this is a matter of their safety, I'll file it as an emergency, so it will go into effect immediately once the paperwork goes through, he said. Rock will have no more grounds for visitation until he can prove he has made reasonable efforts to provide a safe environment for the kids to be in, while in his care. I held my breath for a moment before releasing it. This was more than a relief. It was a balm. But I couldn't get my hopes up yet until I knew all the facts. So, you'll let Rock know this? All parties will need to be notified, Mr. Whitnar said. The court in the state will be made aware of this, as well as Rock and his attorney. If you'll get me the proof of your text message, that will also go into the file. I can do that. I also left him a voicemail and have proof on my phone that I tried calling him several times that night, and he didn't answer. Dawson could witness the events as well, if it came to that. I hoped he would be willing to do something like that. That'll be good, he said. Don't you worry, Mrs. Cutler. We'll see that this gets taken care of. Thank you, I said breathily and then emphasized it a second time, adding a little emphasis to my voice. Thank you so much. Ending the call, I slunk against the back of the mercantile and clutched my phone to my chest. My heart thundered, and I closed my eyes, drawing in deep breaths in an attempt to slow it once more. "Thank you, God," I said, sending a prayer heavenward. I couldn't send the kids back there. Not after how traumatized Cody had been from the situation. Once I got myself calmed down enough, I clocked in for work. As I restocked shelves, scooped ice cream for customers, and carried out purchases, I was grateful for something else to focus on. If I'd been on my own, I would have been a frazzled mess, ruminating over whether or not Mr. Whitnauer had managed the paperwork in a timely fashion and gotten it to the parties it needed to reach. After work ended, I was more than eager to pick up the girls and head home to see Cody, and Dawson, if we're being honest here. But there was another board meeting to discuss animal days, so I stopped by City Hall. Natalie was in her usual spot, with her bag in the seat next to her, saving a spot for me. I slid in, sending her a quick thank you. She wore a pink t-shirt that brought out the softness in her cheeks and the streaks of red in her brown hair. I'd been meaning to ask her since my whole sticking my foot in my mouth by offering to throw Belle an engagement party. I wondered if Natalie would help me. She'd thrown several things like that for other friends of ours. She had more experience with something like this than I did. "I need to ask you something," I muttered to Natalie, but at the head of the room, Gina pinpointed me before I could continue. "There you are, Bex. Any word on the land? We've already postponed Spring Animal Days several weeks as it is." "Yes," I said. "I found out who owns the land. And it's the Holden brothers," I said. "Are you talking about Luke Holden, the cowboy living on Belle's property?" Gina said this with a sniff, and I could tell exactly what she thought of the two single people of the opposite sex living in such close proximity to one another without being married. "His brothers, actually," I said. "Bryce and Colton Holden own that property. I haven't had the chance to contact them about having animal days there yet, but I have every intention of doing so," I added, warding off the question I could sense was coming. "Wonderful. See that you do so, we can finally set an official date. We've got to get sandwich boards and advertising out before it's too late." "I will," I assured her. "Right this second," Natalie whispered, and the two of us hid our smiles. "I'll be seeing both brothers at Luke and Belle's engagement party this weekend," I said under my breath, removing my phone to make myself a note so I didn't forget. With Rock's visitation rights being suspended and planning the engagement party, I had enough to deal with. Natalie gave me a sideways glance, but before she could say anything in response, Gina moved on with the topic of the school year coming to a close and graduating seniors. The meeting concluded, and as everyone shuffled out of the conference room, Natalie stood. She slung her purse over her shoulder. "What was it you wanted to ask me? I was just about to head to the Elkhorn for some dinner. Want to come?" Sure. Let me just check with Stacy. She's got Pace and Soph." I texted Stacy to see and then shot a text to Luke, who was outside working with Cody as usual. "Coast clear," I agreed, and together we crossed the street from the Mercantile to the Elkhorn. The dinner rush hadn't yet kicked in, so several of the tables had vacancies. The karaoke stage was empty as well, and Tyra was serving tables rather than offering drinks behind the bar. I waved to her, remembering the promise I'd made the last time I came in to catch up. She and I hadn't talked in so long, not since the night Belle had dragged Luke out for a kiss and barfed on the sidewalk before passing out. I hadn't had as much to drink as Belle and had been able to help her get home. Natalie and I sat and ordered before I filled her in on the engagement party situation. "Why did you volunteer to do it if you didn't want to?" she asked. It was a valid question, one I didn't want to come up if I discussed this with Belle, and risk ruining her elation? No way. But I did need someone to talk to. I tapped the side of my plate with my fork. It seemed like a kind gesture, and I was caught up in the moment. I forgot the reality. "What's the reality?" Natalie asked. That I was falling for Dawson Holden, and meeting his family made things between us feel like they were moving faster than they actually were. It was all in my perception, I knew. I still wasn't where we stood, and more importantly, what I wanted that status to be. How could I move on with another man this soon? I'd only been divorced for about 2 months. But after seeing him play with my kids at the park, after the way he'd comforted Cody Sunday night, after the kiss we'd shared, my heart was precariously close to that cliff. "Will you help me?" I asked. Natalie choked on her drink and coughed a few times. You mean, with the engagement party? Won't you have Luke's mom there? The bell over the door jangled. Jensen Cummings stepped into the cafe, and she became suddenly interested in the ice cubes in her cup. What was going on with those two? I'd have to ask her. Yeah, but it's not just a family thing. They're inviting friends from around town. I'm sure Luke will be inviting Jensen, I added, nudging her, attempting to up the ante. They went goose hunting together a few times this past winter. Natalie's cheeks turned pink. She stirred her drink with her straw. There's nothing going on between Jensen and me. Uh-huh. Sure. I waited to see if she'd reveal anything new about him. She didn't. Moving on. In any case, Belle will be Twitter-pated and shouldn't have to worry about anything, and I'm uneasy about contacting Mrs. Holden. Because of that whole reality thing you won't tell me about? It's complicated, I said, defeat sinking in. Sounds like it. It really was. I liked Dawson. I liked kissing him. I liked the attention he gave me, the way he treated my kids, the way he seemed to fit into our messed-up lives. But he was younger than me, and he'd lived a nomadic lifestyle for a long time. He'd hoped to get back on the circuit again and had only recently realized that might not be possible. He'd seemed to accept as much, but he was so devastated the night we talked. I knew the truth. Maybe something he wasn't yet ready to admit. He wasn't ready to tie himself down. For all I knew, he would ditch out on me right when I became so attached to him I couldn't breathe. Distance was better. Not getting to know his mother was better, too. I considered contacting the apartment again. I hadn't heard from them since I stopped by to place my deposit a week or so ago. Moving out and putting some distance between Dawson and me might be for the best. Will you do it? I asked. Natalie held her breath and then exhaled. My end is complicated, too. You don't like planning parties? She held herself too rigidly. I don't mind, and if it were anyone else, I'd be all over helping you out. Except this is the Holdens. Is there something wrong with the Holdens? Collectively? No, but you can't tell me you didn't hear about my past with Bryce. I sorted through memories and attempted to recall what she was referring to. Many people in the town had long memories, and women like Gina Hansen kept up with gossip like an avid football fan following their favorite team. I didn't hold on to details like that, apparently. You and Bryce are a thing? Not now, but around 3 years ago, yeah. Me and Bryce and me, however you say it. I take it things didn't end well. If you call a date gone bad between two brothers and two sisters, then yeah, it didn't end well. That got my attention. Hold up. Tell me everything. Natalie inhaled. Bryce and I met online, and we were completely surprised that we live so close to one another. If you call Burley and Bridgewater close. He always got my door. He kissed me on the first date, and I was sunk. I was crazy about him. And I thought he was the one. He's kind of quiet and keeps to himself, but also has this confidence that is extremely appealing. I think it's in their genetics. Is he as good looking as Luke and Dawson? He's gorgeous. I was head over heels. He would text me all the time and send me flowers and do all these cutesy showy things. At the same time, my sister Chelsea had just started dating Luke, who tends to be a little bit more reserved than Bryce was. Brothers and sisters dating brothers and sisters, I said. Sounds like something from a movie. Yeah, we thought it would be so fun if we both married a Holden boy. Then we'd still have the same last name and probably would end up living close since the brothers were pretty close. Chelsea and I suggested a double date, and the guys were all for it. From the shift in her tone, I sensed things were about to go downhill. Okay, I said, letting her know I was listening. The date went well. We laughed and talked and had a great time. But I was sitting by Bryce on the bench, and we sat across from Luke and Chelsea. I couldn't help but notice how often Bryce and Chelsea looked at each other. Probably the jealous sister in me, so I told myself to stop being stupid. Still, something felt off about the whole thing. I think Luke noticed something, too. There was this point where he glared at Bryce, and Bryce shrugged at him with this innocent look as though wondering what Luke's problem was. Anyway, Chelsea went outside. I was following, but my shoe got caught on the bench. My heel broke, and I was so embarrassed to walk out on the broken pair of heels. But Chelsea had already gone outside, and so had Bryce. Luke stayed behind because the waitress had a problem with their part of the check. Why didn't Chelsea and Bryce stay with you since it was a double date, and neither of you were their dates? Right? Anyway, Luke got their check paid, and he was so nice about my shoe. He suggested I walk barefoot, since otherwise I would have been completely off kilter. He proposed we get Bryce to carry me to his truck. She smiled sadly. And let me guess, Bryce wasn't willing to help? Not when he was outside kissing my sister. I gasped. He what? Yeah. Oh my goodness, I couldn't believe this. Then, of course, Luke decked him in the face. I tried to picture quiet, solemn Luke getting angry enough to punch anyone, let alone his own brother. Not only was he feeling jilted and hurt, I guess when it came to defending a woman's honor, he'd probably do just about anything. I started crying. Luke stormed forward and yanked Bryce away from Chelsea and socked him a good one. She imitated the motion briefly with her feminine fist. That changed things. In an instant, I regretted asking her for her help. Okay, you know what? Never mind. I don't expect you to come to the engagement party. You are officially off the hook. I wouldn't want to see him again, either. Natalie's shoulders hunched. In any other case, I would be more than happy to help you. It's really okay, I said. I'll just call Mrs. Holden. Your future mother-in-law? My stomach soured. Pfft, I already have one of those. I'm not looking forward to another one anytime soon. I'd been agonizing about the whole Dawson's mother thing more than I cared to admit, and it probably had a lot to do with the lack of connection between Rock's mom and me. Though she was friendly enough on the surface, we'd never really connected, not like I'd wanted to. I doubted I would with Dawson's mom either. Are you close to her? To Rock's mom? It took a moment to move the track in my brain to this new topic. I hadn't spoken with Diane since I'd picked up the kids and found her watching them over 2 weeks ago. She's nice, but we've never been close. She was pretty decent about the divorce. Kind of guilt-tripped me a little bit about it, but told me she was still the kids' grandma and hoped I would bring them by to see her. So you've divorced, Rock. But I'll never fully be rid of him. Chapter 22. Mrs. Holden was just a woman, friendly according to both Luke and Dawson. I'd called plenty of women in different situations and asked for help with things I was in charge of. Yet the prospect of calling Deborah Holden to coordinate details for Luke and Belle's engagement party felt like an exposure of some kind. I couldn't disregard the fear that she was going to see right through me, because after our weekend together, I knew I was falling in love with Dawson. I'd known many men, but few intimately. My dad was a good man, so good I assumed every man had a heart like his. This caused me to mistakenly give my heart and trust to someone I thought would cherish and care for both, like Dad would. But he hadn't. In fact, he'd done the opposite. But Dawson, in the time we'd spent together, he'd proven himself a level above. His kindness, attentiveness, and yes, flirtation, had an effect on me I wasn't sure I could hide. Especially not from the woman who'd raised him and arguably knew Dawson better than any other. It's just a party, I said to myself the day after I spoke with Natalie, sliding my thumb across the screen of my phone. She's Luke's mom. Don't think of her as Dawson's. Think of her as Luke's. I exhaled loudly and then startled at the touch on my shoulder. Jumping, I whirled to find Dawson smirking at me. You talking about me? I closed my eyes. Perfect. Please tell me you weren't standing there the whole time I was talking to myself. Only 70% of it. He had to have heard me then. Fine, then go away so I can do what I need to do. If I was nervous to call her in general, I certainly couldn't do it with him in the same room. You're nervous about calling my mom? No, I lied. Good, because she's here. My nerves jolted. What? I rotated, and sure enough, a car was parked in front of the house, and a woman with pretty features exited. I dove to my feet. You called her? What did he do that for? He knew I was planning on it. He lifted his hands. I haven't talked to her since Sunday night. Sunday? After the proposal? We talk every week. She calls to check in on me, or I call to see how she's doing. Cute, I said. She's awesome. If you didn't call her then, who did? I did, Belle said, coming down the stairs. Noise from the TV in the living room traveled to where we stood. Or rather, I was with Luke when he told her the news. She wiggled the fingers of her left hand and beamed like she hadn't stopped doing since that ring had slid into place. She mentioned inviting us over, Belle said, and Luke volunteered the farmhouse since there's more room here. Did you tell her I volunteered to throw a party? Would Mrs. Holden loathe me for overstepping? Was she the kind of woman who liked to be in charge? What had I gotten myself into? Luke mentioned it, but he worded it to sound like it was Deborah's idea. That's good. That was all I needed, to get on her bad side from the start because I hadn't had the presence of mind to include her. The doorbell rang, and Dawson's hand strode around my waist. His breath stroked my ear, making me shiver. We could tell them, about you and me. Was there a you and me? When he'd given his apology, we'd agreed to be friends. We'd even held hands a few times. Was he under the impression we were something more than that? Did I want to be something more than that? I was falling for him, that was true, but that didn't mean it was wise to act based on our feelings alone. There were so many other factors to consider than only our hearts. I didn't form a response before Luke opened the door, and Deborah entered. She was shorter than her sons, but taller than I was. I'd guess she was about 5'6", had brown hair like Dawson's and a lovely smile. Hey there, she said. Luke bent to hug her and then gestured to Belle. Deborah swooped in and hugged Belle too. He finally got it together, didn't he? She said as she pulled away. He certainly did. Belle flashed the ring on her finger, and then Deborah snatched her hand for a closer look. Beautiful, Deborah said. This is one of the prettiest rings I've ever seen. Sometimes you see a girl's ring after she gets engaged, and it's nothing to sniff at. But this one is truly stunning. Belle shook her head and was formulating words when Deborah took in the group of us, peered past Belle to where the kids sat watching TV on the couch in the parlor, and then spoke. I already considered you a done deal, so I can't wait to have you as my daughter. I've never had one of those before. The group of us laughed. Awareness tingled between Dawson and me. Though he wasn't touching me anymore, I was aware of his nearness, of the heat of him, of his fingertips a reach away from mine. I peered in his direction and caught him peering at me too. My cheeks heated. 5 boys, Belle said. That's very remarkable. They're the light of my life. But they were a handful for sure. She beamed, and then her gaze rested on me. Luke took the lead, and I was suddenly glad I hadn't given in to Dawson's suggestion to tell them we were dating. No need to steal any attention away from Belle and Luke. This was their shining moment. Mom, this is Belle's friend Bex, Luke said. Bex? Deborah offered me a hand and granted me the same warm smile I suspected she held for everyone. Something told me she just liked people, which helped settle the trepidation in my chest. I heard Belle had a friend living here. Are these your kids? Yes, they are. I've got 3. Adorable. She glowed in their direction. Sophia caught wind we were talking about her. She slid from the couch and toddled over. I bent and scooped her into my arms. Deborah gave a little sigh, first at Sophia and then at Luke and Belle, as though picturing them having babies of their own. Most women I knew looked forward to the day they became grandmothers. I didn't think any of the other Holden brothers were married, so that meant Luke and Belle were the first to present her with that opportunity. Deborah shook off the stardust and smiled. So, Bex, they told me you've been a big help around here. Luke and Belle had talked about me to her. Or worse, had Dawson mentioned me? The thought made me cringe. Dawson had talked about me to his mother. I don't know about that, I said. I'm sure you have. I didn't see this house before Belle's family cleared it out, but it looks very lovely. Then she crossed to Dawson and embraced him. How's my boy? She asked tenderly. Doing great. Good to see you, Mom. Good to see you. I can see why you like it here so much. This house, the farm, it's beautiful." Belle invited her to sit down at the dining table. Notebook in hand, I took the seat across from Mrs. Holden. Dawson could have sat anywhere, but he slid into the seat next to mine. I burned with his proximity. I didn't understand why, but even though we weren't facing one another, I was aware of every aspect of him, and my mouth began to water. And then, to make matters worse, his hand slipped to my knee beneath the table. A little zing shot through me. I straightened, holding my breath to keep from trembling at the touch. I searched to meet his hand. His fingers brushed against mine, claiming them one at a time. I chanced to look at him, then, and the intensity in his eyes was striking. In that moment, I wanted nothing more than for him to whisk me away and kiss me like he had Saturday night. Fortunately, Deborah didn't notice anything amiss. She simply smiled and started. "So what did you have in mind for this engagement party?" Giving Dawson's hand a final squeeze, I retrieved my hand and opened my notebook, ready to show her the few ideas I'd already outlined. Keeping my concentration was more difficult than it should have been, though. Deborah's responses to my ideas were encouraging. She was sweet and kind, not expressing doubts as Diane would have done, but it wasn't her excited reactions throwing me off. More than once, Dawson rested his hand on my leg under the table, upending me so hard it took conscious effort to stay focused. It made one thing undeniably clear. I may have felt up to the task of planning the party by the time our discussion got rolling. Dealing with Dawson, however, was far more daunting. Chapter 23. The engagement party was set for the end of the month. Belle figured that would give us plenty of time to get the invitation sent out, obtain the things we needed for the games, party favors, and refreshments, and get a new dining table delivered. Sure enough, to Luke's vocal dismay, days later, a distressed rectangular 6-person dining set arrived. The chairs were my favorite part. They were covered in gray polyester and had exposed nail heads climbing along the front and back of each chair. With April crawling into May, the weather was warming that much more. Rain showers still played their cards, but the flowers and grass were only that much brighter once the rain stopped. I busied myself ordering the mints and plastic diamond rings for the guests at the party, helping Cody with his homework, and playing outside with Paisley and Sophia. Dawson joined us as well, often sitting on the porch as though content to watch rather than interact. Something told me if he could, he would be right out in the grass with us. His continued attention made what I had to do that much harder. A week before the party, an email came, one that I'd begun to dread as much as I'd anticipated it. "Dear Rebecca, we're pleased to inform you that the unit you've been waiting for at the Wayfair Apartments will soon become available. As you've paid your deposit, please feel free to move in at your earliest convenience. We will begin collecting rent on the 5th of every month." The 5th of May would be right after the engagement party. That meant I needed to get a move on. But I suddenly didn't want to leave this cocoon of perfection. I'd grown accustomed to living here at the farmhouse, to having Belle and Luke's company, to seeing Dawson every day and spending time with him. Not to mention how much the kids obviously loved living here. How could I tear them away from this? We couldn't stay, though. Much as we all wanted it to be, this wasn't our home. I decided to talk to Belle first. She was in the barn, brushing Sweetie's hair. "Hey there," I said. "Can we talk?" "Sure, you don't have to ask. Is everything okay?" I lifted my phone. "I got word back on that apartment. They have an opening. We're clear to move in." Belle's expression saddened, and it was no wonder. I know she knew this was coming, but I hadn't told her I'd paid the deposit. I should have said something about it before, I supposed. Fortunately, Belle handled it graciously. "Bex, I want to say that's exciting, but I'm going to miss you around here. It won't be the same without you and your kids." As if to punctuate the statement, the sound of Paisley's squeals ricocheted from outside and into the barn. "I know, they're going to hate moving." "You could stay," she said. I smiled at her, completely touched by the offer. "Thank you, but you and Luke are getting married. You two need your space. You need time to get used to living together and to start your own family, too." Those early days of marriage were definitely easier to navigate if a couple had their own place. Belle's eyes glinted with kind understanding. She brushed a hair from her face with the back of her wrist, not arguing with me, but accepting what we both knew to be true. I hadn't expected that, but I was grateful for her understanding. Belle, I can't thank you enough. She cut me off with a hand on my arm. Her brown eyes met mine, and they burnished with sincerity. I'd do it again in a heartbeat. You say I've helped you, but you've helped me too, and Luke. And don't even get me started on Dawson. Luke was telling me what a different person he is since he moved in here. My heart hitched. Different? I asked. How so? He said Dawson was always so flighty that he could never see him settling down. But with you, he said Dawson is different. It's almost like you ground him, like you... Hold him back? I suggested with a half smile. Belle's eyes narrowed. You know that's not what I mean. Dawson was a drifter, Bex. Luke said he never stuck to one thing or one woman long. But something about you has made him want to be better, to be reliable. I wasn't sure, because I had only ever heard of the previous Dawson. Gossip was insubstantial and fleeting, and I didn't put any stock in that either. No, all I really knew about Dawson was his kind heart, his patience, his maddening flirtation, and his ability to get under my skin. Does he know you're leaving? Belle asked. Not yet, I said. I haven't told the kids either. Something told me none of them were going to take the news well, but they deserved to know. I'd let the kids know. And after all that had taken place between us, after the way Dawson treated me, the way he'd changed, Belle was right. I owed him that much. When are you going to move? That was the question, wasn't it? I gazed out at the yard through the open barn door. A few chickens squabbled from within their enclosure. I wondered if sometime before the engagement party would be best. We've already gotten the house all ready, Belle argued. Wait until after it's over. Luke's brothers will all be there. We can see if the Holden boys will stay and help. I don't have that much to move, I said. In all reality, it would probably take a single day to pack up everything we'd brought here and fit it all in my van as we'd done when we first moved in. I supposed it was time to get a few more things from Rock's, including the kids' beds and furniture. I hadn't wanted to deal with moving it, not when our stay here wasn't permanent. They also needed somewhere to sleep while they were at his house. I managed to keep the news to myself well enough as we prepped for the party. Belle, the kids, Dawson, Luke, and I pitched in together to clean baseboards, clear weeds from the barnyard, touch up paint on the walls that hadn't been taken care of yet, and clear the house of the remnants of the construction job it'd been under for the last 7 months. I watched Dawson pass the kitchen with paint cans in hand, ready to take them out to Luke's shop in the barn, and a little part of me softened. I should tell him of our plans. He deserved to know. I steeled myself, ready to join him outside and spearhead the conversation, when a call interrupted my plans. Diane Cutler's number blinked on my screen. My mother-in-law, or ex-mother-in-law, rarely called me. Curious, I swiped to answer. Hi, Diane. What's up? You need to keep up your end of the agreement. My brow creased. From her tone, this wasn't a friendly call. I retreated to the laundry room, where I had a semblance of privacy. Belle's new white washer and dryer sat on pedestals along the far wall, and a granite countertop led off toward the door that closed off the water closet, a single toilet in a narrow space. What are you talking about? I asked, closing the door behind me. Hadn't Mr. Whitnar served Rock with the notice of his rights being suspended? I'd expected Rock to call and harp on me, not his mother. Diane went on, sounding petulant. I know that what Rock did was out of line. You mean cheating on me? I couldn't believe she was doing this. Did she know about what had happened last weekend? But that's no excuse to keep him from seeing his own kids. Unbelievable. What had Rock told her? Was he trying to save face in front of his mother? So he said I took the kids during his weekend for no reason? Diane, I don't know what you're talking about. Rock said you're not going to bring the kids to see him anymore. He tattled to his mother. He had some nerve, especially when he'd been the one at fault. No, I won't. Not if he ditches out on them like he did the last time. The court suspended his visitation rights until they look into the safety of the situation further. He wouldn't do that. Remaining calm was going to take an astronomical amount of patience. I could use some vodka right about now, and I didn't even drink it that often. He did, Diane. I know you want to think the best of your son, but he left Cody in charge of the girls while he was spending the night at his girlfriend's house. Or so I could only assume. Why else had he left the kids? At least he hadn't brought Tara there while the kids were there. Diane remained quiet on the line. I hadn't heard that, she finally said, sounding infinitely more sheepish than she had before. Why else would I pick the kids up at 4 a.m? Cody called me, terrified because he'd been home alone with the girls all night long and couldn't get a hold of his dad. Well, the one word was a sermon all on its own. Out of excuses, I almost said. In fact, a tirade of things I could have quipped her with torrented through my mind, but I bit my tongue and took a deep breath. Please don't make assumptions until you have all the facts. I'm sorry, she said. You have a good day now. You too. Just like that, the call ended. I stared at the wall, completely flabbergasted. Ex-mother-in-law. She definitely fit in the ex category after that call. All the more reason to learn how to text Diane, I muttered, thinking of how nice it was to handle conversations without having to talk to someone at all. I thought about how things had gone, meeting and chatting with Dawson's mom while planning the party. Deborah Holden was as nice as they came. Diane had been nice at first, too. How could I deal with 2 mothers-in-law if anything ever happened with Dawson? Another reason to let things with him be. Mr. Whitnauer called not long after Diane did and let me know the paperwork had gone through without any kinks or inhibitions. Rock wasn't to contact me until we could meet to discuss the terms. A court date was given, a month out, but until that time his rights to see the kids were temporarily suspended. I felt like singing. Everything okay? Dawson said, catching me shortly after the phone call. Better than okay. There's a court date. Rock's visitation rights are suspended until then. Dawson's smile stretched. That's great, he said. How'd he take it? Not too well, I'd imagine, I said. His mom called me, but I haven't heard from him, thank goodness. Dawson rubbed my arms. Good. If that Claude dare comes anywhere near you, I'll have something to say about it. His defensiveness was sweet, but that was just a reminder of what I couldn't bring myself to tell him. We weren't going to stay here forever. We couldn't. And as much as either of us wanted it, Dawson wouldn't be there by my side forever either. I did the best I could to avoid him through the rest of the day, but I was ridiculously aware of him anyway. He was able to move a bit more than I'd seen him do thus far. He'd been able to bend over and lift boxes, and he'd even helped Luke haul the couch from the rug so Belle could vacuum beneath it. Looked like his brain was healing, which was a good sign. We enjoyed a beautiful week, finalizing plans for the engagement party, caring for the animals, watching the kids, and stealing kisses, stealing time I knew I couldn't have. Didn't have the heart to tell him about the apartment. On Thursday, while Sophia took her afternoon nap, I ventured outside. The sun warmed my skin, reminding me of why I loved this time of year. I loved living in an area where the seasons changed. It seemed like the increased temperature had quickened life's pace just a little more, and that added to the urgency I felt to move. Goats bleated, their heads poked through the steel framework, keeping them in their pen, their stubby horns bent as they sought the food Luke had distributed. So far, the avoidance had been working well, until I hefted some of the boxes that had held the honeycomb tiles Belle had laid in the laundry room and its adjoined bathroom. The project had been more painstaking than either of us anticipated. It turned out that laying so many tiny tiles in a space at once, and then ensuring they all had the correct spacing between them, was tedious and took more effort than we'd banked on. Overall, though, the honeycomb tiles had turned out beautifully. Before I made it down the front porch steps, Dawson joined my side with several boxes in his hands, too. I've been thinking about you, he said. My entire body tingled. I tried to attribute the sensation to the May sunshine, but that wasn't entirely the truth. I think about you all the time, I admitted. Thanks to the warmer weather, the driveway had dried out and was now just dirt and gravel rather than mud. It was nice to walk without having to dodge puddles. I opened the lid on the garbage can and tossed the flattened cardboard onto the pile within. Dawson did the same. When I turned to head back to the farmhouse, his hand captured mine, keeping me in place. Heart lurching, I faced him, feeling as though I were under this spotlight. Could he see through me? Had he heard about my plans after tomorrow? "My whole family will be here tomorrow," he said with intensity. "I don't think I can hide how I feel about you. I don't want to." Conflict tore through me. "Dawson." He corralled my lips with his, drawing me into his daydream and casting away the anchor that had been keeping the both of us wedged in one place. Everything inside of me expanded. The world opened, possibility treaded to my fingertips as easily within my grasp as the soft feather of his hair as I raked my fingers through it and pulled him closer to me. I kissed him back. I gave this every swirling emotion, every insistence I possibly could, unwilling to let this kiss end. Because I knew once it did, that separation would sever everything blooming between us. I couldn't have him. I couldn't have this perfect life. It was time to tell him the truth. "Forget friendship. I want to be with you," he said breathlessly. "We're moving out." What? Dawson reared enough to catch my eyes. I couldn't bear to take in the hurt in his. I freed myself from his arms. It ripped my heart right out. "I didn't tell you, but I'd been waiting on an opening from an apartment complex in Burley. They contacted me." "You're leaving?" "I can't keep intruding on Belle, not with her life changing as drastically as it is. I'm an adult. I need to start taking care of things myself." "So you're moving?" he said, his brows knitted. "Why does it sound like you're saying something else?" "We're moving out, and I'm moving on." "I don't get it. Why should you moving out mean we can't make this work?" I stared at him. You're getting better. I saw you. You're able to bend to pick things up. You're healing and we'll be moving on too." "Doesn't mean we can't see this through." He brought my hand to his lips. "There's no getting over you anytime soon. You make me dizzier than anything." The flutter that I'd felt when Luke had talked about Belle, it took up residence in me. With my hand in his, Dawson reeled me closer to him. "Don't look so stunned," he said, the corners of his lips creaking upward. His mouth saved me the trouble of having to form words. Reluctance warred, keeping me from being able to fully surrender. Arguments I couldn't formulate elbowed their way in, too many for me to pinpoint. I wedged them right back again. "I'm here, Bex," he said, holding me close. "I'm not going anywhere yet." "The yet is what worries me," I said. "I've heard the rumors, Dawson," I added, not seeing any reason to hide it. It wasn't the sole reason for my hesitation, but it was worth mentioning. "What rumors?" "That you hooked up with a different girl after every event." His throat constricted, but he didn't deny it. "You mean more to me than that, and I was stupid for saying what I did, for suggesting we live it up that weekend." I didn't know what to say, so I let the ugly turn of the conversation mull between us. Dawson groaned and turned away from me before turning back. "Okay, now come on. What kind of person do you think I am? What makes you think I'm some flighty cowboy who can't settle down? Just because I never have before doesn't mean it's not something I want." That got me. I had labeled him, and unfairly it seemed. "You're young," I said. "I'm 23. That's 3 years younger than you." Another fair point. Still, while we had the truth out, I had to mention another of my reservations. It was his nomadic lifestyle that made me question his maturity, but I wasn't sure how to say as much. "It just feels like I'm older somehow, I don't know." "Because you have kids and I don't? Or because you've been married and I haven't? So that somehow makes you an expert on life?" "No, that's not what I mean. I've been through plenty myself. I've traveled all across the States and Australia too. I've seen plenty of life. Had my share of heartache and ups and downs." The exasperation in his tone was humbling. I chastised myself, but at the same time it was nice to hear his thoughts on some of these concerns I'd had. I should have brought them up sooner. "It sounds like you're not the only one who needs to apologize," I said. "I misjudged things with you too, and I'm sorry." His expression was guarded, but he threaded his fingers through mine once more. All right then. Now that we're done judging each other, let's be straight up. I like you, Rebecca Wakefield. He used my maiden name again. The sound flurried inside of me. I think you're beautiful, and this amazing mom to 3 pretty awesome kids who adore you, by the way. You're giving this everything you've got. You got a job. You're looking for a home. You'll get everything you feel like you're lacking. You know how I know that? Because you're strong. I can see that strength in your eyes every time I look at you. You're sweet and someone I can talk to. We've always had this easiness between us that I admit is hard to find with a woman like you. A woman like me. I wasn't even sure what that was. But the more he spoke, the more I was being led like a baby colt to a greener pasture. The sun shone bright around every one of his words. And what's more, they beamed directly through me, warming me in my coldest, most neglected places. Thank you, I told him. I want to introduce you as my girlfriend when my brothers are here, he said. The fact that you're leaving doesn't change how I feel about you, and I'm hoping it's the same for you too. It doesn't, I admitted. Though dating me isn't just about me. I have to think about my kids too. They were already too attached to him as it was. What would happen if they got their hopes up that he might be a part of their lives, and then everything fell apart? I care about them too. The last thing I want is for them to get hurt. They already cared about Dawson. So did I. I wasn't sure what to say. You like me? That little smile was back. A burning cinder slid into my low belly, and I couldn't keep down a smile of my own. I like you. Is that a yes? Be my girl, Bex, please? I met the earnest pleading in his expression. I can't. His face fell. He turned away from me, but I placed my hand on his cheek and captured his attention before he could turn away fully. I have to talk to the kids, I explained. They already love you, Dawson, and I can't do anything that might hurt them. They'll get their hopes up. They'll get attached to you, and I want to make sure the two of us dating isn't going to be too much for them. Especially since we were going to be moving soon on top of that. I understand, he said, the corner of his mouth quirking. Go on then. Now? When else, you crazy girl? Cody will be getting off the bus soon, won't he? Go talk to them, and come back so I can kiss you again. Chapter 24. I grabbed Paisley's hand and took her walking with me to the end of Belle's driveway and down the long gravel road that led to the highway. The bus was visible on its stretch, so that by the time Paisley and I arrived, Cody hopped off, hugging the straps of his backpack with both hands. His glasses were sliding off his nose, but he sniffed and pushed them back up. You're here, he said. I am, I smiled. I was excited to see you. Me too. He turned and waved to the bus driver and then took my other hand as we pivoted and ventured back up the gravel road. Birds fluttered and chirped in the treetops. The air was warm and smelled like blossoms and dirt, and I inhaled, basking in the afternoon's beauty. Cody chattered about his day, about the craft project they were making, and how excited the kids and teachers were for the school year to end in a few weeks. I also have something I wanted to talk to you guys about, I said when he was done. Away from the farmhouse. What's that? Cody sniffed and peered up at me. I guided them to the side of the road, where several large rocks were clustered beneath the swaying branches of a willow tree. I slid the backpack from Cody's back and guided him to the rock. I sat and then pulled Paisley onto my lap. Do you remember that apartment I took you to a few weeks ago? Yeah, Cody said tentatively. They have an opening. I think it's time for us to move into our own place. Cody leapt from the rock. And not live at the farmhouse anymore? What about Luke? What about the horses? We'll talk to Belle and Luke, I said. I'm sure you can come ride horses and help Luke with the animals. Burley isn't that far. I don't want to move, Cody said. I like it here. I like my school. You're good at making friends, I said. The school year is about to end anyway. Popsicle wants to move, Paisley said. Popsicle isn't even real, Cody shouted. Yes, she is, Paisley insisted. I rose to my feet and set Paisley on the rock. Then I knelt in front of Cody, wiping the hair from his forehead. Conflict mashed his expression, tearing at my heart. But I didn't know what else to do. The apartment was open. We had to go. It would make more sense to wait until the school year ended, but that wasn't an option either. Change is hard, I told him, using a gentle tone. I know it's hard. I wish we could stay at Belle's forever. But you knew going into this that it was only going to be temporary, right? He sniffed and nodded. It's time. I'm so sorry, but it's time. We'll be in our own place, a more permanent place. You'll start a new school and make new friends. We can still visit Belle and Luke, and you know Luke will love having your help and riding the horses any time. What about Dawson? Cody said, wiping his cheek with the back of his hand. Yeah, Dawson, Paisley slid from the rock. Dawson is my favorite. My heart gave a little flutter. For reasons I couldn't explain, it felt as though a rattle were inside my skin. What if I told you Dawson was still going to be part of our lives, too? Paisley angled her head to one side. Cody eyed me down. What do you mean? He asked. Are you dating? I thought you were only 7, I said with a little laugh. This boy was wise beyond his years. He probably noticed more than I gave him credit for. That's what I wanted to ask. Would it be okay with you if I did? If I dated Dawson? It took only moments for the notion to dawn. Cody's grin stretched wide, and Paisley lifted her fists and jumped up and down as she tended to do any time she was excited about something, though I wondered how much she really understood what I was asking. Are you kidding? Cody said. Yes, I like him way better. I do too, Paisley added. I laughed, pulling them both into my arms for a good long hug. I wasn't sure what I'd been so worked up about. Cody had already said he wished Dawson or Luke was his dad instead, so of course he would have been okay with this. But telling them first was the right thing to do. And in an instant, I knew exactly what I wanted to do next. We continued our walk up the drive. After catching sight of Dawson in the barn, Cody tossed his backpack onto the porch, and then the 3 of us made our way to where he was. Excitement added buoyancy to each of my steps. All at once the reasons I'd been clinging to, urging me to keep my distance from him, drifted in the spring wind. My smile widened to its full size, something I hadn't experienced in so long that the sweep in my cheeks was noticeable. Well, hey there, Mr. Cody, Dawson said, turning and greeting him. How was school today? Good, Cody said, giving Dawson a quick hug. Paisley did the same, prattling something about how we were moving and taking Dawson with us, and then the 2 of them drifted past him to Walnut's stall and began patting the horse's nose. And you? Dawson said, resting a hand on his hip. How are you? I talked to them. And? I couldn't keep it to myself. Dawson seemed to read whatever mirth danced in my gaze because his eyes warmed the longer we looked at each other. It went well, didn't it? He said by way of assumption. Your kids love me. I laughed. Yes, I said. They do, and yes. That's a yes? That is a definite yes. That does it, he said, bending to sweep me into his arms. Short as I was, Dawson lifted me against his chest, only to lose his balance and reel back a few steps. Whoa, now, he said, releasing me to the dirt once more. With a hand on his neck, he braced the other on his shoulder. You okay? I said with a laugh. Guess I'm not as healed as we thought, he said with his eyes closed. Several moments passed while I watched him stabilize himself. He blinked, his eyes settling on me, and he smiled. You keep me in line, you hear? Don't let me tip over. Guess you'd better kiss me. Ground yourself to something stable. You don't have to tell me twice. He wrapped his arms around me, burying his face into the space between my shoulder and my neck. I stroked his hair, keeping him close until he lifted his head and joined our mouths. This was happening. I was officially dating Dawson. My kids were okay with that, and we were going to act like we were at Belle and Luke's engagement party. If I'd been nervous about it before, That was nothing to the squirrels skittering within me now. Chapter 25. About an hour before the party was slated to begin, Deborah arrived with her arms full of grocery bags. A good-looking teenage boy, who I guessed to be about 17, trailed behind her. And though he carried several grocery bags of his own, he hurried to get the door for his mom. "Thanks," she said. I'd been cutting cheese into tiny cubes, but at the sight of Deborah, I set the knife down, hop-skipped around Sophia, who was playing with one of Cody's cars on the hard floor, and hurried to meet her at the door. I glanced around, curious for her sons. Call me crazy, but I was eager to meet Bryce as well. According to what I had learned from Dawson, he and his brother Colton now own the land, and I needed to at least ask them about using it for Bridgewater Animal Days. That way I could have something to report back to Gina before I moved. "Here, let me take some of these." I reached for the handles of the plastic bags. "You're an angel." Deborah let me relieve her of a few bags. "Hoss, this is Belle's friend, Rebecca." Hoss? Dawson had mentioned the nickname was something only he called his younger brother. I wondered if it was a nickname all of them used. That worked for me. It helped keep me from getting his name mixed up with my brother's. "Call me Bex," I said, smiling. And holy wow, Natalie wasn't kidding about the Holden family gene pool. Kyler, Hoss, was taller than both Luke and Dawson, his hair sandy brown, and his face was suited for magazine covers and modeling shoots. I didn't doubt he made more than one girl salivate at school. Back in the kitchen, Deborah and I began to unload her fodder. I pulled out packages of plastic cups and napkins that had a strip of lace along the edges. "Think these'll work?" she asked. "They're perfect," I said. "Belle will love it." She pulled an apron from one of the bags, slid it over her head, and tied the back. She then eyed my mess on the counter. "What are you working on here?" "Kebabs," I said. I just started slicing things. "Kebab on over and I'll help." She winked, and the gesture reminded me of Luke. He often dished out a similar gesture when he made snarky comments, too. We worked in communal silence for a few moments, slicing pieces of jerky and cubes of cheese. Deborah tilted in my direction as she slid her latest round of jerky dices into the bowl and said, "He told me." I stiffened. "Who?" "Dawson." There was that wink again. "He said you two started seeing one another." "Honey, I couldn't be more pleased. You sound like such a nice girl. He's been talking about you for weeks now, so it's good to have the chance to get to know you like he has." My eyes widened, and I was completely caught off guard. Dawson told me he called home weekly. He had been talking about me, after all. No need to be embarrassed about it." She grinned and nudged me with her hip, dicing more jerky sticks. "I'm not embarrassed," I said, trying to wrap my head around this. "It just didn't occur to me that he would tell you about me." "You're worth talking about." Another wink. I divided the blend of cashews and almonds into decorative cups. Then I joined Deborah as she began to skewer cubes of cheese and slices of jerky onto the kebab sticks. She made small talk, asking about my kids, where I was from, to where I was working. Her responses were quick and jovial, and they helped me feel instantly more comfortable around her, so that by the time Dawson entered the kitchen to see what we were up to, it didn't surprise me like it would have if he'd come in when she'd first told me what he'd said. But honestly, Dawson had talked about me. To his mom. How many men did that? I gazed at him longer than I probably should have. He rested a hand on the edge of the counter and met me, stare for stare. "Got anything good in here?" Haas asked, barging into the kitchen in our trance. I was ready with a snarky remark when Dawson wove in, slipped an arm around my waist, and said, "I'll take one of these." He smacked a kiss on my cheek. I'd been warned, I supposed, when he'd said he wouldn't be able to hide how he felt about me in front of his family, but I hadn't expected that. Were they always as comfortable around one another? "Too much?" Dawson grinned. I shook it off, took in the smiles on his mom's and Haas's faces, and the tension in me relaxed. I smiled too. Just that the other side feels left out. Dawson gave a heart-stopping smirk, took my face in his hands, and instead of kissing my other cheek, he placed one soft and slow on my mouth, right there in front of everyone. "How's that?" he asked, smooth as butter. The strength left my knees. I lost myself in his gaze again until Haas cleared his throat.
You guys are cringy. Careful, you'll spill it into the refreshments.
He took one of the jerky and cheese kebabs and made for the door, while at the same time another knock sounded.
You too, Deborah said with a little sigh as though she found our antics endearing.
Get out of here, I told Dawson as elevated men's voices bowled through the quiet house. I won't be able to get anything done with you around.
Looks like Colton and Bryce made it, he said.
Dawson reached for the knife in my hand, set it on the counter, and then clasped my hand and carted me with him. What are you doing?
Introducing you.
It was just as well. I'd rather meet them with him than have one of them spring themselves on me. Did you tell them all that we're dating?
Pretty much.
Okay then. That made this easy. And nerve-wracking. Okay, I said on an exhale. Dawson squeezed my hand and we approached the two men. Colton and Bryce were handsome as well. Bryce was the oldest. From my understanding, he had a wider jaw than the others, but it didn't detract from his looks. If anything, it only enhanced how good-looking he was.
You're crushing it, the one on the left said. On your feet and everything.
Might as well put him to good use, Dawson said, pulling me close.
I wanted you to meet Rebecca Wakefield.
Bex, I said, offering a hand. I considered correcting the last name as well, since Cutler was still my legal name, but I didn't want to embarrass Dawson or take things any more to the land of awkward than they already were.
Miss Rebecca, this is our oldest brother, Bryce.
The man on the right took my hand and shook it.
You sure you want anything to do with this goofball?
Bryce asked kindly, gesturing to Dawson. I wouldn't be holding his hand if I wasn't, I said.
And this is Colton. He's second oldest. Then it's Luke, me, and Haas.
Hi, Colton, I said, shaking the lankier cowboy's hand next. Nice to meet you. Swearing broke out behind us. A string of cuss words, insults, ranting and stomping. I whirled around to find Luke, storming his way toward the door, his face a mash of fury. A little squeak emerged from the kitchen, and then Deborah skittered in our direction, followed by Haas.
What are you doing here?
Luke said, swearing colorfully. I wondered who he was talking to, for only moments before, Bryce lifted his chin.
I was invited. Not by me. Get out of my house.
Luke already considered this his house. It wouldn't be long before that was the case, I supposed. The tension between them was thick enough to swim in. Deborah wedged her way in between her sons with a hand on both of their chests. She only came to their shoulders, but she held her own. She patted Luke's chest and lowered her hand from Bryce's.
I invited him, she said. He's your brother. It's about time you two got over this spat you've been in. It's been years. You're marrying someone else, Luke. Let it go.
It took several moments before clarity rang through. Oh, right. Natalie had told me about the unfortunate circumstance that had taken place during a double date the brothers had gone on. Was Luke still bent out of shape about that? I hadn't been able to picture Luke getting angry enough to hit anyone, until now. Luke's nostrils flared. Belle approached behind him and asked, "What's going on here?" We all looked to Luke as though waiting for permission for someone to break the tense silence. Finally, after glancing at Belle, the fight drained from his shoulders.
Nothing. Just saying hi. Is that what you call it? Bryce muttered.
Colton, Belle said, keeping her voice light and trying to resuscitate the moment. She hugged him and then pulled Bryce into an embrace. He patted her back and smiled at her before turning his glare in Luke's direction once more.
Rough waters,
Dawson muttered in my ear, pulling me away. I let him, and we walked toward the kitchen.
Those two haven't been in the same room in probably 2 years.
It's been that long?
Mm-hmm.
Dawson peered back.
It's probably good Mom invited him here, because I know Luke made it clear he didn't want him coming.
I can't imagine being that angry at my brother, I said. Kyle and I had our share of misunderstandings, but to be angry enough to not want to see one another?
I think Belle's been helping him work on it.
Dawson rubbed a hand behind his neck. He'd been doing that a lot. I suspected it was because he was in pain.
I think there's more to their distance than only that incident with Natalie and Chelsea.
Like what?
It's like what I told you before. After the accident, I asked him why he kept his distance so long from the rest of us, and he said he didn't feel like he was good enough. Like we all looked down on him or something because he failed rodeo and ended up working as a farmhand.
Did you?
No, Dawson said defensively. The others didn't either, though there's always been bad blood between Luke and Bryce. Colton is kind of shy and keeps to himself, and Haas just loves everybody. This could be good for him then, I said, watching Luke, Haas, and Colton talk. Bryce meandered in our direction, leaving the brothers behind. Sometimes being forced to face things is the best way to work through them. In a way, that'd been what had happened with Rock, too. I'd known something between us was off for a long time, but his actions had forced my hand. I hope so, Dawson said. We haven't all been in the same place in a while now. I'm glad he came, I said. Me too. Sorry for the shell shock. We tend to be a little rowdy when we're all together. It doesn't bother me a bit, I said, returning to the refreshments. I began sorting cups and the desserts that Deborah had laid out on small plates onto the counter. There were only about 30 minutes left now. Guests would start coming soon. I like that you're so close. Are you close with your brother? He asked, helping place plates on the table. To an extent, I said. I know I can rely on Kyle for anything, but we've never been what you might call friends. I get the impression you and your brothers are pretty tight. Most of us, yeah. I mean, some of us get along better together than others, but that's how it is with anyone. Right, I said. Tyra came, followed by Jenny Hutchinson, who she worked with at the Elkhorn. Cambry Bennett came with her parents, as did Gina and Bill Hansen. Lou Lorenzo, Pastor Metcalf, and his wife Dee were next, and soon Belle's house was near to bursting with guests. Natalie hadn't come, and I couldn't say I blamed her. After the outbursts that had taken place between Luke and Bryce over what had happened, I could imagine a reunion between Bryce and Natalie. Wasn't the best idea after all. Chapter 26. Deborah and I led the guests in a few of the games we had planned. One game was to avoid saying the word bride. If you caught someone else saying it, you lost the plastic rings we gave to all those in attendance. The person who had the most rings at the end of the evening would win one of the prizes Deborah and I had agreed upon. I lost my ring after the first 15 minutes by absent-mindedly telling Belle's friend from Oregon that I was the bride's best friend. So much for winning that game. According to Dawson, Colton was the quiet one of the brothers. I kept tabs on him throughout the chatter and games, and sure enough, he kept himself aloof from the rest of the guests. He did stop and talk to Jensen and Luke at one point, but for the most part, he stayed on the room's outskirts and contented himself with staring at his phone or watching others. After replenishing the refreshments a second time, while Dawson was talking to Luke and Haas, I moseyed in Colton's direction and asked him about the land. I figured he'd be more approachable than Bryce. Sure, you can use it, he said, though he didn't smile. His eyes did. That was something the Holden brothers had in common. Their eyes were extremely expressive. As soon as you talk Bryce out of building a freaking apartment complex there. An apartment complex? Dawson had mentioned Bryce wanting to build on that land. I'd assumed he wanted to build a house or something. That seems a little out of place, doesn't it? It's what I keep telling him, Colton said, angling his head as if looking for Bryce so he could be included in this conversation. But he's got it in his head that it's a good business venture. Real estate, he added as though the notion was ludicrous. Thinks it'll grow the area or something. Grow the area? Gina Hansen was going to love this. Has he gone through the proper hoops for building something like that? The town council is going to start a riot in protest. And something told me Gina would be the ringleader. Bridgewater had been the same size for eons. The last thing people around here wanted was for the town to grow. Colton snorted. You're not wrong. He's going through the hoops now, though I can't say the town council is the wiser yet. Tell Bryce to brace himself, I said. Something told me once word got out, he was going to be met with all kinds of flack. I had to say, it would have been nice to have the apartment complex available now. Then I wouldn't be moving so far away. This apartment idea was actually not half bad. Colton laughed, winning the attention of several people around us. I'll pass that along to him. But Animal Days? I said, getting back on the subject. Can we still hold it there for at least one more year? The council has postponed it longer than they wanted to. I'd like to be able to give them an answer. That way they'd at least have until next spring to find somewhere else to hold it. When's your event? Colton asked. I shared the date in early May. He whistled. Not much time. It's fine by me, but I'd talk to Bryce. Bryce. I had the worst impression of him and wondered if he was really as bad as everyone made him out to be. He hadn't seemed unapproachable, as I'd worried he would be. If anything, he'd been friendly, and Luke had been the prickly one. "There he is." Colton tilted his head in his brother's direction, and I nodded, following him over. Bryce hung near the couch as though he was outside the farmhouse looking in rather than part of the party. There was also a sadness in his eyes that struck me. I'd expected defiance. The look put me at ease, yes, but it also made me want to help him heal the rift between him and Luke. Not that I had the first clue how to do that, but still, I felt it. "Bryce," Colton began, "Dawson's girl has a question for you." My stomach simmered. Dawson's girl. I steeled myself under Bryce's full attention and scrutiny. I wasn't sure I'd ever get used to how good-looking these brothers were, or being included with the best-looking one of them all. As if he knew I was thinking about him, Dawson caught my glance from across the room, firing a sparkler under my skin. "Rebecca, right?" Bryce said kindly, pulling my attention to him. Uncertainty spiraled in my chest, but I steeled myself. "Bex," I said. "And I've been talking to Colton about that land of yours." "Which land?" I slid a look to Colton, who gave me a nod of encouragement. "The land you recently purchased?" I offered the address. Bryce gave Colton an annoyed look. "Really? You roped her into this?" "What?" Colton lifted his hands. "She approached me about this." I hurried to clarify the reason for my interest. "I'm on the Bridgewater City Council. We're looking for a place to host Bridgewater Animal Days coming up, and it's been held on that land in the past." "Oh," Bryce said, cooling instantly. Something told me this purchase of his had been a sore spot between the brothers. Colton laughed it off, his shoulders shrugging. "A few weeks, you say?" Bryce said. "I got plans for that land." "Terrible plans," Colton interjected. Bryce rounded on him. "Just you wait. That townhouse complex is going to revolutionize this area." "Or ruin it." Whatever this was between the brothers, I didn't want to get any deeper in the middle of it than I was. "When are you starting construction?" I asked. "Would it be feasible to use that land one more time this spring?" "Sure," Bryce said, piercing me with his smile. "I don't see any problem with that. Maybe it'll get you to wise up and farm it like it's meant for," Colton muttered. "Land is land," Bryce said to him before turning back to me. "Might as well put it to the best use before we start." My gaze darted between the two brothers. They were business partners? These two farmed together? Within moments, their glowers melted, and they were joking with one another again. The fact made me smile and eased some of my concerns. "So, yes?" I clarified. "You bet," Bryce said as Colton nodded his agreement. "Great," I said, thanking them both. We exchanged phone numbers and agreed to be in touch. Dawson spent as much time as he could by my side and with his arm around me. I didn't mind in the slightest. I loved how attentive he was. The gleam in his eyes every time they crossed paths with mine. The heady way he smelled like soap and the softest touch of cologne. Belle's Aunt Sarah and her daughter Allie appeared about half an hour into the party. Both women were dressed impeccably. Aunt Sarah wore a stylish green blouse with bangles on her wrists. Her hair was curled beneath her ears. Allie wore a pink sweater with torn jeans. Her brown hair was coiled past her shoulders in soft waves. They greeted many of the other guests, joining in on the games and enjoying some refreshments. I also didn't fail to notice Allie noticing Dawson's arm around me. I didn't care. Really, I didn't. The instant Dawson had stepped away to talk to Haas about something, Allie slid in my direction. "So it's true?" she said. I was stacking the presents, making a mountain of the coffee table in the living room. Gifts hadn't been mentioned in the invitation, but people had brought them anyway. We'd have to be sure to get thank you cards. "What's true?" I asked, catching a large box before it fell to the floor. I set it beside the coffee table instead of trying to stack it onto the pile. It was too big and was better suited for the bottom anyway. "You and Dawson?" she said, smiling. My nape itched. Was she being friendly or searching for more gossip? Her expression seemed genuine, though she sounded pretty judgmental when I'd overheard her at the Mercantile. I couldn't keep faulting her and Aunt Sarah for talking about what was going on at the farmhouse. Curiosity was natural, especially when family was concerned. I certainly had had my share of conversations regarding what other people were up to. "It is," I said. "That's great. How cute is this? Too bad you two aren't engaged. You could have had a double party. Double wedding, Jane Austen style." She laughed. "We don't want to steal Belle and Luke's limelight," I said. "Really, Dawson and I have just been helping Belle fix things up around here." "You've done a wonderful job," she said, gazing around the living room with admiration. I wondered if her praise was genuine. From what Belle had told me, I was under the impression Allie was jealous that Belle had inherited the farmhouse and had been none too kind while requesting items for her mom to take. The wall color, the furniture, the flooring, and don't get me started on the bathrooms. It's really immaculate. I hope you took before and after shots. I don't know if Belle did or not," I said. For some reason, talking to her about this was making me emotional. The house was beautiful. After tonight, I was leaving it. I'd been resigned to that fact. In between helping Belle clean and prep, I'd packed up the few belongings the kids and I had here. In a few short hours, we would be gone. We would be leaving. The thought was getting to me. It choked my throat and pricked my eyes. I hadn't cried since the divorce. I certainly wasn't about to in front of Belle's cousin, who, nice as she was practically a stranger. "Will you excuse me? It was good talking to you." "You too," Allie said, smiling. Chapter 27. I managed to keep it together through the rest of the party. Belle and Luke opened their gifts and received many incredible and thoughtful presents, including fluffy blankets, wicker baskets, and even a stay at the Black Swan Inn in Pocatello, an hour away. Guests were bidden goodbye, and soon I was in the kitchen with Deborah and Belle, gathering abandoned plates and cups and clearing the counters. "Where is Dawson?" Deborah asked, looking at me. "He turned in," I said. He'd come to kiss me goodnight about an hour ago, telling me he couldn't function much longer but didn't want to leave without letting me know. I almost teased about tucking him in, but that could have led in a dangerous direction. So I kissed him in the shadow of the hallway leading to his room. As we headed in separate directions, our fingers held on a little longer before slipping free. I dashed upstairs to put Sophia to bed around the same time, too. Cody and Paisley had drunk in the guests and the party. They'd also probably eaten more than their fair share of the refreshments. "That's right, it's late, isn't it?" Deborah checked the clock. It was after 10 p.m. The party had lasted longer than any of us had expected. "Let's take care of the rest of this in the morning," Belle said, hiding a yawn behind her hand. She approached Deborah and hugged her first, then me, thanking us both for all the effort we put into the party. "Of course, looks like you two had a nice collection of gifts out there. We need them, too," she said, peering toward the living room. "Thanks again for coming." "Mom," Haas said, peeking his head in. "Let's go." Deborah and Haas bade us all goodbye, and soon it was just Belle and me. "Is Luke okay?" I asked as we linked arms and made our way to the stairs. I waved to Cody. Paisley was zonked out on the couch, and I wasn't about to move her. Cody sluggishly climbed the stairs in front of us. "He's okay," Belle said, leaning her head on mine. She sounded exhausted. "I know he wasn't happy about Bryce coming, but their mom is right. They're brothers. He needs to get over it." We reached the top of the stairs, and Belle hugged me one more time. "This party was everything. Thank you." "I'm glad," I said. "So you're headed out in the morning?" "In the morning," I said with a little nod. As if Sophia sensed as much, she woke up as I was readying for bed. I'd brushed my teeth when her cries penetrated the wall. I was so tired. I could let her cry and settle herself again. But with so many others in the house, I didn't want to chance her disturbing them. After days of packing and planning, of anticipating so much change, I could have crashed into bed and slept an entire 24 hours. I straightened my shoulders and made for her room instead. Sophia stood in her playpen, her hands reaching for me. I picked her up and breathed her in. She smelled like soap and milk and fresh bread. "I'm here," I told her. "I'm here. Go back to sleep." She nestled into my arms. I soaked in the moment, rocking her and noticing her body growing heavier. After several minutes, the sound of socks on the wooden floor alerted me that I wasn't alone. "She's at it again?" Dawson's voice was becoming more and more recognizable. It was a sound I was becoming attuned to, and it had the power to trigger whatever fluttered excitedly inside of me. "She is." I smiled at him, sweeping my gaze across the shadows on his handsome features, the way the darkness emphasized the line of his jaw and straight nose, the way the fleeting glimmer from Sophia's nightlight danced in his eyes. Do you know that Rock never once got up with me in the night to care for them like this? Any of them? I did it all. Then he missed out on so much, Dawson said, rubbing a gentle hand on Sophia's soft head. Was this man from another planet? What made him be this kind? What about the sleep you're missing out on? Dawson waved his hand. I'll sleep later. This is one of those captured times you can't make up, and you can't replicate. She'll only be this small once. Soon she'll be running around like Paisley, freaking out about chickens or tracking dirt in the house, and won't sit down for a minute with you. Got to capture these moments while you can. He kept his eyes on Sophia, but mine were on him, and I'd never felt my heart so fully before. I think I could love you, I said. Dawson's eyes flicked to mine. His mouth did that little curve on its side. Could? I closed my eyes. I can't believe I said that. With the same tender, gentle stroke and undeviating attention he'd bestowed to my daughter moments before, Dawson lifted his hand and stroked my cheek. It's okay. You're sleep-deprived. Thinking I could be a dream. I was aflutter. A leaf tumbling in a breeze, a spray of flower petals drifting along the path. You could be that too. For all we know, I may be imagining you here with me. It was a dream I shouldn't be indulging in, but to hear him talk about my baby as if he cared about her as much as I did, to have him look at me as if I were worth losing sleep over, I was coming unraveled. I'd never fathomed what a mother's love could be like until Cody was born, I said, needing to shift away from his attention to me. It took over me. He took over me so much that he was my light, no matter what shading was taking place. I loved him so much I couldn't breathe. It gave me a whole new appreciation of Mary and how much she must have loved her baby Jesus in a motherly way, a different way than I love Jesus, a way I'd never considered before. I worried I wouldn't love Paisley as much, or that my love for her would somehow diminish what I felt for him. But when she was born, it hit like lightning then too, and Sophia. Don't even get me started on that cherubic face or these sweet pools of her eyes. And these rolls, Dawson said, pointing to the line in her wrists. Adorable. I couldn't say this, could I? You show more interest and love for her than her father ever did, than he ever did for any of them, or me for that matter. It's hard not to, he said, his voice quiet. Your kids are something else. When I found out I was pregnant with Cody, Rock was angry. Every pregnancy after that, he was so mean, so critical, like they were somehow my fault. The kids were always in his way, always noisy, always interrupting, always getting on his nerves, interfering with his TV shows or his plans. He even made me sleep on the couch while I was nursing just so I wouldn't wake him up. I'm sorry, Bex. You deserve better. Thanks. I didn't mean to dump this all on you. You're easy to talk to. I repeated his statement from earlier. Dawson kept his attention on Sophia. Looks like she's out. Yeah. We stared at one another in the dark room while something I couldn't name strung powerfully between us. I laid Sophia back into her bed, thinking of Dawson, of how much different things would be if I'd managed to find a caring man like him from the start. The moment I stepped into the hall, I was in his arms. Words were unnecessary. His mouth slipped over mine, saying all there was to be said. All thoughts of sleep vanished. His lips were insistent,
and every move they made against mine hiked my pulse and sprouted desire in me that I'd never experienced before. Dawson deepened the kiss, and I responded in the most succulent give and take I'd ever experienced either. I'd never been kissed like this before, like I was essential, like the connection between us was as necessary as life. I lost a little more of my heart the longer the kiss lasted. Eventually, Dawson guided me to the chair situated near the stairs, leading me to his lap, so we were at the same level. "It's easier this way," he said, claiming my mouth again. I could imagine bending at the neck to gather my kiss was hard for him. "Someday I won't be this broken lump. I'll be a man again." I allowed him to indulge in a few more before meeting the glint of his eyes in the darkness. "Dawson," I said, breathless and wanting more, but needing to say this, "you are more a man than anyone else I've ever known." His eyes registered my words. The glance between us intensified, and then he kissed me again, heavier, deeper, and I knew we were headed into dangerous territory. As difficult as it was, I slowed and pulled away. "We'd better get some sleep," I said. "I want you more than sleep." He kissed me again. It was somehow harder to pull away this time because he wasn't the only one feeling that way. "Someday," I said, "but not tonight." Suddenly, moving out was the best idea I'd had. We could do this. We could make this work, but not if we were sleeping under the same roof. Who knows? Maybe it'll be easier when we're not living in the same house, I admitted. Temptation would be too rife otherwise. "We don't have to do anything," he said, pressing his forehead to mine. "I just want to be with you. Will you come with me?" "Not to your room." He shook his head. "No, somewhere else. Stay with me." Dawson led me into the living room. Paisley was stretched onto the couch, so we took the 2 armchairs. The distance was noticeable but necessary, and fortunately Dawson remained in the other chair, though he did slide it closer so he could hold my hand. We talked for a long time about how I'd been able to talk to both Bryce and Colton about the land, about how we'd found Gina and straightened everything out for Animal Days. We talked about the kids and how they would handle the move. We talked about the possibility of Dawson looking for a job now that he was able to be up, doing more things. Eventually, I was too tired to stay upright. "I need some sleep," I told him. "Leaving so soon?" "Good night, Dawson." I chanced another kiss. It was short and perfect. "Good night, Rebecca." I'd never liked my full name much, but when Dawson said it, it was my favorite word. I really did need sleep, though I tossed and turned for a good while, replaying his words and our kisses. Tomorrow would come soon enough. Tomorrow everything was about to change. Chapter 28. Breakfast was a bright affair. Dawson didn't show up, but I didn't blame him. He'd crashed early and then been woken up shortly after that. I wondered if he'd been able to get back to sleep after our world-rocking makeout session. I'd floated to bed and drifted from one step to the next this morning. Though it had taken place hours ago, his kisses last night still affected me. It was like a spiked drink, lifting me and turning ordinary things like walking and breathing into the most remarkable experiences. I was alive. I was breathing, living, existing, and I couldn't remember ever being happier to be so. My smile was lighter too. It lifted my cheeks, my spirit, my entire outlook. Change was happening, taking place before my eyes, and it was rampant with possibility. Dawson Holden was the most remarkable man I'd ever known, and he'd kissed me last night like I was his whole world. "Hi, Mom," Cody said, shuffling to where I sat at the table. "Hi, sweetheart," I said, responding more exuberantly than usual. "Someone's happy this morning," Belle said. "Don't tell me it's because you're leaving." No, of course, I'm not happy to be leaving. In fact, if she had any idea how difficult this was going to be for me, she would never let me pass the door. The emotion that had sprung up during my conversation with Allie the night before was still tangible. "I'm just happy." "Oh?
Understanding dawned on Belle's face, and she sank into the chair across from me. "Oh," she said, drawing it out. Then she leaned in and lowered her voice, presumably so Cody wouldn't overhear. "Does this have to do with a certain handsome cowboy sleeping down the hall from where we're currently sitting?" Her door had been closed, hadn't it? She hadn't seen Dawson and me last night, at least, not that I knew of. "Maybe," I said, unable to get a hold of my smile before it sprouted to my cheeks. Belle made a little noise. "Tell me about it." "No," I said, still smiling. This shook her. At least not right now. I did not want to risk him walking down the hall and overhearing every gooey thing I might gush to Belle in the process. He struggled with his head injury enough as it was. No need to make things harder by enlarging his head more than it needed to be. She leaned across the table. "I'm happy to see you so happy." My heart legitimately fluttered in my chest. "I am." "You could stay longer," Belle said. I reached for her hand and clasped it in mine. "It's time." Belle pressed her lips into an understanding smile and gave a single comprehensive nod. Paisley ambled in from the living room, her curls amuck. Having fallen asleep on the couch after the party, she still wore the clothes she'd had on yesterday. "Morning, sweetie," I said as she climbed onto my lap and rested her head on my chest. She gathered my shirt in her fist and tucked her thumb in her mouth. "Did you sleep well?" She moaned. "But Popsicle didn't." "I'm sorry to hear that," I said, resting my head on hers. "How does Popsicle feel about you moving to your own apartment?" Belle asked, placing a plate of scrambled eggs in front of the two of us. I smiled at her in thanks. Paisley shifted. "Popsicle doesn't want to go. Change is hard, because it's new. But who knows? Popsicle might like it." Paisley shook her head and nestled against my chest. I gave her a final squeeze and directed her to her own chair. I then slid the plate of eggs in her direction and stood to help Belle. "What are you going to do about your job at the mercantile?" Belle asked, dishing more eggs onto another plate and handing it to me. I passed the plate to Cody and filled another for myself. "I was going to talk to Geraldine today. They don't really need my help. She only let me work part-time there because of my situation. I'd drive to Bridgewater every day to work until I found a new job closer to our new home." "In the community board? How did Gina take the news?" With her own plate of eggs in hand, Belle joined Paisley, Cody, and me at the table. "I talked to her at the party last night after pegging Bryce down about animal days." Belle made a noise. "I'm sure that went well." "Luke's pretty bent out of shape about him, isn't he?" I squirted some ketchup onto my eggs. This was something Rock had always scorned, but I couldn't eat eggs plain. "He is," Belle said, taking a bite of her eggs. Across from her, Paisley hummed as she pushed eggs around on her plate. "I'm hoping he gets over it soon." "He seemed really upset about having Bryce here." "Yeah, from my understanding, they've never quite gotten along since the punch." "That sucks," I said. "It does. I don't want drama at the wedding." "When is it going to be?" Belle chewed and smiled. "I'm thinking Christmas, and I want the wedding here at the farmhouse." "It's beautiful here at Christmas time," I said. The Tobys had many exquisite antique decorations that Belle hadn't used last year because we hadn't wanted the kids accidentally breaking them. She could really go to town with a house like this for the wedding. "That's what I was thinking," she beamed. Cody rose from the table, scratching his stomach and angling his head. He hadn't yet put on his glasses. "Sounds like Sophia's awake up there. Want me to get her?" "I got her," I said, taking a last bite of my eggs. I thanked Belle for breakfast and made for the stairs. I stilled at the sight of the armchair, reliving Dawson sinking into it and pulling me onto his lap so he could keep kissing me. Everything inside of me fluttered all over again. I retrieved Sophia, and by the time I made it downstairs, Luke had arrived from his little house on the property and was digging into his own plate of eggs. Once the kids were fed and breakfast dishes were cleaned, with the entire crew sitting together at the table, the moment stretched. "This is it, huh?" Luke said, holding Belle's hand on the table. He cast his gaze around, from her to me to the kids. "Our last breakfast together." "It is." When are you heading out? This morning, I said. Luke angled his head. I'm sure my knucklehead brother will be up once we start making enough noise. Let's get your stuff out to your van. We certainly did make enough noise to wake a whole village. The energy of change coursed through, and Cody and Paisley jabbered and exclaimed about living in Burley. You'll still let me ride the horses, won't you? Cody asked as he passed Belle dragging a black garbage bag filled with his plushies and toys outside. You'd better come ride the horses, she said, holding the door for him. Grady would be sad if you didn't. What's going on here? Dawson surprised me by slipping his hand around my stomach from behind. I jumped and whirled to face him. His expression had that glow, either from sleep, good dreams, or good kisses the night before, or all three. He pressed a kiss to my mouth in greeting. We're just taking stuff out to the van, I said. You want some eggs? Eggs at a time like this? You're leaving. That doesn't mean you can't eat, I said with a little laugh as he bent in to kiss me again. Now I get it, Belle said as she passed, smiling and understanding. So that's why you were so happy this morning. I whirled free of Dawson and tucked my hair behind my ears. He and I exchanged a secret smile. Before long, our belongings were packed. Belle and I stood together at the base of the stairs, gazing at the living room, the entryway, and the dining room and kitchen, each of which was visible from here. I couldn't have done this without you, she said, nudging my shoulder. You could have, I said. Yeah, she amended, but it would have taken twice as long. Thank you for giving us somewhere to call home. She wrapped her arms around me. I'm serious about bringing the kids back to ride the horses. Cody really loved working with Luke. I squeezed her hard before pulling free. We'll be back. Dawson still lives here. I winked. Belle laughed. So you two are inseparable now? We're dating, I shrugged. Not sure about inseparable. Why not? I gazed out the window where he and Luke played with the kids outside. I tried to figure out how to put my feelings into words. It's fragile, I said. I've never met anyone like him before, and I've never had anyone make me feel as special as he does. That's so great, she said. I nodded. Yeah, but I'm having a hard time trusting it, you know? I feel like what's been building between us is delicate. One slip and everything will crack. I've been hesitant to give him a chance. You were hurt, Belle said. It's self-defense. Exactly, I said. Belle laid her head on my shoulder. If Dawson is like his brother, then I'd say you've got nothing to worry about. I let that settle for a moment before saying, I hope you're right. I was glad to have Luke, Belle, and Dawson along as we stopped by Rock's to pick up the kids' furniture and other belongings. Having an audience saved him from lambasting me from here to Kingdom Come, as I was sure he would have. The court date to settle the emergency custody suspension I'd filed was slated to take place in a little over 2 weeks. Technically, he shouldn't be seeing the kids at all until the verdict took place, so the kids stayed in the vehicles. Where are they going to sleep when they come now? Rock demanded as Luke and Belle passed him with one of the mattresses. Luke had brought his pickup as well. We'd have to make several trips to get everything, which was fine. They love sleepovers, I said. Get them some sleeping bags and make a game of it. Or you could, I don't know, get them beds? Dawson said under his breath, so only I could hear. I suppressed a laugh. Where are you moving to? Rock said a few moments later as I passed with one of the bed frames. Burley, I said. I'll get the address to you. He swore. I was sure I'd receive another call from Diane about this, about taking the grandkids to another town without discussing it with her first. But she could call all she wanted. What I did wasn't her prerogative. She'd see the kids on their weekends with their dad, no doubt. This is it, huh? Dawson said as we pulled into the parking lot of the Wayfair. It was a nice building, brick with manicured flower beds. A couple with 2 young children was on the lawn by the gazebo across from the parking lot. There's kids here, Cody said. Looks like you could make some new friends. I shifted into park. Dawson slid a hand to my knee and squeezed. I gripped his hand in answer and got out of the van just as Luke and Belle pulled in front of our building. I'd had enough money set aside that I'd been able to get a bed for myself as well, along with a table and chairs second-hand. "Thank you for all your help," I said once everything was taken inside. Luke hugged me, then Belle. Then Dawson swept me into his arms and held me. "I've got to go back with them," he said. "I don't have a vehicle of my own right now, but I'll get one." "We'll come visit you," I said. "I'm going job hunting," he added. "Really? You feel like you're ready?" He gave me a devastating grin. "Yeah, it's time." "That's great." "Dawson," Luke called. Dawson peered back and gave his brother a wave, then hugged me one more time before kneeling in front of Cody and Paisley. "You're leaving too?" Cody said. "They're my ride. You guys will have a great first night here. Get on over there and make some new friends. Then you can tell me all about them and your new place the next time I see you. Okay?" "Okay," Cody said. "Okay." Paisley threw her arms around him. "I love you, Dawson," she said. "And Popsicle loves you too." Dawson smirked. His gaze flicked to me before he squeezed my little girl that much tighter. "I love you too, Miss Paisley." "And Popsicle?" He grinned. "And Popsicle." He kissed me once more and lifted his hand in a final wave as he made his way to Luke's pickup truck. Our parting had more of a sense of finality about it than I liked. I knew it was senseless, but as I walked to apartment number 7 with my 3 kids, with Dawson going in the opposite direction, I couldn't help but feel this foreshadowed a darker future, filled with distance and separation, just like this. Chapter 29. I woke before the sun and smiled. While Sophia lay in her playpen in one of the 2 bedrooms, Cody and Paisley had crawled into my new queen-sized bed with me. I rolled over, laying my arm over Paisley and pulling her feet away from Cody's face. Sometime in the night, she'd imitated a pinwheel and had turned completely upside down. The moment was still, and it was just what I needed. I'd been fighting emotion since we left Belle's. Sleeping had helped me mollify it, and now with my ankle biters so close to me, things didn't seem quite as bleak. We would get through this. It was just a relocation. I'd find a job in Burley so I didn't have to commute. Cody would adjust at school. All would be well. A knock hammered into my reverie. Cody sniffed and blinked his eyes open. He stared around as if wondering where we were, and I didn't blame him. It took them several days to adjust to being at Belle's at first. Our new apartment would be no different. "Who's that?" he asked. My guess was the manager. I peeked at my phone. 9:30. Yikes, we'd slept late. "Shh, maybe if we don't answer, they'll go away," I said. Cody grinned. We lingered a moment while I basked in wonder at how long all of us had slept when the knock sounded again. "Who is that, Mommy?" Paisley asked, rubbing her eyes. "Maybe it's Dawson," I said. He was the only person I could think of who would be visiting us here. My heart gave a little lurch at the thought. "Dawson!" Paisley perked up and leapt from the bed. Her footsteps pattered on the way to the door. Her speed increased my urgency. I didn't want her to answer the door by herself. "Wait for me," I said as she worked the lock and thrust it open. "Hi there." It was a woman's voice. "Looks like I've startled you out of bed." I cringed. I hadn't cared much about my appearance at Belle's, but here with new neighbors, I might have to. I peered out to find Belle's cousin Allie standing at the threshold. She looked perky and fresh with her dark hair curled in ribbons past her shoulders. Her makeup was immaculate, and she even wore red lipstick. She lifted a plate of what looked like scones. "Welcome to the complex," she said. "Though I didn't know you were the new neighbors." "You live here?" I asked in astonishment. Allie jetted her thumb to the unit down from ours. "I'm in number 9. How crazy is this? It'll be nice to have a friend close by." "Yeah," I said, my wariness melting away in the morning sunshine. After overhearing her at the Mercantile, I hadn't thought she was someone I'd ever be close to. But I may have misjudged her. She'd been pleasant enough at the engagement party. That will be nice. "I'm Paisley," my daughter said with exuberance. And Popsicle is excited to live here too. Allie turned to me for an explanation. Imaginary friend, I said. Ah, well, that's delightful. Does Popsicle like scones? Yeah! These are for you. Allie handed the plate covered in cellophane to Paisley, who took it excitedly, turned tail, and ran back inside before I could remind her to say thank you. So I said it instead. Thank you. That was really sweet of you. Of course. Anything I can do to help you move in? I don't think so, I said. Not unless you know of any job openings. Oh my gosh, really? Allie's excitement was pervasive. Her eyes widened with delight. My wariness-o-meter turned back on again. What could she be this excited about? You're looking for work, and I'm looking to hire someone in my store. Seriously? I said. This sounded too convenient, too good to be true. Please don't just say that because you know I need work. No way. She waved this off. Ask my mom. Remember when we talked about the Perrys doing so well at the Mercantile? I ended up asking Jerry Lynn after all, just like you said. She suggested I keep the store open longer and make things we sell less expensive. She suggested hiring an employee to help me manage things so I don't have to keep doing it all by myself. I was going to put an ad up online today. She'd talked to Jerry Lynn. I definitely misjudged her. I assumed she accounted herself too good to take advice from someone like Mrs. Perry. Duly chastened, I dipped my chin. I'd be happy to interview and see if I'd be a good fit. Allie fluttered her lips and waved this off. If you work for the Perrys, you'd be great for my store. You're good at talking to people, I know that much. You also don't mind cleaning up. What hours are you looking for? I haven't found a daycare yet, but that was also on the agenda today. Miranda runs one here just next door to the Wayfair, she said, gesturing to the house just beyond the green with the gazebo. A playground was visible over the top of the backyard's white fencing. That's a daycare? I glanced upward. Things couldn't really be this easy, could they? It is. You'll have to see if she has openings. As far as hours, it'll probably just be part-time for now. What do you think? Do you want to stop by and check out the store? I waited for reasons to decline to surface, but nothing came to mind. Warmth spread through me, and it felt like God was smiling at me through my uncertainty. Things like this didn't just happen. Someone was watching over us. I am with you always. Sure, I said. That would be amazing. What's your store called? She told me in a kind of sales-like way when I'd bumped into them at the Mercantile, which showed how much I'd paid attention at the time. It's the Flora and Fauna. It's right on Middle Avenue. Awesome, I said. Let me talk to the daycare and see what I can work out, and then I'll swing by. Perfect. I'm so glad I stopped by. Me too, I said. Thanks, Allie. See you later. She strolled down the sidewalk in the direction of her unit. I stared a little longer, hand on my chest. The emotion that had been building inside loosened a little bit more. This will work out, I told myself again, sending a prayer of thanks, heavenward. On Monday, by the time I got back from talking to Miranda Witt at the daycare, and after getting Cody registered and into his new school for the remaining month before the school year ended, Belle's truck, Old Blue, was parked in the lot. Belle's here! Paisley shouted from the back seat. I was just as happy as she was. For some reason, every step I made that day felt pinched, and it took an enormous amount of effort to keep myself from crumbling. I hadn't felt this overwhelmed since the day I'd found Rock with Tara, since the day I realized our marriage was over and that the kids in my lives would never be the same. I hadn't lost it since then, though. I wouldn't now. I hurried into our parking stall and cut the ignition, but when I turned from getting Sophia out of her car seat, it wasn't Belle who greeted me. Dawson? He flashed me a heart-stopping grin and bent to hug Paisley, who had darted over to throw her arms around him. Hey there. You borrowed Belle's truck? I sure did. I sold my pickup when I joined the circuit. Looks like I'll have to invest in something of my own, especially when I move into my own place. You're moving too? I asked. Eventually. He offered his hand. I took it, and the minute our skin touched, the emotion I'd been fighting all morning fled. He was the respite I needed. It means a lot to have you here, I said, wishing I could tell him how much. I wasn't alone. The apartment had plenty of room for us, yet it somehow felt so empty. It was new, which was nice after working so hard to renovate the farmhouse. I could see us being happy there eventually, but it might take time. Maybe that would come once we settled in and put some curtains up to make it more cheerful. "I wanted to see how you're holding up," he said as I retrieved Sophia from her car seat. "Great," Paisley said. "This lady came and gave us stones." "Stones?" "Scones," I corrected. "Yeah, and they were yummy." "Did you meet Belle's cousin Allie?" I asked, guiding the way to our unit. Paisley went in first, and Dawson waited for me and Sophia to enter before coming in and closing the door behind him. "Don't know if I did," Dawson said, gazing at me. He didn't take in the cardboard boxes or the bags of our clothes, the lack of furniture, or the general empty chaos that was our life. That helped me too. It didn't matter. We'd get furniture and a put-together living arrangement eventually. Belle did. "She owns a boutique shop here in town and is looking for an employee," I said. "So I'm going to go over later and see if it'll be a good fit." "Sounds great. I might be job hunting here myself." "Oh?" I said, wishing I had somewhere for us to sit down. Again, Dawson didn't seem to care. He bent his knees and lowered himself to the floor, pushing his back against the wall for support. Sophia kicked and wiggled until I let her down, and she made her way to sit on his lap. Dawson welcomed her as though having her sit with him was as natural as breathing. I sank onto the floor beside him. "You're feeling up for that?" I asked. "I think so," he said. "I don't have many connections. Luke said I could keep working at the farmhouse, especially since he'll be getting married soon, but—" "Soon? They're calling Christmas soon?" "Exactly," Dawson said. "I can't wait that long to get on my feet. I came to Burley to start my job hunt, too." "You? Burley? It's where you are," he said simply. I threw my arms around him. Sophia made a noise and wormed her way off his lap, which was just as well because it made it possible for Dawson to hold me a little more snugly. "What about riding? What about the circuit?" He stroked my cheek, gazing pointedly at me before pressing his lips to mine. "I told you, that's not in the cards. It'll take me time to work up to riding again, but the way that jostling hurts my head, I'll never be able to ride a bucking bronc again. I'm not useless, though. Living at Belle's and helping around the farm showed me that. I can find something else. I thought about taking some classes here at the CSI branch, too." Burley had a small division of the College of Southern Idaho near the high school campus. "That'd be amazing," I said, "as long as it's what's best for you." "I'm not the only one I'm thinking of." His eyes trapped mine, and they were filled with unspoken messages. Dawson. I wanted to trust his words, this situation, but everything felt so brittle, so uneven. I couldn't figure out why. Why did I have these doubts about him? I wanted to believe he meant it, but for some reason, I couldn't. Chapter 30. "This is the storage area," Allie said, meandering past the register to where a secluded door lay. The door was outlined by a strand of white, twinkling lights. "It's not much, but we don't keep much in stock here either." "How often do you place orders?" I asked, examining the stacks of boxes and the few racks of dresses and shirts that had been unpacked and waited to be brought to the floor. I inhaled the store's floral scent that wasn't unpleasant but would take some getting used to. "Depends on how often I need to," she said, sorting through a stack of sunglasses still in plastic before setting them back into the box. "Some months are better than others. The store is still fairly new. I haven't worked during the Christmas season yet, so we'll see how that goes this fall. Hopefully things will pick up around here once I start doing some more marketing." We meandered back out to the floor. It looked as though the merchandise was wedged into the small space. Every corner of the tiny shop had something in it. On the left were racks stuffed full of dresses, shirts, skirts, and jackets. To the left of the main entrance was a pretty stand-up mirror on a fur rug. Beside it, baskets of thick blankets were rolled and tied with ribbons. Stylish purses, bags, and other items were displayed on the narrow store's opposite side. In the center was a kiosk offering stands of earrings, necklaces, sunglasses, and socks. What is it that you want me to take care of? I asked, trying to picture myself working here. It wouldn't be bad, as far as jobs went. Run the register, she said, so I can handle the books and work on new marketing ideas. You can help close and open on certain days, just trading off the responsibilities. What do you think? I ran my fingers along the sleeve of a soft crimson sweater. I think it'd work perfectly for me right now, I said, not wanting to look a gift horse in the mouth. If you think I'd be a good fit, I may need to coordinate things around my kids so I can be home when Cody gets home from school. That'll be fine with me, she said. I'd love to have you work here. We can see if we'll be a good fit together. Do we have a deal? I peered around the store a final time, waiting for warnings in my gut to manifest themselves. No warning came. I offered my hand in Allie's direction. When do you want me to start? Allie squealed in excitement and pulled me into a hug. Sorry, I'm sure it's uncouth for an employer to hug her employees, but I feel like we're friends. I feel like God put you right in my lap for this. You're an answer to prayer, Bex. I was warmed. That's funny because I feel like you're the answer to mine. She beamed and I simmered in the moment. Maybe I'd be wrong. I kept expecting everything to fall apart around me the minute I turned away from it. But this was God's hand, causing jobs and daycare to fall into place. I just needed to keep trusting. For some reason, even though this job with Allie had fallen into my lap, even though we'd moved right next door to a daycare and Cody had seemed to have a great first day of school, I couldn't shake the feeling that everything was about to crumble. It made no sense. Allie walked me through her inventory, discussing prices where things were stocked and how to work her register. The day passed without a hiccup. A woman and her young daughter were the only customers that morning. The woman walked in, smiled, looked around, and left. That's how it goes, Allie said with a sigh, which she hurried to mask with a smile. Now that you're here, though, she let the words trail off. I wanted to tell her not to place that pressure on me, but something out of the front window caught my eye. I think I'll head out, I told her distractedly. We agreed on a time for me to come tomorrow, and I strolled out to my van parked on the street in front of the Flora and Fauna. My eyes weren't playing tricks on me. Sure enough, I saw Dawson across the street, sitting in another woman's truck. I froze. All at once, the same horrible feelings I'd experienced at the discovery of Rock's disloyalty came crashing back. The betrayal, the hurt, they were all too much. And like a creeper, I stared as the woman slipped out from the driver's side. She was beautiful, with long dark hair and long legs and short shorts that emphasized just how toned she was as she zipped around to the passenger side and offered her hand to Dawson once he stepped onto the sidewalk to meet her. My vision blurred. I slammed my back against my van door, clutching my purse to my chest. Don't jump to conclusions, I tried telling myself. But the doubts, the feeling that I'd been walking on brittle ground, the worries that had been wrenching me apart from the inside out suddenly made sense. Luke had said it himself. He was surprised Dawson had settled down with me, because Dawson never had. Rumor rarely had stakes in reality, but apparently it did this time. Dawson had flown from woman to woman on the circuit. He was feeling better now, well enough to start thinking about leaving Belle's farmhouse and getting a job. Why not revert to his old habits at the same time? I tried to tell myself not to jump to conclusions, but I couldn't help it, not with his reputation. Who was this woman? Had he been seeing her in secret or something? Did he meet up with her often? He held the door to La Guirnalda for her and followed her in, smiling like a fool. I could go over there, sure, and come across as an insecure girlfriend. Right now I totally was. With my husband's history, could anyone blame me? Texting would be better. I could send him a message, let him know I saw him and ask who she was. No, that was mental. Other options trailed through my mind. I could wait and see if he would mention her. Or I could give him the benefit of the doubt and leave well enough alone, I supposed. But I'd done that for years with Rock, and it had resulted in me walking into a situation that had torn my still-beating heart right out of my chest. My entire body trembled during the drive through town and to the daycare to pick up Paisley and Sophia.
I didn't know what to do. I told Dawson I could love him. I didn't realize I already did until that moment. I loved Dawson Holden. I loved him so much it hurt. Every inch of me manifested as much. The way my knees weakened any time he was near. The way I was attuned to the sound of his voice. The way his words struck a chord within me. The way I melted under the weight of his gaze. The way I caved under the heat of his kisses. Why would I do this to myself? Give my heart away so quickly after it had been broken the first time? I hadn't meant to. I hadn't sought a relationship with Dawson. Like sunlight breaking through clouds, it had just happened. I kept it together while getting lunch for Paisley and Sophia. I kept it together while unpacking and sorting dishes into the kitchen cupboards. I kept it together while breaking down boxes and hauling them to the dumpster outside. And when I picked up Cody from school, I smiled at him and listened to him prattle about his teacher, the kids in his class, and how several boys were excited to have him join their group of friends and play football at recess. A knock sounded on the door, cinching me tight inside. I knew who it was before Cody made it to the door. "Hey, Dawson," Cody said, rambling into the events he'd replayed for me earlier. My body seized. I pushed to my feet and made it to the door. Before Dawson managed to make his way inside, I pushed him back out again and closed the door behind me, cutting Cody off mid-sentence. "What is going on?" he asked, giving me a confused but handsome smile. "I saw you with a woman at the restaurant today," I said. "I knew Jill in Texas," he said. "She came here to see you?" "Sort of." The word stung. I wanted to believe he'd changed. I wanted to believe he was different. Instead of feeling defensive and hurt, I was surprisingly complacent. It was almost as though I were able to back myself away from the situation while I was still in it. I couldn't think of any other way to explain the detachment taking place inside of me. It settled, making the path before me clearer than anything had been in a long time. "It's not how it looks, I swear. She and her dad are in town. They wanted to offer me a job." That was good. Dawson needed a job, didn't he? "Are you sure that's a good idea? You can barely climb stairs," I said, knowing it was harsh to mention it point blank. "I thought you said you couldn't ride a horse again." A look of hurt flashed across his expression. "It's not to be in the rodeo. They want me on the team, organizing events, even hosting them. I'd make one heck of an announcer." He grinned at this. "I'd be a judge, too. I'd alley up the wins and announce the buckles." "That's great. You were hoping you could find work." "Yeah, but—" I pressed on, needing him to know just how okay I was with this. "It sounds like a great option for you." "I thought you were a great option for me. You and school and all the other things I've got planned." My heart was a dying bird. It had been wounded. When it thought its wings were ready, it tried flying again, only to crash fast. I saw the desperation in his eyes. I saw how much he wanted me. That made this worse, and was oddly enough the fuel I needed for the brush fire I had to light. "I think you should take the job." Dawson's brows gathered. He took a step toward me as if to touch me. I retreated. He rubbed the back of his neck. "I got to admit, I'm real confused right about now." "About what?" "About you. How come you're acting like you don't care?" "I don't." His eyes flashed. "I don't believe that." "Dawson, I told you before, I can't rush into anything. What if this is God's hand?" "Don't even go there." "There is no rainbow this time, not for me. But there is one for you, and this is it. You love rodeo. You'd be miserable without it. You have been." Dawson swore. His voice grew agitated. "I told you, I've accepted it. Rodeo was a big part of my life, but it won't be anymore, and I'm okay with that. I can still work with horses. I can still do other things." The detachment I'd felt earlier urged me on, only it wasn't detachment as I'd thought. It was surety. I was absolutely certain this was the best course for us both. I had to help him see as much. He needed to take that job. He could get back to doing what he loved. He could meet other women who didn't come with baggage and Klingons. He could have a fresh start. "Sure you can," I said.
This is your big chance. I don't want to go to Texas. Are you even hearing a word I'm saying? I didn't want to talk to him anymore. I can't. Don't do this, Bex, he said. You said you could love me? I never noticed anything the way I noticed your absence in the farmhouse, and just how incomplete my life is without you in it. His words pricked a hole in my certainty. I couldn't let them. You'll find someone else, I said, my heart pounding. Maybe Jill. The two of you seemed to be getting along great. From what I'd seen, at least. Dang it, I'm not cheating on you. I swear I'd never do that. His voice dropped in pitch. A lump welled so thickly in my throat that I couldn't breathe. I can't, I said again. I had to help him understand. Don't you see, if this situation, seeing you with Jill, has taught me anything, it's that we're moving into something too soon. Too soon, he grumbled as if he hated the words. For Pete's sake, Beck, you've been divorced for months now. Plenty of people start dating a lot sooner than that. You're saying you don't like me enough after all. The words cracked right through me. I forced muscle into my voice, though it felt like I had no strength left. I do. I like you a little too much, but I told you I was scared before. He nodded in acknowledgement. A fist clenched inside of my chest. Voicing the truth of what had been whirling inside of me the past few days made speaking impossible, but I pushed through. He deserved to know. That's nothing compared to the fear I've been battling since we left Belle's. For the first time, I'm truly on my own, and it's terrifying. You don't have to be, he said with desperation. I'm here. That's just it. I placed a hand on his shoulder. Then I retracted my hand, at the surge his proximity always had on me. I don't know if you really are. Then I'll prove it to you. Every day. Tears pricked my eyes. I refused to give them room. I blinked hard, pressing through. I can't live like that. I can't depend on you for my happiness, Dawson. I fell for you, but I need to get back up again. I need my own 2 feet beneath me first, and they're not there yet. I hoped it made sense. I hoped he could understand how unstable I felt, and how I couldn't allow myself to build anything on him. I had to rely on myself and on God first. It wasn't any deficiency on his part. If anything, Dawson was too good, too perfect for me. But I meant what I'd said. Was he in this for the long haul, or would he take off at the first sign of boredom, or the moment he'd be able to ride again? I couldn't handle betting everything on him, only to have him abandon me the way Rock had. When it came down to it, God was the only one I could fully rely on, the only one who would never give up on me. I knew it because he never had. You'll get there, he said. I held my head high. I refuse to tie you down while I'm trying to figure this all out. Bex, Rebecca, I wanted to give you a better life. I wanted to give you my name. His eyes gleamed as though mine weren't the only ones on the verge of tears. That's the problem, I said. You can't save me, Dawson, but I think you've had it in your head that you need to. That's not true. The first time you kissed me, you said you wanted me to know what it was like to be desired. You didn't kiss me because you loved me so much you had to kiss me to express it. It makes me wonder if you really care about me, or if you just like the idea of being my hero because you feel bad for my kids and me. We'd meandered several steps away from the door to my apartment. We now stood in the open area on the sidewalk between the complex and the line of parked cars. I peered to find Cody peeking through the blinds at us. I gave him a little wave to let him know everything was okay. Dawson made a little lunge forward. Bex, I was flighty and stupid. That was the old Dawson. I placed a hand on his chest. You need to figure out the new one. You can't do that when you're hooked on me. He didn't argue. And I need to get settled and feel secure about who that new Dawson is too, and about who I am as well. I need to get to where the sight of you at a work lunch with a beautiful woman isn't going to rile me the way it did. You need time to heal, he said with dawning intuition. I do. I can give you that, he said. With my hand extended, I retreated a few steps in the direction of my apartment. Don't wait for me. They were the hardest words I'd ever said. If this is going to work, you have to be sure the new you doesn't want anyone else. I'm already sure. The desperation had fled from his tone,
He spoke with such certainty I almost believed him. Please. I closed my eyes. I was so raw inside, I couldn't continue beating this dead horse. Please, Dawson. He inched to the edge of the sidewalk, away from me, toward Old Blue. I forced myself to meet his eyes, and the pain I found there ripped me apart. But I held my ground. I love you, Rebecca Wakefield, he said as he walked backward. And then he turned around and stalked away. And I knew I'd never see Dawson Holden again. Chapter 31. Somehow I made my way back into my apartment before I lost it. Cody and Paisley were playing in the corner with the tractors and My Little Ponies I'd pulled out of one of the boxes earlier. They said something to me and I managed to mutter something like, "I'll just be right back," before closing myself in my bedroom. Before I could turn around, the tears gushed from me. Broken, I staggered to the edge of the bed and cried. All the emotion I'd been trying so hard to keep pent up inside wasn't having it anymore. It expelled itself, gushing out of my eyes in torrents. I sobbed like a child, weeping noises escaping my lips. I lost the ability to remain upright and braced my upper body with my hands on my knees. My head hung and I just cried. What did I just do? What I had to do. That didn't help the situation at all. A heart could still break even if you were sure that was the best course for it. I'd meant what I'd told Dawson. I had to figure this out on my own. I couldn't rely on him, not when I didn't know if he would be as solid of a fixture in our lives as he claimed to want to be. I wanted him to be. When he'd said he wanted to give me his name, I wanted that so badly, and that thought ripped gasps from my chest as I tried breathing through it. I loved Dawson Holden, and because I loved him, I couldn't ensnare him in this tunnel with no light at its end. He deserved better. And he would find someone, I had no doubt. He would find a lovely woman, just like Jill, someone who wouldn't tie him down with her 3 kids. He'd find someone who didn't have a wounded heart that could barely function without breaking. He'd find someone who wouldn't lose it as though she were fraying at the seams. If I was so certain I'd done the right thing by letting him go, then why did it feel like I'd made the worst mistake of my life? "Are you okay, Mom?" I hurried to wipe away my tears. Cody's sweet voice trailed to me, sounding kind and concerned. Dang it, I hadn't locked the door. In truth, I wasn't even sure yet whether my bedroom door could lock or not. I'd never shown my kids emotion like this before. Typically, on bad days, I tried to keep it together until they were in bed, and then I could break down. What was I going to tell him? There was no way to cover up a collapse of this magnitude. I probably had mascara smearing down my cheeks, red eyes, puffy skin, the works. Cody was 7. He was old enough to know better if I tried to play this off like I might with Paisley. I couldn't lie to him. I paused. My mom never showed emotion in front of me, and I always thought that was infallible. But a thought occurred to me. Why should I hide how I feel from my son? Rock was heartless. He'd never cared when I was sad. He told me to get over myself so many times I eventually hid how I felt from him too. Would it help my little boy as he grew into manhood to know that his mom, and vicariously other women around him, had feelings? And that those feelings got hurt like his did? "I'm okay," I said, offering a hand. "I'm a little sad." Cody slipped his small hand into mine, his face pinned onto mine with concern that tugged on my heartstrings. "Why are you sad? Is it Dawson?" Again, I considered lying. When I resolved not to trash talk Rock in front of the kids, that didn't mean I couldn't be honest about this situation, did it? "Yes, bud. Sometimes even mommies get sad." Cody thought this over. His little forehead bowed. Then he threw his arms around me. "I love you, Mommy." I cried all the harder, but now the tears were heartfelt. I was touched by the notion that my little boy showed love, more than his father had ever done. Maybe there was something to be thankful for, after all, in this. I had done the right thing by leaving Rock. What would have happened if we'd stayed and Cody was marinated in his father's bad influence? At least this way, the boy had a chance to be better than his father. And there was still hope, if he could hug me at a time like this. As hard as it was to accept, Dawson and I were through too.
Maybe someday I'd get to the point where I could know I'd done the right thing where he was concerned. "I love you," I told him. "That's the best hug I've ever had." Cody beamed and I stroked my thumb across his cheek. Paisley tottered in, dragging the string to her wagon behind her. The wagon held several of her plushies inside. She stopped when she saw us. Her hair was coming loose from its ponytail, and curls sprayed out at all angles. "Are you crying, Mommy?" she asked. "Yes," I said, wiping my eyes. No way to hide it from her, either. Paisley elbowed in beside Cody, who stayed close by. She examined my tears while I met her gaze unabashedly. And then, before I knew it, she stuffed her fist in my eyes and tweaked them. This darling angel was wiping my tears. "Don't cry, Mommy," she said. "I'll feel you better." Her innocent declaration wrung a chuckle from me, and the cavern of my chest, that moments before had felt so dry and empty, was now light and overflowing with love. Cody nodded his agreement. "Yeah, what can we do to cheer you up?" I smoothed my hand over his precious face, wanting to ease the concern in his sweet brown eyes. "You're already doing it, Bud. You are all I need." "And me?" Paisley asked. "You bet." "And Sophia," Cody added. As if on cue, Sophia prattled on from where she'd stayed in the living room. Her baby babble tweaked my heartstrings all over again. "Absolutely. You three are the most important things in my life." "I'll be right back." Cody hurried out of the room. Within moments, he returned with his arms full of his 2 childhood blankets. The edges were tattered. The fabric had faded from snuggling with them every night since he was born. "Here, Mommy," he said. "When I'm sad, I hug this and feel better." Moved, I took his extended blanket and hugged it to my chest, squeezing it tightly. It smelled like him, like Fruit Loops and crayons, like days spent romping in the grass. I didn't doubt that he took this blanket outside, even though I'd asked him not to. In that moment, I didn't care. I hugged that blanket with everything I had. "Thank you, sweetheart," I said, passing it back to him. "I feel better already." Cody grinned, pleased as could be, and I did feel better. I felt like I could face things a little longer. Chapter 32. Working at Allie's shop was, in a word, boring. She got a grand total of 2 customers in the 4-hour shift I took that morning. The more time passed, the more it felt unfair to me to work there at all, because for one thing, there wasn't much for me to do other than sit and converse with the register or stare at my phone. And for 2, it felt like I was robbing her by working when I wasn't really working. Make that 4 customers. Just as I was preparing to leave for the day, the bell above the door jangled, and a stylishly dressed woman entered, holding the hand of a little blonde girl, whom I would guess to be about 2 years old. She yanked on her mother's arm. "Flowers!" the girl exclaimed. With the mother's attention diverted by the dress rack, she gave her daughter a non-committal noise and released her hand. While the mother inspected the dresses, the little girl meandered, touching the fluffy, leopard print slippers on a bottom shelf, and getting fingerprints on the lenses of the sunglasses displayed on the table in the boutique center. Allie had gone into the back momentarily. I wasn't entirely sure how to handle the situation, as the woman was a stranger to me, and it wasn't my place to correct the girl and ask her not to touch things. I moseyed to the little girl first. "Hey there," I said. "Look," she said, making her way to the vertical rack, holding several stacked buckets. Each bucket held a small item: lip gloss, bath bombs, keychains, razors for female facial hair. "I like these." "Fun," I said. "Maybe you should ask your mom if you can look at them." I glanced at the woman, who was too absorbed in the dresses hanging there to notice her daughter much at all. "Can I help you with something, ma'am?" I asked, probably belatedly. I should have checked with her when she first entered the store. I was too distracted by the cute, precocious girl. "I'm good, thanks," the woman said, not looking at me. Her attention was on the hangers as she pushed from one to the next. Sound clattered, steering my attention where it was before. Lip glosses and flat silver cases and keychains tinkled to the floor. The little girl glanced down as if wondering how they'd fallen from her tiny grasp. "Uh-oh," I muttered, hurrying over. "Do you need some help?" At almost the same moment, Allie came out from the back room. She greeted the woman and then caught sight of the little girl at the same time I was making my way to her. "Let's clean these up," I said kindly, kneeling and wanting to show my new boss I had full control of the situation. I wasn't sure how Allie would respond. Undoubtedly, stocking these items hadn't been cheap, and she wouldn't be too happy with finding them strewn on the floor. I'd overheard her gossiping to her mother about Dawson. How was she going to handle this? "Looks like you found some pretty things," she said, joining the little girl's other side. To my surprise, her eyes twinkled, and she joined in scooping the items into her hands. She held them out to the girl, who watched her with the same wariness I did, as though she'd expected a reprimand too. "Let's get them sorted where they go," Allie said. "What do you say?" Slowly, light dawned in the girl's gaze. Her lips parted in a small but delighted smile, and she nodded. Then she did just that, placing lip gloss, keychains, and bath bombs back in their places, giggling as Allie tickled her cheeks with one of the fluffy keychains. "This one is my favorite," Allie said, holding the bath bomb in her hand for the girl to smell. "What do you think?" The girl leaned in and inhaled. Her eyes widened, and she beamed. "That's my favorite, too!" "Oh, sorry," the mother said, finally turning to see what was going on. She rolled her eyes, looking frazzled and annoyed. "She gets into everything." Now that the mess was cleaned up, I pushed to my full height and smiled at her. "My daughter would do the same thing," I said kindly, wanting to give this woman the benefit of the doubt, but also secretly wondering if she ignored her daughter in public places like this all the time. I know, judgy. "Did you find something you liked?" Allie said, turning her attention to the mother. They chatted amicably for a few moments, and then the woman left without buying a single thing. "You handled that well," I told her in the silence that followed. The music Allie had playing on the overhead speakers was the only sound. Allie jolted as though she hadn't realized I'd said anything. Her attention was still on the door. "I thought you might be upset with the little girl getting into things." Allie waved her hand toward the door. "She was adorable, and she was little." "True," I said, liking Allie more by the minute. I was so impressed with her, the way she kept her cool and had been sweet to the little girl. I'd been mistaken about her. First the scones, then giving me a job and being so helpful. I wasn't sure why, but I kept waiting for the veneer to fade and for the side of her I'd seen at the mercantile to show through. It could very well have happened today, but she'd been sweet and patient in an instance where she could have gotten frustrated instead. I decided I really liked my new boss, and I hoped we could become good friends. "I'm sure Paisley would gawk at the cute things in here, too," I said. Allie smiled. She inhaled long and slow, turned toward the register, and exhaled. "I don't have any kids, but someday I hope to." "You do?" I wasn't sure why this surprised me, too. Allie continued doing that, and I found I liked this personal side of her. I felt like I was getting a glimpse of who she really was. "Sure. I want a family of my own, cute kids just like yours, like that little girl." She gazed around the store, as though she could picture it happening. I couldn't be certain, but a glint of sadness struck her eyes as well. She blinked it away so quickly I wasn't sure I'd seen what I thought I had. That definitely made me curious. "Are you dating anyone?" I asked. "Me?" She snorted a little laugh as color patched her cheeks. "No, I just mean, someday." This time her smile seemed forced. I sensed pain in the admission, though I wasn't sure what caused it. Was she sad because she wasn't dating anyone and wanted to be? Sad because she'd had her heart broken? I decided not to press her about her love life right now. Hopefully, our friendship would progress to the point where she'd feel she could confide in me. "Sure," I said. "So is it always this slow?" "It's only your first week here," Allie said, passing to set the sunglasses in the back storage room before returning. "It's hard finding publicity in a place like this because it's not a big-ticket store, That's one reason I brought you on. I've been working on some poster designs this morning." "Have you? Do you want to see them?" Allie pulled up her phone without waiting for me to reply. She swiped open several files and displayed the poster designs. Each one featured the flora and fauna logo and nothing else. "What do you think?" I rubbed my chin, wondering how to proceed. From what Belle had told me about her cousin, Allie was temperamental and quick to judge. I'd gotten that impression from her only from our first meeting at the Mercantile. My experience with her painted a different picture. She was personable and open to making things work with her shop. Geraldine said we need more visibility around town, she added. I was going to put these on sandwich signs on a few street corners. That changed things. In that case, I said, I worry your logo is too small. Yeah? Will people be able to see it from their cars as they drive past? Allie considered this. Good point. I'll rework it. I'm good here if you'd like to go. Thanks. It was pretty slow this morning. Only 2 people came in earlier and no sales. That's typical for a Thursday. The weekend will be better. If she said so. It must have been our discussion about the sandwich board signs that caused me to peer in their direction as I made my way to the grocery store, because ordinarily I didn't give them much attention. But for some reason, as I passed the corner of Smith's Market, the Bridgewater Spring Animal Days sign all but jumped out at me from its place on the corner. Animal Days, I muttered. Looks like they got the land situation figured out. According to the dates, that was this weekend. Gina had texted me how much I'd missed from the town board meeting, and I'd assured her I'd still be there. The kids would love it, and it would be fun to bump into a few friends. Who was I kidding? The whole town would be there. Aside from working with Allie, I'd been lonely. It'd be great to bump into my town full of friends. A little thought prickled that I might also bump into a certain attractive, dejected cowboy. But I couldn't allow myself to focus on that. I wasn't going to meet up with Dawson. We might see one another in passing. Could be good practice to see how we did at keeping our distance from one another. Up until this year, Bridgewater Animal Days was set up in the same place every year. A local farmer had spearheaded it years ago, using his own straw bales and setting them up to be visible from a distance. It wasn't until I joined the community board that I learned the animals were also provided by local farmers and homeowners who signed up to have their spring babies on display for anyone and everyone who stopped by to see or pet. They had everything from piglets to puppies to parakeets. It cost only the price of a ticket to get a stamp on your hand in an afternoon of animal snuggles and delights. One year, they even had a tortoise that kids could stroke, and massive snakes with beautiful scaly bodies twined in a large silver bin. And they always had a tub of fish that kids could catch with their bare hands. Cody ate that up every time. As expected, the corner field was packed with people. I was relieved to see as much. Often it wasn't only townspeople from Bridgewater who attended. The board advertised this event clear into Twin Falls and had people coming from the smaller towns in between as well. So it was always a successful one-day event. "Where's Luke?" Cody asked as we approached the ticket booth. "And Aunt Belle. Popsicle wants to see Belle," Paisley added. She kept one hand on the handle of the stroller where Sophia sat, kicking her legs in excitement at getting out of our dreary apartment. I didn't want to let Allie down because I told her I would help with her store, and she'd been gracious enough to offer me work. But I also knew we couldn't survive on a part-time income. I didn't have many skills, but I could type and answer phones. I'd begun scoping out other job opportunities and had an interview with a dentist's office on Monday. "They'll be here," I said as the people in front of us got their tickets and made way for us. Cambry Bennett was working the ticket counter, and I couldn't help the smile that lit my face. "Cambry?" "Oh, hey, Bex," she said. Cambry was a gorgeous girl, blonde and friendly, as tall as most boys. She was notorious for sports and had begun playing on the school's volleyball and softball teams as soon as she could. "Good to see you." "So good to see you," I said, meaning every word. Cambry waved to the kids, who exuberantly told her all about our new house in Burley, and how the neighbors were nice and brought us stones. "Scones," Cody corrected. "That sounds amazing," Cambry said, passing me our tickets. "You guys have a fun day." "Thank you, we will." I pushed the stroller across the dirt and through the gateway of straw bales leading into the main part of the event. A few bouncy houses were set up. The kids excitedly asked if they could hop. "Go ahead for a few minutes while we wait for Belle and Luke." Excitedly, they skipped off, and my heart pounded. I couldn't account for it. Dawson would have no interest in coming to an event like this. Would he? I hadn't asked Belle about him when we'd coordinated meeting up, and she hadn't mentioned it earlier, though she had said how much a certain someone missed me. "Grady?" I joked, referring to her Grandpa Toby's horse. "Come on," Belle had said. "You know who I mean." I hadn't asked how Dawson was, though I'd wanted to. I hadn't told her how much it had broken me to break things off with him. I couldn't dwell on feelings or the repercussions of expressing said feelings. Avoidance, for me, was best right now, which meant I wasn't sure what I'd do if I saw him here today. It wasn't like we lived on different planets. We couldn't avoid one another every time we went out. I would see him. I would say hi. He would say hi. That would be that. I didn't think of Dawson the entire time watching my kids dash back and forth from the bouncy house's slide to its opening. I didn't think of him as I fixed the shoe that had fallen off Sophia's foot. I didn't think about him as my phone buzzed with a text from Belle saying, "We're here," or as I stood and anxiously drank in every single car in the parking lot. I was not hoping for a glimpse of him walking alongside his brother and future sister-in-law, which was good, because once Luke and Belle came into view, Dawson wasn't with them. My insides deflated, but I rapidly worked to keep them under control. I waved excitedly to Belle, getting her attention and guiding her to where I stood. She looked pretty in a soft blue t-shirt and capris. Her toes were visible out of the tip of her sandals and looked recently polished in a springy pink. Luke wore a red shirt and jeans, and the sight of him was so excruciatingly like his brother, I had to inhale purposefully several times to keep my heart in check. "You made it," I said. "We did," Belle said. "We could have been here sooner if it wasn't for—" Luke cleared his throat and gave her a look. Belle tucked her hair behind her ear and then collected her lips between her teeth. "For what?" "Nothing," Luke said. "It took me a little longer to finish the chores this morning, that's all." I narrowed my eyes at them. "We can talk about Dawson, you know." Belle cleared her throat. "Oh, we know. It's not that. It's just—" "The llamas were out of food, so I had to improvise," Luke said. That wouldn't have made them late, though. Not when I knew Belle often helped when Luke had things like that going on. I watched them both, wondering what they were keeping from me. I was also extremely aware of how easily these two got sidetracked in the middle of projects. So there was every reason it could have been a diversion that had involved kissing, so I decided to let the matter slide. "Dawson bought a new truck," Belle said too brightly. Luke muttered something under his breath. She gave him a sideways glance and widened her eyes for only seconds, as if to say, "What?" he did. "That's great," I said. I had so many questions. Did that mean he'd found a new job? Was he moving out now? He'd talked about finding his own place. Had he taken the job in Texas? To heck with this stupid distance. I stayed strong. There was no question asking. Until one slipped out. "How's his concussion?" I was his friend, I told myself. That was all. My interest was nothing other than friendly. "Ask him yourself," Luke said, gesturing toward the ticket booth. It was as though my heart had wings. It fluttered inside of my ribcage with its own gust, flapping so hard the reaction was unprecedented, and I smacked my sternum with my hand to keep it in place. It wasn't only my surprise at seeing him, however. Dawson was here at Bridgewater Animal Days, yes. But he hadn't come alone. Dawson was holding hands with Jill. Chapter 33. I could handle this. I could handle this. I couldn't handle this. "Gouge out my heart right in front of me, why don't you?" I muttered, hoping it was under my breath. From Belle's reaction, the words were more audible than I intended them to be. Sure, I told him to date, I just hadn't thought he'd do it quite so soon. Or that he'd do it in front of me. Apparently he was hitching his wagon to anybody who fell for his pity act. I braced myself, waiting for Dawson to approach and shoot the breeze, to show off the fact that he'd moved on as quickly as he had. I wasn't sure if he was the vengeful type, but I didn't want a confrontation of any kind, to have him rub anything in my face. But he didn't stop to chat. He waved to Luke. He acknowledged Belle. He even lifted his chin in my direction. And then the two of them strolled past toward the enclosure, where baby lambs were being kept. My pulse had taken residence on the outside of my body. I was sure I'd turned into a living police siren, with flashing lights indicating just how loud and heavy each lub-dub was. Spots danced in my vision, and everything else blurred out of view. "You okay?" Belle asked. I jumped as her hand clasped mine. Color and shape poured back into view, including the outline of her face and the brown of her concerned eyes. "You knew, didn't you?" I asked. "That was why you wouldn't say anything." "He asked us not to," she said. "Though I wish one of you would tell me what the heck is going on between you." I gaped at her. "He hasn't said anything?" "Not to me. If he talks to Luke, a brother's bond is stronger than love because Luke keeps that to himself too. I just know that the last time he borrowed Old Blue to see you, he came home looking sadder than a basset hound, and he's been extremely closed off ever since. I told him I couldn't be with him," I said. Luke inched in, pegging his attention on me. "Why would you do that?" I took his reaction as confirmation. Dawson hadn't confided in him after all. The pounding continued as I watched Dawson and Jill move closer from the springy lambs to the baby goats in the next enclosure. He held Jill's hand in his as together they scooped pebbles of food. Jill tried fighting away, but Dawson grasped her hand and guided it toward the awaiting baby goat. Jill laughed as the little animal with its 2 tiny horns nibbled the contents from her palm. This could have been me. I could have been the one feeding baby goats with Dawson, having him hold my hand, having him lean close to whisper things that would make me laugh. But no, I had to try to be wise. Abruptly, all the reasons for pushing him away made no sense whatsoever. "I can't do this," I said. The parking lot was calling my name. The hills, the mountain climbing in the distance, everywhere but here, beckoned to me. "We'll watch the kids," Belle said. "Go take as long as you need." "Thanks." I pulled her into a hug. I had to get out of here, as quickly as I could. I drove up the base of Mount Harrison, through the verdant pine trees, and followed its winding path. At some point so narrow, one wrong flick of the wheel would send my van cascading down the steep drop and pulled into the campground area near Lake Cleveland. Gray clouds gathered overhead. I hoped that wasn't telling of a change in the weather over animal days, because spatters of rain began tinkling on my windshield. It was just enough of a shower to make me trigger my windshield wipers, and I felt the weather was extremely indicative of the torrent taking place inside my chest. The small cloudburst ruined things for several of the families gathered at the lake, though a man and 2 younger boys sat on rocks with fishing poles in hand, impervious to the scattered shower. Several cars made their way through the towering pines around the lake toward the exit, the road I just entered on. Another family's picnic was evidently ruined, as they attempted to pack up their sandwiches and dashed for their car. The sight of them made my stomach growl, and wrapped in my thoughts I'd lost track of time, and the last time I'd eaten. Who cared about food when there was mistakes to be mourned? And boy, had I made the biggest mistake of my life. I thought that had been rock, but I was terribly, tragically wrong. I'd been hoping for the kind of love I'd always dreamed of, but I hadn't put much stock in my situation, because my expectations placed that love as something more like a destination I'd reach years from now. I hadn't realized it'd been sweeping over me for weeks now. I loved Dawson. I'd had this delusion that love was supposed to come in a certain way, that there were parameters that love had to fit into. I'd convinced myself that Dawson couldn't love me because I couldn't see how he would want to. The factors in our relationship, my recent divorce and my 3 kids coming as part of being in a bond with me, weren't typical. Too bad I realized the truth too late. Love didn't fit a mold. There was no one-size-fits-all. Love was simply the way it was supposed to be for you. And Dawson was for me. A crippling fear choked me, stole the breath from my lungs, and made me more aware of everything moving beneath my skin than I'd ever been. "Dear God," I prayed, gripping my steering wheel and absorbing every patter of rain that fell against my windshield. "What have I done, and what can I do to fix it?" I wasn't sure what I expected. I'd felt peace in my heart after praying for comfort after Rock's betrayal. I'd felt guidance while praying over what to do to help my kids, and every time I'd found answers in unexpected ways. This time, however, nothing came. No peace, no feelings, no guidance whatsoever. My heart sank a little in my chest. I rested my head on the steering wheel, waiting, sitting, breathing. I wasn't sure how long I waited there in my car, but the rain finally stopped. My breathing slowed, the tears ceased, and I got out of my car. I walked. I breathed in the mountain air, which was so much crisper and fresher than anywhere else. Families began congregating around the lake once more. I wasn't sure how long it was until I felt put together enough to make the drive back down the mountain again. After glancing at the clock, it looked as though I'd been gone for about 2 hours. Time to pick up the kids, I told myself, using them for courage to be anywhere near Dawson again. Sunlight broke through the clouds as I made my way past Lake Cleveland once more and headed to the road that would serpentine and lead me to flat ground once more. I talked to myself the entire drive, taking each curve nice and slow, focusing on the road, on the next step, and the next. This wasn't the time to look for future steps. I could only focus on one thing at a time, one small thing. The trees. The curve in the road, lifting my foot off the brakes as the road began to level out and lose its steep decline. The blue of the sky, the break in the clouds, and the full rainbow I was about to drive under, streaking its way over the road. The sight of it may as well have crashed right into me for all the effect it had. It was a good thing no one was behind me. Warmth coursed through me, enveloping my entire body. I slammed on my brakes as the breath left my lungs. "Oh my gosh," I said through the chills tumbling over my skin. Hurriedly, I guided my van to the side of the road and exited. I kept one hand on my van's warm hood, needing something to ground me as my feet crunched gravel and my attention was lost in the clouds. My body tingled, making me aware of every part of myself in a way I wasn't usually. The air was so much warmer at the mountain's base than it had been higher up. I basked in the sunshine on the country roadside. I soaked in the sight of golden fields on one side and the forest and mountain road on the other. With a long inhale, I swallowed the scent of rain and gaped at God's beautiful symbol of renewal and hope streaking across the sky, my sky. My conversation with Dawson and Paisley came thumping back into me. Rainbows were a sign given from God to his people that he'd never flood the earth again. Yes, but they were also a symbol of second chances. They were a symbol of redos, of hope. They were a sign that it wasn't too late to keep trying, to be better, to do better. I didn't hear a single word in the still countryside, but I smelled the rain, I felt the breeze, and that rainbow had a warmth all its own, a message and a song. It was a powerful psalm given to my downtrodden soul. This was my answer. It was too coincidental to be anything else. I had made a mistake, but there was always a chance to try again, to renew and fix what needed to be fixed. I only hoped it wasn't too late. Dawson was my rainbow, and I had to get back to the farmhouse. Chapter 34. Every climb up Belle's porch steps was like the mountain I'd just gone up. But the minute I stepped inside and found myself thoroughly hugged by my 3 cuties, my anxiety was for nothing. "He's not here," Belle said. "I haven't seen him since we all had corn dogs at lunchtime." They'd eaten lunch with Jill and Dawson. A mixture of relief that I hadn't stayed to face that level of torture head-on, and worry that I was too late to get him back, made a cocktail of my insides. "I caught a fish," Paisley said before I could reply. Her hair was coming out of its side ponytail I'd put in that morning. She flared out her fingers as though the remnants of the activity were still visible. I certainly hoped she'd washed her hands since. "I did too," Cody added, pushing his glasses onto his nose. Sophia babbled as though telling me her adventures as well, and the sound was so like a continuation of our conversation that it made me smile. "Did you get a fish too?" I asked, squishing her cheeks. "Dawson didn't help her, but he helped me," Paisley said. That was news. Dawson was with you? Cody nodded. He hung out with us while we saw the baby animals. The puppies, the goats, the baby calves. And the fish, Paisley said. Popsicle liked catching a fish. I met Belle's gaze, hoping for clarification. If Dawson was there on a date with Jill, why would he spend the time with my kids? He and Jill hung out with us after you left, Belle explained, picking Sophia up and kissing her on the cheek before placing her back down on her feet. Sophia turned and gave Belle a two-toothed grin. The realization I'd had on the roadside seemed suddenly reckless and foolish. Rainbows? Who was I kidding? I'd let Dawson go. He was moving on, and I needed to let him do so. I dusted my hands and glanced around the entryway. Without the baby toys, blankets, matchbox cars, and Sophia's noisy walker, including the backpacks and other odds and ends my kids left scattered around the house, the place looked immaculate. It's so clean, I said. Too clean, Luke said, coming down the stairs and greeting me with a wave. It's not the same without all of you here, Belle added. She couldn't seriously want us to move back. We were a noise and a mess. The truth was, I missed living here too. Not for the space, but because it'd been nice to have a friend close by. Maybe she missed that aspect of things too. There was never a dull moment with 3 kids around. That was for sure. Belle joined Luke at the base of the stairs. He slung his arm around her shoulders. The 2 of them were the perfect puzzle pieces, and the image the 2 of them together created was more fitting than any painting. She suggested we sit down and then led the way into her living room, or parlor, as she called it. I took in the layout of the couch and the complimentary chairs, fizzing inside at the memory of my last night here, of Dawson sliding those chairs closer together so we could hold hands as we talked. Everything was back to its typical staging now. I wondered if Belle wondered how or when they'd been moved, but she probably thought the transformation had taken place during the party by one of the guests. The new decorative baskets she'd received that night now occupied the shelf beneath the TV. "How's your new place?" Belle asked, nestling in as I sat on the couch. "Great," I said, tucking my fingers beneath my legs. Paisley and Cody lumbered up the stairs with Sophia in tow, probably to investigate what had become of the room we'd shared here. "I forgot to tell you, I got a job working with Allie." Belle straightened. "My cousin, Allie?" "Be careful she doesn't get a hold of your valuables," Luke grumbled, resting his ankle on the opposite knee. "What does that mean?" I asked. "She seems nice." "I'm sure she is," Belle said, sliding Luke a look. "It's just hard when we have such a long history." "I was there the day her mom came and helped gut this place," Luke said, elaborating where Belle hadn't wanted to. "They all seem nice enough, for vultures." "Luke." He ignored her and went on. "But it's my understanding Allie took several family heirlooms, and not for their sentimental value." I'd heard something like that. I hadn't seen anything antique in the store or in its storage area, though. From how chic and modern everything was, I doubted she sold anything that wasn't made in the 2000s, unless she'd sold whatever it was online. "She's struggling," I said, wanting to give Allie the benefit of the doubt. Though my first impression of her wasn't the best, she was kind, and the more I got to know her, the more I found I respected her. I worked in her store, and it's not doing amazingly. She probably needed the money to keep things afloat. Belle dipped her chin. "I'm sorry to hear that." She invited us to stay for dinner, so I dug in and helped her boil noodles, create the white sauce, and chop veggies for homemade macaroni and cheese and salad. I couldn't help but glance out the window and at the door, hoping for a sign of him. But Dawson didn't come. The sun set during dinner, and the sky was completely dark by the time the kids and I headed home. I tried to ignore the misgivings twisting in my stomach. He couldn't drive at night yet. Did that mean Jill was bringing him home? Unless he wasn't going back tonight at all. The thought made me sick. So I paid extra attention to Cody's chatter about his new teacher all the way to the Wayfair. The kids and I cleaned up and unpacked a few more boxes. We did story time, which only made me think of Dawson reading to Paisley. My rainbow was a sign. I thought it meant Dawson and I had a second chance. But maybe that rainbow had been God's way of telling me there was still hope. period. Maybe that hope had nothing to do with Dawson. I had to learn to accept that. Maybe it was to teach me that I can find love, the kind of love I didn't know could exist. He and I had had our time together, brief as it was. It wasn't enough, and I wasn't ready to accept the rainbow if it wasn't him. But I could get there, I hoped. Sophia was already in her pajamas after her bath. She played in the hall, laughing every time she banged a pair of blocks together. I toweled Paisley dry and helped her into her pajamas when a knock sounded on the door. "Who could that be?" I asked, making my way there. The only people who knew we'd moved were Belle, Luke, and Dawson. Kyle and Stacy knew as well, as did my parents, though they hadn't been here. Heart-thumping in traitorous hope of seeing Dawson's face, my anticipation plummeted the minute I opened the door to find my ex-husband standing on the step. Rock's jaw was covered in stubble, thicker than he usually grew. He wore his typical baseball cap, and his eyes held a hint of contrition. Had something happened? "Rock, what are you doing here?" I'd told him the address. We'd lived here long enough. I legally had to, so it wouldn't be misconstrued as kidnapping. Our court date for the custody negotiation was just days away. Was he here to try and tip the scales somehow? "Thought I'd come see your new place," he said. "Daddy!" Paisley dashed to greet him at the door. She was too young to remember reasons to keep her distance from her dad, but Cody hung back, keeping his arms folded at the mouth of the hallway. Rock bent and hugged Paisley and Sophia. Then he approached Cody. "I wanted to see you too," he said, kneeling in front of him. Cody sniffed, but made no effort to greet his father, other than to say, "Hi." This wasn't cool. "You shouldn't be here," I said. Rock licked his lips, peered back at me, and then at Cody again. "I won't stay long. There's something I have to say. It's been eating at me. I wanted to tell you I'm sorry for leaving you all by yourself that night. I was out of line. I never should have put you in that situation." I went rigid. I could count on one hand the number of times I'd heard this man apologize for anything in all the time I'd known him. "You mean it?" Cody asked. "Yeah, I'm sorry. Your mom said you were scared." "I was." Rock tucked his lips into his teeth. I suspected that was the only apology Cody was going to get. But it was more than I expected, and that was saying something. His knees cracked as he straightened again and made his way back toward me. "Came to tell you sorry as well." My mouth went dry. The conversation I'd had with Diane flashed through my mind. It wouldn't be like her to leave things alone, not with something as serious as this. Rock had made her look like a fool. She wouldn't have stood for that. She also genuinely cared about her grandkids, and if that meant chastising her son for his poor treatment of them, she would do it. She'd probably nagged Rock until he confessed the truth about what had really happened that night and told him to shape up. Good on you, I thought, for doing a decent thing for once. What brought this on? I couldn't figure out what angle he would get by doing this. Did he think he could soften me before the court date? Unless his remorse was truly genuine. "I just mean you're right. I want you to trust me with the kids, and whatever happens at our court date this week, it won't happen again." I braced myself, unsure of what to think. He sounded genuine. He looked genuine. Was he being sincere? "I hope not," I said. "But thank you." He left shortly after his apology, which was just as well since he wasn't legally supposed to see the kids as it was. I wasn't sure what to make of this side of him. So many questions rampaged through me, so many feelings. If he had been more like this before, would we have been able to work things out? Why had it taken me leaving him to get him to open his eyes and treat me and the kids with respect? I suppose time would tell, but at least he'd made the effort to make things right. Chapter 35. The following Saturday, after I finished my morning shift at the Flora and Fauna, the kids and I took some time to situate their beds more permanently in their final places. I'd interviewed at the dentist's office and waited on the call with their decision. After a few laborious hours, cleaning out boxes of Cody and Paisley's things that had admittedly been thrown together without a thought, The three of us sank onto Cody's bed and stared at the result of our hard work. "Things are looking great," I said. "We wore Sophia out," Cody said, pointing to where she lay, sleeping on a pile of blankets in the corner. "We did, didn't we?" "Too bad," Cody said. "Why?" He sniffed and averted his eyes. I sidled in and wrapped my arm around him, and he gazed up at me. "Belle said I could come ride Grady any time. Can we go?" I suddenly wished we had plans or some kind of excuse so that I could legitimately back out. I didn't want to risk bumping into Dawson and Jill again. He had described her as being someone from the circuit, so I knew she wasn't from the area. But she could be staying at the frontier and visiting him as he made his decision about working with the rodeo. At the same time, I didn't want Cody to lose the skills he'd already developed. He loved those horses. He loved being on the farm. "I'll text Belle," I told him, squeezing his shoulders. "Thanks, Mom." I pulled out my phone when a knock drummed on the door. My body tensed. Dawson had my number. He also knew where we lived. He hadn't contacted me since I'd ended things. It was stupid that every time I looked at my phone, or every time someone else came to the door, a part of my heart flickered in the hopes that he would. "Who's that, Mommy?" Paisley asked. "I don't know," I said. I meandered out to the living room, crossed to the door, and reached for the knob. I couldn't account for the nerves stampeding through me. It was a good thing I had a hand on the door. I needed the support because Dawson Holden, hair tousled, jaw shaved, eyes twinkling, was on the threshold. My heart threatened to break through my chest. He held a grocery bag in each hand and flashed me a tentative smile. "You're here," Cody said. "Good to see you too," Dawson said, giving Cody a wink. "Dawson!" Paisley darted past me and wrapped her arms around his waist. Cody joined in on the hug. I took in the sight of his strong arms, his shoulders, and the mercantile logo on the bags in his hands, which he held out to make room for the kids in their embraces. "What?" I could hardly form the words. "What are you doing here?" Maybe he was just here to visit. Even if he was dating Jill now, I could handle a friendly visit from him, couldn't I? Who was I kidding? Seeing Dawson with her had choked me. "I just got off work at my new job and thought I'd drop by and bring you some ice cream." "Ice cream? Popsicle loves ice cream!" Paisley beamed at her brother. Talk of flavor circulated between the two siblings as Cody took the bags from Dawson and received instructions to put the containers in the freezer. The kids scurried excitedly toward the kitchen. "You work at the mercantile?" I said in astonishment once it was just the two of us again. Dawson grinned. "Yeah, I do. Turns out the woman who used to work there moved to Burley or something. They had a job opening." Heat plastered my cheeks. My thoughts scrambled. I couldn't get a single one of them to settle. "You're working at the mercantile," I said again, as though the repetition would help with my comprehension. If that was the case, then that meant he wasn't taking the job with the rodeo. He wasn't leaving. "It's a good part-time job," he said. "Not a lot of heavy lifting. I can manage a cash register easily enough and scoop ice cream too. I can even sit when I need to. Geraldine puts a stool for me behind the register." That sounded like something she would do. I would always love the mercantile, not necessarily for the job itself, but for the friendship and kindness Geraldine Perry had granted by offering it to me. "Dawson," I could hardly breathe, let alone form a coherent sentence. I had to know. Was she still in town? We saw you with Jill," I said. "You knew we'd be there. You knew I'd see you with her." He nodded. Rather than appearing guilty, he looked invigorated. Eagerness filled his expression. "I wanted to show you I was doing what you wanted. You told me to date other people, Bex. So I did." I hung my head. The words I'd said that day hadn't stopped haunting me since they left my mouth. "I'm sorry," I said, needing to admit as much before I lost my nerve. Even if it was too late, he needed to know. Ever since I pushed you away, I knew I made the worst mistake. I was scared it was too soon. "What if our timing's just right?" he said. Tears pricked my eyes. What was he saying? Was he not with her after all? Cody and Paisley had taken the containers out of the bags, and rather than putting them in the freezer, they were busily inspecting the colors and flavors. I kept my attention on Dawson. I thought it was for the best, I said. But seeing you arrive at Animal Days with her, that killed me. Dawson grimaced. I hated it too. I really tried to see the good in her, and in several other girls I dated too. Others? I asked, shocked. Who else did you date? I wasn't sure I wanted to know. I took out that girl from the realtors a few doors down, Emily Stone. Belle despised me for that one. I chuckled at this. I'm not surprised, I said, remembering the way Emily had all but thrown herself at Luke during the pumpkin walk last fall. Seems she doesn't like Emily much from a misunderstanding in their high school days. But honestly, Bridgewater doesn't have a lot of dating options. I tried, Bex. I tried liking both of them. But anticipation thundered through me, pounding, drumming, his gray eyes centered on mine. But they didn't make me dizzy. The strength left my knees. My heart stopped, but he didn't. He kept going. I couldn't do it. Nothing felt right. They didn't have an adorable daughter with an imaginary friend named after a summertime dessert who wanted me to read her bedtime stories. They didn't have a son who looks after his little sisters with care and shows how tough he is. Sophia toddled into the living room from down the hall, rubbing her eyes. Her curls stuck out at all angles. She came to my side. I bent to lift her into my arms. She cuddled in, resting her head on my shoulder. Dawson smiled at Sophia, stroking her generous cheek with a finger before returning his attention to me once more. I think you don't get it. It's not just you I fell in love with, Miss Rebecca. My heart was going to give out. I couldn't handle this, and yet I hung on his every word. I fell for all four of you, and I don't think anything is going to change that fact anytime soon. It took several moments before speaking was possible. They've missed you, I said. Paisley asks about you several times a day. Cody doesn't mention it, but I know he does. He misses coming to the farmhouse. He misses the animals. And you. Dawson shuffled closer. Are they the only ones? I shook my head, lowered it, lifted it again. I love you, Dawson. The way his lips quirked should be illegal. Color flushed in his cheeks, rendering him more handsome than usual, which was saying something. I'm glad to finally hear that, he said. Finally? He took yet another step in my direction and lifted his chin. Heat radiated from his body. You're only kidding yourself, he said with that playful tone he had. You've loved me for a while now. I laughed. How would you know? His hand slid to my waist. The touch had a sizzling impact. I've known it from that first kiss. I kissed you that day because I wanted to, Rebecca. And I'm going to kiss you now because I can't imagine doing anything else with you this close to me. He hitched me closer still. I welcomed his mouth with rapture. The minute his lips met mine, I lost whatever train of thought I'd managed to string together. All there was in this moment was Dawson. He'd stayed. He loved me and my kids, and he didn't mind our messy lives. In fact, he wanted to be part of our chaos. When his mouth took on a different angle, I was ready to slip into submission, but someone tugged on the hem of my shirt. I broke away to find Paisley glancing up at me. I want chocolate, she said. Dawson laughed, luring me to him and tightening his hold around my waist. Still cuddling Sophia, I laughed too, fluttering and breathless and weightless. Dawson was here. He'd stayed and would be staying, and he loved me. Us. He loved all of us. Can you guys do that later? Cody added. We want ice cream. I pulled away from Dawson, unable to help the smile taking over my cheeks, even as they scalded. He grinned at me, stealing one more kiss, and then pecking Sophia's cheek before closing the apartment door behind him and meandering toward the kitchen. Ice cream it is, he said, opening drawers as though looking for a scoop. I brought chocolate and strawberry. What'll it be? Cody and Paisley made their requests. After locating a scoop and bowls, Dawson served each of them. I placed Sophia in her high chair, only to have him hook his hands around my waist and pull me to him. And for you? My heart hadn't stopped fluttering since he'd arrived. I placed a hand on my chest. I'm pretty sure I have everything I need. Chocolate it is, he said with a wink, and dipped in for another kiss. Chapter 36. You much for riding? Dawson asked, peering through the bins of feed, showing he was completely at home here in Belle's barn. He was moving more fluidly as well. It was clear he wasn't joggled by a single step or angling his head the wrong way, as he had been when he'd first moved in 6 weeks before. I haven't ridden much, I said, just as he said, "Ah," and bent for the container near the lineup of saddles on their posts. What have you found? I asked. Treats, he said, to sweeten Sweetie up so I can convince her to let me saddle her. I haven't ridden a horse since the accident, and I figure it's time. Time for what? Cody asked. He was in Grady's stall, brushing the paint horse. Dawson grinned. It's time to get back on a horse. I can't believe you want to, I said, remembering the things Dawson had told me about his accident. Getting kicked in the head by a bucking horse didn't sound like something you wanted to come back to. Why wouldn't I? Sweetie is mild enough. She's not going to be trolling and tromping, and I can get my bearings again. But what if you get dizzy while you're up there? Or if the dismount rattled him? He'd had a hard time after getting down from the ladder when we were painting. Dawson swooped in and kissed my cheek. I've been rattled plenty of times, Miss Rebecca. I'll be all right. I think you should wait until you're healed. Dawson's expression turned soft and pensive. That's just it. I am healing. Are you sure? He stared into the stall. I think so. If not, I guess I'll pay for it later. Dawson, I said. I didn't mean to be the rain cloud on his parade here, but it had to be said. You might be able to get yourself up all right, but if getting down from a ladder is difficult for you, then how are you going to manage it once the ride is done? Mounting block? Or you, if you're feeling decent? I'm feeling just fine, thank you very much. He grinned. That's what I thought. He strolled toward the stall. Sweetie's ears pricked and Dawson held out his hand, offering a single treat. They weren't bone-shaped like a doggy treat, but rectangular. What about your horse? I asked. He hadn't told me much about his ride. Wouldn't you want to ride your own instead of one of Belle's? Dawson rested his hand on Sweetie's neck. His fingers bunched some of her hair into a fist. I don't have one of my own. Bucking horses and bulls are owned by the rodeo crew. We hadn't talked much about what had happened with Jill and the offer her father had made for Dawson to join the administrative side of rodeos. Was that still something he wanted to do? Or had he not taken the offer because he was hoping to be able to ride again someday? What are you going to do now? I asked. Are you going to try again? He opened the latch. I cottoned on, widening the door so he could lead the horse through. Sweetie's hooves clopped on the cement floor. I closed the door behind them, so he waited with the mare between the stalls and the tack. I don't know if I can. You know how you said there were other things I could learn to do? I think it's time I accepted my rodeo days are over. I do want to ride again someday, though, so I figured it was worth a try. Cody opened the stall door and led Grady out, but instead of lingering in the barn, he and Grady made their way into the May sunshine. Luke waited near the open corral door and held it open. Once Cody and the horse were inside, Luke closed them in. He talked to Cody a few times and helped him into the saddle. Look at me, Cody said from within the corral. I ventured out enough to see him leading the old paint horse in a circle within the fence. Looking good, I said. Dawson hefted himself into the saddle, and I hurried back to his side, just in case. But he didn't stagger. He didn't slip. He sat in place, keeping his eyes open and smiling. No stabilizing? I placed a hand on his knee, watching him just to be sure. Dawson leaned down and rubbed Sweetie's neck again before catching my hand. No stabilizing. You look good up there, I said. He adjusted his cowboy hat lower over his eyes. Why, thank you. If you'll excuse me, I'm going to lead this beauty around the drive. Dawson led Sweetie from the barn toward the pasture, past the llama and goat pens, and the opening leading out to the dirt road that eventually led back out to the highway. He circled past the old detached garage, the collection of apple trees that were just starting to bloom, crossing in front of the farmhouse, and then finished back at the barn. I adjusted my attention from watching Cody circle in the corral at a clip to Dawson's slow but incredible progress, and my heart gave a little lurch. I wasn't sure where I'd end up after my divorce. I didn't think moving on and finding a new direction in life, a happy, satisfying, wholehearted direction, was even possible. My plan had been to just get by, to get my kids what they needed, and go through the motions. But God had something else in mind for me. And as I watched Paisley and Sophia play with the kittens near the farmhouse's front porch, as I took in Cody's excited shouts and Luke's encouraging words, as I watched the man who'd not only stolen my heart, but had done so without even realizing it, I was completely struck. I was content, well and truly happy, with a heart full of gratitude. And that was a rainbow indeed. Epilogue. 3 months later. Allie entered the flora and fauna and grimaced. She'd recently updated the decor to fit more of a back-to-school setting, complete with trendy new backpacks on the center display around the faceless mannequin. But that wasn't what unsettled her. The storefront was too quiet. The products on display looked almost exactly the same as they had for the past several days. Very few items had been replaced because little to no sales had taken place. In fact, if she were a gambling woman, she would bet that the storefront would stay this quiet and undisturbed the whole day she was there. She crossed to the counter in front of the door leading to the storage room in the back. With a sigh, she set her bag on the chair and stared at nothing. Despite her and Bex's best efforts, business still hadn't picked up. Not for the first time, Allie wondered how she was going to keep her head above water. The sensation pressed against her chest, making it hard to breathe. Maybe she should allow Bex to turn in her resignation. Bex had gotten a part-time job at a dentist's office, answering phones and the like, and while she'd insisted on not working any longer at the Flora, Allie couldn't bear to let her go. She was already in over her head. She needed the feedback and support Bex gave. Moving listlessly, she removed the tablet they used to process sales from her bag, fired it to life, and placed it on its dock on the counter. She attempted to sit at the counter for a few moments, but the stillness was unnerving. She needed motion. She needed to think. She needed air. Allie bolted to the storage room, to the widest part where boxes lined the shelves, planted her hands on her hips and stared up at the ceiling, warding away the tears. The bell over the door tinkled. Allie's heart gave a little flip until she heard Bex's voice. "Allie?" Unwittingly, that sound was the trigger. Tears spurred into being and pushed their unwanted way to the corners of Allie's eyes. What more could she do? They'd placed sandwich board signs all around town. They'd started experimenting with online ads on social media sites. They'd even put ads in the local newspaper. And while those had been a small uptick, there still wasn't the traffic she'd been hoping for. She couldn't focus on that right now. She couldn't show Bex there was anything wrong. Bex would insist on quitting for sure, then. Sound shuffled from the storefront. Allie hurriedly wiped her cheeks, exhaled, and plastered a smile into place. She would come out on top. She would figure this out. No need to let Bex know there was a problem at all. "Allie, you here?" Any minute now, Bex would bustle through. Allie decided to beat her to it. Seconds later, she rushed out from the stockroom door with a too-wide grin. "Hey, Bex! I didn't see you come in." Bex was pretty and shorter than Allie by a few inches. Her blonde hair was pulled up, revealing a darker hue to the underlayers that made Allie suspect she'd once had it colored but hadn't kept up with it. "You're in a good mood," Bex said. The statement sounded guarded. Allie supposed it had something to do with the cheeseball grin that was still swathed on her face. Too much. Bex would know she was hiding something. Allie couldn't let on that anything was bothering her. Oh, sure. It's a great day." If possible, her grin spread. Bex folded her arms. Her purse hung on her forearm, swinging to hit the side of her hip. She gave Allie an unconvinced expression. "What's going on?" Second by second, Allie's fake exuberance stripped away. First her shoulders, then the smile, then her head, until she'd completely slumped. To top it all off, tears pricked the corners of her eyes once more. Maybe she should let Bex know. She couldn't hide it anymore. The suspicion in Beck's face shifted to concern. She gripped Allie's forearms. "Is it the store? Or a man? Please tell me it's not a man upsetting you. I know we haven't talked much about your dating life, even though you listen to me ramble about Dawson all the time." "Oh, because I pester you about him," Allie said with a smile. She couldn't help it, not when Beck seemed so ridiculously happy. From what Allie could tell, Dawson was amazing. He'd moved to Burley and gotten a job working at Cal Ranch. He was applying for college at Idaho State University, which would take him to Pocatello, an hour away, a distance he was fully willing to commute if Bex would agree to marry him already. Honestly, Allie wasn't sure why the two of them hadn't just tied the knot. He was at her place or here often enough. He came to Cody's soccer practices, to Paisley's ballet, and as far as Allie knew, he was at Bex's practically every night. Or they spent plenty of time together at the farmhouse, too, helping Belle and Luke plan their Christmas wedding and riding and grooming the horses. Bex had asked Allie about her love life more than once, but Allie always waved her off. Who had time for romance when she had a store to run? Who had time for romance when every one of her relationships had ended in disaster? Allie sniffed. "No, I don't have a man at the moment." "And you want to," Belle guessed. "Hawkeye at work?" She snorted. "Here?" Not many men came into the store. Most of their customers were women, teenage girls, and moms with their young daughters closer to Paisley and Sophia's age. It was for that reason Bex had suggested Allie stock a few items that would appeal to little girls, like frilly purses or cute dresses. Allie inhaled another breath. "No, I'm fine, really," she said with a laugh to Bex's quirked eyebrow. Bex wasn't buying it. She placed a hand on Allie's arms, which were still folded. "Is your mom okay?" Bex asked. "She's fine." "And your sister down in Arizona?" She sniffed. "All fine." She needed something else to focus on. She could keep it together if Bex would stop asking all these questions. Clearly, Allie's answers still weren't enough because Bex went on. "If it's not a man and it's not your family, it's got to be the store." She set her purse on the counter next to the register and stared Allie down. Spill. Allie's reluctance melted. Bex cared. She could tell as much. She was heartened by that. And suddenly the burden of it became too much. "The store is failing. All of our efforts haven't accounted for much. It's just so hard to do anything in a small town like this, where everyone goes to the bigger cities to do their shopping, or they get stuff online, you know?" She hadn't wanted to say the words aloud, but push had come to shove, and she'd said it. She hated it. She was heartbroken about it if she were being honest. Saying the words aloud made them that much more real. Bex nodded. They discussed this all before, but only in small terms. Allie had never let everything out like this. "I have that other job," Bex said. "If you need to let me go, don't hesitate." "No!" Allie's eyes widened and she darted her hands in Beck's direction. "Are you kidding? You're practically the only friend I have. And you help me more than you know. I'm not letting you go anywhere." Beck's eyes narrowed, as though she found this hard to believe. It was entirely true. Allie had reached out to other neighbors. She greeted people at church, but most of her friends from high school had married or moved away. She'd moved away, to Burley, and despite her efforts, making friends hadn't come all that easily. She couldn't figure out why. "It's okay if you can't afford to pay me," Beck said. "Just be straight up about it, okay? I don't want you to kill yourself financially just to give me a job. I can find a job somewhere else. I'll even help you without getting paid." Allie pressed her lips into a sympathetic smile. "You're sweet, but I'm not ready to let you or anything else go just yet. I have a plan in mind, and I need your help to see it through." She had the perfect solution for getting the capital needed to save her store. Grandma and Grandpa Harper had a collection of antique Christmas ornaments stored in their farmhouse basement. She'd tried taking them when they'd gotten the rest of the items from the house. But those ornaments, for some reason, had been bequeathed to Belle. And they were worth a fortune. Allie couldn't lose the store. Her whole life, she had been in it to win it. It didn't matter what it was. She was resolved to come out on top. Grades? She got all A's. Gymnastics? She'd won every competition. Love? Ugh, let's not go there. Bex had also mentioned men, and that was a subject that smarted as surely as though it were a bruise. Allie didn't have time for love, not with the demands of the store. She was too vested in its survival to be able to focus on anything else. Her work was her love. Good thing men weren't a part of this equation. No, she would keep her focus on the flora and fauna. Allie was out to succeed, and she had a new plan for how to do just that. If she could get her hands on those Christmas ornaments, that would give her the leg up she needed. All she had to do was convince Belle to give them to her. Allie had a difficult time connecting with people. That much was evident. Connecting with Belle, getting into Belle's inner circle and befriending her enough to convince her to help, that was another problem entirely.
Hey, what's up? This is Caitlin Meadows. I just wanted to hop on and say thank you so much for listening to Fixing Up the Farmhouse. I love this series. I love the Holden brothers, and there's more to come. So keep an eye out for book 3, which is Christmas at the Farmhouse. If you're not already, please subscribe to my channel so you don't miss when it releases. And please let me know your thoughts in the comments because I really do love to hear what you guys think of my books. Have an awesome day.
This has been Fixing Up the Farmhouse, a Havenwood Cowboys romance, Book 2. Written by Caitlin Meadows. Narrated by Georgia Lee King. Print copyright 2023 by Courtney Pearson. Production copyright 2023 by Courtney Pearson.